Chapter 42. Islamabad, Pakistan. Reclining in the back seat of his luxury SUV as it slowly advanced through evening traffic, Vizier Khalat was in an upbeat mood. He had good reason to be. His recent ascent to the top position within the ISI, Pakistan's premier intelligence agency, had allowed him to usher in a series of sweeping changes that had greatly bolstered his position. Old enemies and political rivals were either eliminated or quietly ushered into meaningless figurehead roles, while longtime allies and younger, more easily influenced personnel were phased in to replace them. In barely 6 months, Khalat had reshaped the most influential organization in the country, consolidating power around himself. He had spent most of his long career preparing for this, operating on the periphery of major events, biding his time, and waiting for the right moment to make his move. That moment had come in the summer of the previous year, during a tense but ultimately fruitful meeting with Marcus Kane, the interim head of the CIA. Each man had come away from that meeting with something he'd long sought, or at least believing he had. Khalat smiled faintly at the memory. Powerful and ruthless he might have been, but Marcus Kane still had much to learn. He would come to understand that in due course, as they all did. The traffic up ahead had slowed to a crawl. Curious, Khalat leaned forward to peer between the 2 muscular bodyguards seated up front. Pakistan could be a dangerous country, and a man in his position couldn't afford to put himself at risk. "What's the hold-up?" he asked, his mood soured by the delay. It had been a long day. He was tired and hungry, and entirely unwilling to be waylaid. "Looks like a breakdown up ahead, sir," the driver replied. "Engine trouble, maybe." A rusted old panel van had shuddered to a halt in the middle of the road, the rear end sagging noticeably on old suspension. Busy oncoming traffic meant it was impossible to go around the obstruction. Khalat made a dismissive gesture. "Get them out of the way. Push them off the road if you have to." Nodding, the driver leaned on his horn, sounding an angry blast to the van's owner. Doubtless he hoped to avoid the indignity of getting out and helping push the dilapidated vehicle aside himself. As if in response to this, the van's rear doors suddenly swung open. Khalat's first assumption was that the van's passengers were preparing to push the machine off the road, but a sudden flash from inside the darkened cargo area caused him to jump in surprise. It was followed an instant later by a thunderous bang that reverberated through the SUV's frame and the crunch of disintegrating machinery. With a terrible surge of alarm, he realized that someone was shooting at them, targeting the car's engine bay. It was an ambush. "Get us out of here!" he screamed, as a second violent impact shook the SUV. The driver threw the gear stick into reverse and stomped on the accelerator, but his effort yielded nothing. The car's power plant had been reduced to a mess of broken cylinders and ruptured fuel lines by a pair of heavy-caliber armor-piercing rounds. "Unit 1, we're hit!" the driver yelled into his radio. "Shots fired on the corner of—" His voice was silenced abruptly by an explosion of glass from the supposedly bulletproof windshield, followed by a kind of wet popping sound as his head was blasted apart. Khalat instinctively shrank away from the gruesome sight, his face and expensive suit sprayed with blood and fragments of bone. "Get down! Down!" the second bodyguard called out, taking cover just as a figure emerged from the van's cargo bay. Khalat could only stare in disbelief through the broken, blood-splattered windshield. Their adversary was encased head to toe in a suit of heavy, cumbersome ballistic armor that reminded him obscenely of a knight from some medieval battlefield. Even his head and face were obscured behind an armored mask and helmet. An assault rifle hung from one shoulder, the weapon's frame bulked out by an extended drum magazine. Behind him, Khalat could see the long barrel of an anti-armor sniper rifle mounted in the van's rear bay, probably a big, 50-caliber unit designed to punch through armored military vehicles like Humvees and APCs. "Get our backup in here now!" he demanded, his shock and surprise giving way to colder, clearer thinking. As brutal as this ambush might have been, they had anticipated such attacks. "Unit 2, we're pinned down," his bodyguard spoke urgently into his comms unit. "Target is in the open. Take him out!" A second vehicle had been trailing them a short distance behind, ready to lend assistance. Kalat heard the sound of doors slamming and twisted in his seat as a pair of agents advanced past his window, one armed with a sidearm, the other clutching a P-90 submachine gun. Both men opened fire in unison, spraying their target with a deadly hail of mixed-caliber gunfire. All around them, panicked civilians screamed and shrank away in terror, while nearby motorists abandoned their vehicles and fled for their lives. The would-be assassin staggered backwards under the impacts, his ballistic armor rippling with each hit. But instead of crumpling to the ground in a pool of blood as he should have done, he instead swung the M4A1 assault rifle round on the agents and opened up with a long, sustained burst. Spent shell casings clattered to the ground all around him as he cut down his enemies like a scythe through standing grass. Their light Kevlar vests offered almost no protection from the unrelenting hail of fire. Kalat jumped back as one man slumped against his window, his fading eyes filled with pain and fear, before sliding out of sight, leaving a long smear of blood on the glass. "Where are our reinforcements?" Kalat demanded, as the masked figure ejected the spent drum magazine and reached for a fresh one. "We need them here, now!" "Mayday! Mayday!" His sole remaining bodyguard had switched his comm unit to an open frequency, appealing for help from anyone in the vicinity. "We are under attack! Officers down! Requesting backup!" His look of growing panic made it clear he was getting nowhere. "Can't get a signal out! They're jamming all frequencies!" Kalat clenched his jaw, considering his limited options as their enemy slapped a fresh magazine into place and raised their weapon. "This car is armored. He can't get in. We sit tight and—" His voice was drowned out by the staccato hammering of gunfire against the window, the glass cracking and buckling under the relentless assault. Somehow the window held, but not by much. Lowering the assault rifle, the attacker paused to consider this problem. Then, reaching into his webbing, he withdrew a small metallic object and held it up in plain sight. Kalat was familiar enough with military hardware to recognize a white phosphorus grenade when he saw one. Armored or not, no vehicle was going to protect them from the lethal incendiary. Then, to his surprise, the masked gunman held something else up against the window. Something less dangerous, but, as it turned out, far more effective. A piece of paper with 2 simple sentences written in Punjabi. "All I want is Kalat. Give him to me, and you get to live." To emphasize his point, he waved the grenade slowly back and forth, taunting them. The bodyguard's gaze slowly turned towards the passenger in the rear seat, splattered with the blood of his fallen comrade. "You stand your ground," Kalat ordered, sensing his wavering loyalty. "If he doesn't kill you, then I will, and your whole family." A potent threat under normal circumstances. Kalat's words lacked their usual authority. It took the bodyguard all of 3 seconds to make his decision. Drawing his sidearm, he held it up by the trigger guard, then unlocked the door with shaking hands and stepped out. The masked assailant kept him covered as he dropped his weapon and backed away with arms raised, finally breaking into a run and fleeing. With his last vestige of protection running like a frightened child, Kalat could only watch in simmering anger as the assault rifle poked in through the door, trained on him. "Out!" a voice commanded. The voice that spoke was strong and authoritative, but also distinctly female. His entire protective detail had been dismantled in under a minute by a woman. Now, she repeated. Hands where I can see them. Kalat reluctantly opened his door and stepped out, keeping his hands raised. You won't get away with this, my friend, he said calmly as she yanked his hands behind his back. My people will come for me. They will repay this attack tenfold. You and I will talk soon enough, Vizier, she replied, securing his wrists with cable ties and leading him towards the waiting van. He was shoved roughly inside, landing hard on the dirty floor of the cargo deck. Clambering in beside him, his abductor swung the rear door shut, then hammered a gloved fist against the driver's cab. We're in! Go! In seconds, the engine roared back to life, and they were moving, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Chapter 43. Washington, D.C. All right, listen in, Drake said, beckoning his team over to the makeshift planning table he'd set up, which was already strewn with design blueprints and maps of central D.C., everything from street layouts to satellite images, subway maps, and even sewage and utility tunnels. Frost's computer skills had unearthed a treasure trove of information on their proposed area of operation, much of which was freely available online as a matter of public record. This intel had allowed Drake to put together the outline of an attack plan, including potential ambush points and escape routes. It was still sketchy, but it was the best they had. We know that Kane's confirmation hearing will take place in the Senate chamber on Capitol Hill, he began, indicating the Senate building on the map spread out before him. We also know he's likely to use the underground parking area beneath the South Capitol Park, so there's no way to get to him once he's in there. So we hit him before he gets there, Mitchell reasoned. Exactly. We know he'll be travelling by armoured motorcade, so our best shot is to lay down an ambush en route. The objective will be to intercept his motorcade, neutralise his security detail, and take him out before they can call in reinforcements, preferably with minimal civilian casualties. Dietrich folded his arms. That's a tall order, Ryan. Drake nodded, acknowledging his reservations. To do this, we have three main problems to overcome. 1. We need to know where and when to hit him. I've got you covered, Frost said. The last time Drake had found himself standing at Jefferson Memorial late at night, it had been on New Year's Eve, 2 years earlier, the night he'd discovered that Anya was still alive, after believing her killed in Moscow. The place was exactly the same as it had been back then, save that the cherry trees encircling the rotunda were now in full spring blossom. He was lingering in the shadows of one of the building's arched entryways, the cold steel of a concealed sidearm pressed into the small of his back. Beside him, Frost was similarly armed. Hearing the click of shoes on the flagstones surrounding the memorial, Drake swapped a glance with his younger companion. She nodded, ready to follow his lead. Ascending the steps into the rotunda, the new arrival advanced into the big open space and halted, scanning the darkness around them. I'm here, Stark announced with mild impatience. And I don't have much time. Drake emerged silently from the shadows, with Frost right behind him. You're late, he announced. Stark turned casually to face him. And you're good. I didn't hear a thing. Turning his attention to Drake's companion, Stark inclined his head in greeting. You must be Kira Frost, if I'm not mistaken. What's it to you? A matter of professional interest. I make a point of knowing the people I work with, and I know a good deal about you, Miss Frost. A teenage runaway, living homeless on the streets for almost a year, a string of criminal convictions. We're not here to swap tragic life stories, she said tersely. Sensing he'd made his point, Stark turned his attention back to Drake. So, what do you need from me? Access to Kane's communications, Drake explained. Reaching into her pocket, Frost fished out a cell phone and held it out. To the untrained eye, it looked like a standard, commercially available smartphone. "There's a custom tracking program built into this unit," she explained. "It'll automatically lock onto and clone the SIM details of any other phone nearby. With this, I can make a copy of Kane's private cell. I can read any incoming or outgoing communications and track his movements just like with any other cell phone." Stark raised an eyebrow. "Very impressive. What's the catch?" "The catch is you have to be close to him for it to work." "For how long?" he asked. 60 seconds at least. Maybe more." Stark eyed the device dubiously, mulling over what he'd been told. "Say I do this," the NSA director asked. "What then?" "Let us handle the rest." The less Stark knew about their plans, the better. "Last chance to back out," Drake prompted him, sensing the doubts creeping in. "Whether we go or not depends on what happens in the next 10 seconds. Are you in or out?" "If it's discovered that I was complicit in this, then you go down, just like us," Drake finished for him. "Either we're all in this together, or none of us are." This was a crucial moment. If Stark backed out now, Drake would need to find two things: a whole new way of approaching his plan, and a place to hide Stark's body where it would never be discovered. The NSA director stared at him long and hard, as if trying to see the future that lay ahead with this man. Then, reconciling himself to the risks and uncertainties, he reached out and took the cell phone from Frost. Drake let out a barely perceptible breath and relaxed his grip on the weapon. Before either man could say anything more, Frost handed Stark a concealed radio earpiece set inside a clear plastic case. "You'll be needing this. It's encrypted and pre-tuned to our frequency. Don't power it up until you're ready to make your move. The battery only lasts a couple of hours." "I'm familiar with the routine," he replied, slipping both items into his coat pocket. "Kane's confirmation could come at any time. I assume you'll know before they make it public," Drake said. The NSA director gave a wry smile. "It's my business to know things." "That'll be your chance. Contact us when you're ready." "I will." Glancing back the way he'd come, he nodded to himself. "I'm out of time here. For all our sakes, I hope you know what you're doing, Ryan." He wasn't the only one, Drake thought. "You do your part. Let us do ours." Saying nothing more, Stark turned and strode out of the building. Chapter 44. Alaska, September 27th, 2001. The morning sun rose on the ancient primeval forest, the boles of towering spruce and birch trees casting long shadows across the rich, loamy ground, still damp from overnight rain. Bees and small insects circled in the hazy green light, while golden leaves drifted down from the canopy above. The seasons were turning, the brief, vibrant flourish of summer slowly fading. At the base of a shallow valley, a small Sitka black-tailed deer lowered its head to drink from a stream. A buck, his antlers small and unimpressive compared to the elaborate displays found on other species. He too was changing with the turning of the seasons, shedding his reddish-brown summer coat in favor of a thicker, dull gray covering that would see him through the bitter Alaskan winter. A faint breeze sighed through the trees, carrying with it an unfamiliar scent. He paused, stretching up his long neck, his dark and somber eyes scanning the woodland around him for predators. His nostrils flared as he breathed in, seeking the source of the elusive smell. He didn't see the arrow coming. He was only aware of a sudden movement behind a stand of bushes in the distance. The deadly missile arced through the air and struck him in the neck. Instinct took over and he tried to flee in panic, only to stumble and fall in a heap of flailing limbs. His killer was moving before he'd even hit the ground, sprinting across the valley floor towards him, boots churning the muddy ground, leaping nimbly across exposed roots. There was a scrape of metal on metal as a knife was drawn. Skidding to a halt beside the stricken animal, Anya grasped the antlers and yanked the head back, exposing the vulnerable throat. "I thank you for your sacrifice, brother," she whispered in her native language, before severing the arteries in its neck. An hour later, Anya returned to her log cabin overlooking a fork in the river below, with her hunting bow in hand and the deer carcass slung over her shoulders. Though belonging to a smaller species than most, the buck was still heavy and bulky, fattened for winter, and hauling it over a couple of miles of rugged terrain had been no easy task. Really, it should have been a two-man job, but there was no man to assist her. It was just her out here, alone. That was exactly how she wanted it. She had spent more than a year in this place, purchasing a dilapidated old cabin the previous summer and resolving to fix it up. Though she considered herself only a mediocre carpenter, she had set about her task with steady determination, working late into the long summer days. By the time winter rolled around, she'd made the dwelling more or less habitable. In truth, the simple, strenuous work was exactly what she'd needed. It had been easy to lose herself in it, to slowly forget the disastrous events of the year before, when she'd been forced to fight and kill her own men. Her unit was effectively destroyed, her power wiped out, her plans in ruins. And now she was done. Done with the agency, the circle, the life she'd once had. Done with people. Out here, in the primeval wilderness that reminded her so much of her childhood home, where her only concerns were the practicalities of survival. She had found a measure of peace. Maybe she would live out her days here, growing old in contented isolation. She detected the distinctive thump of rotor blades off in the distance and instinctively stopped, turning her head slowly until she picked out the source. A small, dark shape had appeared on the horizon, emerging from behind one of the towering peaks that dominated the region. A chopper. Maybe it was nothing to do with her, she told herself. There were gold mining operations off to the west, which often used choppers to ferry in personnel or equipment. Maybe that's all it was. Her heart sank as the chopper swung towards her, following the course of the river valley. As it drew close, she saw the distinctive drab-grey paint job. Military. In response, Anya drew an arrow from the quiver over her shoulder as the bell Huey circled overhead, the thump of the rotors and the shriek of the engines deafening. Finding a suitable landing spot at the far end of the open meadow, the pilot eased the Huey lower until the skids touched down. As the engines fell silent and the big blades slowly spun down, the side door slid open, and a lone man leapt out. Anya's throat tightened as Marcus Kane approached. He moved slowly, warily, his eyes on the notched bow. He looked older, she thought, his face drawn and lined, strands of grey showing at his temples. "You're not an easy woman to find," he remarked. "Go home, Marcus," she warned him. "There's nothing for you here." He halted a few feet away, looking her up and down, perhaps thinking the same thing about her as she'd thought about him. "I need your help, Anya. We need your help." "No," Anya shook her head. "No more help. No more missions. I'm finished with the agency, and with you." "Things have changed." "Goodbye, Marcus," she said, turning on heel and striding away. She had nothing more to say to him, no more anger or pain. She just wanted to be left alone. "There's been an attack." Anya halted, struck not so much by his words, but by the gravity of them. This wasn't something normal, the kind of predictable tragedy that people like Kane had long since become numb to. This was something more. In New York, 2 weeks ago, he went on, the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, thousands are dead, tens of thousands injured. It was the worst terrorist attack in history. Anya was no stranger to loss and death, but the scale of this was far beyond anything she'd experienced, and she'd been completely ignorant of it. Out here, cut off from the world, she might have lived out the rest of her life never knowing. But now she did know. "Why are you telling me this?" she whispered. Kane sighed, the pained, weary sigh of a man forced to confront his own failings. The attack was staged by Al-Qaeda. Anya closed her eyes, her mind immediately grasping the shattering implications. Al-Qaeda, the terrorist organization born from disaffected Mujahideen fighters, embittered by the perceived betrayal by America, operating under the protection of the Taliban, who had seized power after the long, brutal civil war in Afghanistan. Just like they predicted. "I warned you this would happen, Marcus," she said, her voice cold and dangerous. "I begged you not to abandon Afghanistan, and you ignored me. I did what I could." "We had a chance to help them!" she shouted, rounding on him. She'd been wrong earlier. She did have anger for Marcus Kane. She had a great deal of it, and it had all come rushing to the surface in this moment. The lies, the excuses, the hubris, all of it had made this happen. "Afghanistan tore itself apart in civil war. Terrorists and fanatics took over, and we stood by and did nothing. Nothing! You used them to fight your dirty war, just like you used me, and then you threw them away when it was over. Their blood is on your hands." "God damn it, 3,000 people are dead!" he exploded, grabbing her by the jacket and pulling her close. "And who knows how many more are going to die before this is all over." "You mean—" "We're going to war in Afghanistan," he said bluntly. "Congress is screaming for it. The Pentagon's already drawing up invasion plans." "And you want me to run off and join them, just like before?" Anya said, laughing bitterly. "Ha! Sorry, Marcus, but I'm not that young or that idealistic anymore." "We're calling up every asset we have left," he explained. "You've fought in Afghanistan for years. You know the land. You know the people." "And now you want me to go back there and kill them?" Whatever their affiliation now, the prospect of fighting and killing the same men she'd once fought alongside was abhorrent to her. "I want you to save lives," he countered. "The invasion will be a bloodbath, for them and for us. People like you are our only chance to prevent it." "What more do you want from me, Marcus? Haven't you taken enough already?" Backing away, Anya spread her arms to encompass the wilderness around them. "This is all I have now. I'm not a soldier anymore. I can't be that person again." She saw a brief flicker of something in him then. Compassion, regret, she couldn't say. But it was soon gone, replaced by something colder and more pragmatic. "Task Force Black are going in," he said firmly. "I'm offering you command of the unit if you want it. We both know you can lead them better than anyone else." Anya could feel it now, the invisible tendrils of her past, reaching out for her, grasping, tearing her away from the new life she'd tried to build, the killer she'd tried to leave behind, stirring out from the dark recesses of her psyche. "Just like the old days," she said, her voice bitterly mocking. "I'm asking you to go in one last time." His voice was quieter now, softer. "Help us end this thing. Help us make this right. After that," he glanced around at the forests, the river, the mountains. You can rest. Anya turned away, taking in the same view, thinking of the life she had here, the life she was about to give up. She closed her eyes to hide the tears that threatened. Islamabad, Pakistan, April 30th, 2011. "You're wasting your time," Khalat's voice echoed around the empty warehouse, deceptively calm and composed given his situation. "My people are on their way as we speak. If you have any sense, you will run and pray they never catch up with you." Anya wasn't listening to him. Not yet, at least. Secluded in a small, disused storage area, she winced in pain as she stripped off the bulky ballistic armor that had kept her alive during the ambush, unlatching straps and dropping the chunks of reinforced steel plate and Kevlar on the ground, revealing the all-too-frail human body beneath. The armor might have protected her from fatal injuries, but all that kinetic energy still had to go somewhere. The multiple high-velocity impacts had inflicted a series of painful welts and deep bruises across her torso, arms and legs. She felt like she'd been held down and pummeled relentlessly by fists and boots. "Jesus Christ," Alex gasped at the doorway. "How much more of this can you take?" "I'll be fine," Anya replied, her voice strained. "We knew this would happen." The ambush plan had been neither elegant nor sophisticated. Anya had opted for a brute force approach that she never would have contemplated before, eager to get her hands on her target. Perhaps too eager, she reflected, holding in a gasp as she stretched her bruised muscles. "Keep watch on Khalat. I need to finish up here." "He's handcuffed to a chair," Alex reminded her. "He's not going anywhere. Anyway, I scrambled the ISI's alert system, sent them on a dozen wild goose chases all across the city. They won't be finding us any time." "Just go, Alex," she said sharply. "I'll join you soon." Alex backed away, knowing better than to debate the matter. As soon as he was gone, Anya's facade of strength and composure slipped away, and she wilted visibly as pain and fatigue clawed at her. Head low, she clutched at the wall for support, breathing slow and deep as she fought to maintain control. Not now, she told herself. Not now. Reaching into her pocket, she popped the lid on a jar of painkillers and dry swallowed several. Then, digging deep, she slowly and defiantly straightened up. When she emerged onto the warehouse floor a minute or two later, she walked tall and confident, her bruises hidden beneath fresh clothes, her face an impassive mask as she approached the prisoner. Khalat glanced at her with mild interest. But this professional curiosity quickly gave way to something else. Recognition. Even though Anya was certain they'd never met. "I must admit I'm surprised," the ISI director began, quickly masking his lapse. "Most people in our line of work are not so feminine." "Tell me what—" Drawing her sidearm, Anya took aim at his left leg and pulled the trigger. The dull thud of the suppressor was followed by a startled cry of pain from the bound man, as blood began to leak from the torn skin of his thigh. It was a superficial injury at worst, but a painful reminder of who was in charge here. "Stop whimpering. It's a flesh wound," Anya explained, adjusting her aim so that the weapon was trained on his groin. "The next one will be more permanent." She had run plenty of interrogations before and knew how important it was to establish dominance right away. There were few better ways than the prospect of a .45 caliber round in the genitals. "What do you want?" Khalat demanded. "I want information." Picking up a battered old wooden chair lying near the wall, she took a seat in front of him. "Before we begin, know that I'm very good at spotting liars. No matter how good you think you are, I will know. And every time you lie to me, I will put another round in you." She gestured to the silenced M1911 in her lap. "I have 7 more bullets in this magazine, Vizier. You really don't want me to use them?" Khalad said nothing. She sensed her point had been made. "Now, tell me how you know me." His eyes narrowed, but the man remained silent. "Don't test me, Vizier," she warned. "You recognized my face when I walked in. How do you know me?" Khalad sighed, raising his eyes towards the ceiling before he finally spoke. "I've known you for a long time, Maras," he admitted. "Marcus Kane's little protégé, his pet project. The beautiful young woman who caught his eye." He looked her up and down. "Not quite so young now, of course, but I can see why his head was turned." Anya's jaw tightened. "Go on." "When you were captured by the Soviets in 1988, Marcus was all set to rescue you, no matter the cost to himself. But you had a little secret of your own, didn't you?" Anya could feel her heart beating faster as he spoke. "You were a KGB agent, sent to infiltrate the CIA. And you did an exceptionally good job, getting your case officer to fall in love with you, no less." He smirked. "After all, who would ever suspect a woman?" "Clearly you did," she prompted him. This man knew things about her that even the agency still hadn't discovered. Khalad nodded. "You had made a lot of enemies for yourself by then. The Soviet handlers you betrayed, the American military, who never fully trusted you, the factions in the CIA who wanted to see you fail." Anya didn't need to be reminded of that. She remembered all too well. "But Marcus believed in you, right up until I showed him your KGB file. The look on his face was tragic." He sighed, feigning sympathy. "No rescue for you." Leaning forward, Anya jammed the muzzle of her silencer into the flesh wound at his thigh, eliciting a growl of pain and a fresh surge of blood. Nearby, Alex looked away uncomfortably. "It was you," she snarled. "You convinced him to call off the rescue." "I did," he said, gritting his teeth. "Why?" "We thought you had betrayed the agency, gone back to your Soviet handlers. We assumed the whole thing was a trap to lure in the rest of the unit." Anya released her grip, leaning back in her chair as her mind raced. Kane hadn't abandoned her willingly. He had been forced into it, in the mistaken belief that she betrayed him. The traumatic, life-changing event that had driven a permanent wedge between them had started in a way she hadn't understood. What else did she not know or understand about the man? "You and I both live in a world of lies," Khalad went on. "It's the life we chose. But somehow, it never makes it any easier when we are the ones being lied to." Enough, Anya told herself. Whatever had driven Kane's decision to abandon her in Afghanistan all those years ago, it didn't change who he was now, and it certainly didn't change her mission here. "If you know me as well as you claim, you know I was captured by the Russians a second time," she said, refocusing her mind on the interrogation. 8 years ago they found me again." "I know this," Khalad confirmed grimly. "Then you also know of an Israeli agent named Russo," she explained. "He told me that Pakistani operatives coerced him into selling me out. Operatives answering to you, Vizier." Khalad had once again fallen silent. She could tell he was thinking fast, weighing up how much she knew and what he might say in response. "It was Kane who handed you that mission, wasn't it?" she pressed him. "He wanted plausible deniability. He used you and your men to locate me, so he could sell me out to the Russians. Tell me the truth, and I'll let you live." She expected him to break in light of such damning evidence, expected him to confirm everything she'd said, to vindicate her anger and justify her betrayal. But instead, to her utter dismay, the man shook his head and chuckled softly to himself. "You still don't understand, do you?" he said, still chuckling to himself. "This is bigger than Marcus Kane. Bigger than you or I. We are simply pawns in a much grander game." Clenching her jaw in anger, Anya pressed the silenced automatic against his other leg and pulled the trigger. Khalad's chuckling, mocking amusement, was suddenly replaced by screams of pain as he slumped forward, straining against his bonds. "Enough!" Anya shouted, grasping his hair and yanking his head back, just as she'd done with that deer 10 years earlier, forcing him to look at her. "This is no game. Give me answers, or I will torture you until you beg me for death, Vizier." "Anya," Alex began, his voice edged with alarm. "Stay out of this, Alex," she warned him. "Tell me, why was I betrayed?" "I told you. We live in a world of lies," Khalad said between ragged breaths. "Even Marcus." "Anya," Alex repeated, more urgently now. "What is it?" she demanded, furious at the interruption. His attention was focused on the laptop computer beside him. "The monitor sensor's been tripped. Someone's outside." He looked up at her then, his face tight with fear. "They've found us." Chapter 45. Washington, D.C. "Once we're tied into Kane's comms, we'll know where and when he's going to make his move," Drake went on, "and where to make ours." "It's just over 10 miles from Langley to the Capitol building," Mitchell said. "About 20 minutes in normal traffic." Drake nodded. "That means 20 minutes of vulnerability." "Yeah, but look at the map, Ryan. There are 100 different routes he could take," the former CID officer pointed out. "We can't set up an ambush like this on the fly. Even if we know when he's moving, we also need to know where."
"Mitchell's right," Dietrich agreed. "We need to prepare our ground in advance for this to work."
That much was certainly true, Drake conceded. Taking out an armed agency motorcade with the resources available would require every advantage they could muster. The attack, when it came, would have to be hard, fast, and highly coordinated. "Holy shit, Dietrich. You're actually agreeing with me," Mitchell quipped.
"Don't get used to it."
"We can't get to Kane, so we make Kane come to us." Drake pointed to the map, where the city was bisected by the meandering curve of the Potomac River. "No matter which route he takes, he still has to cross the Potomac." Jessica's eyes lit up. "The bridges." He nodded. "There are 3 possible crossing points: the Key Bridge in the north, the Thomas Jefferson Bridge in the center, and the 14th Street bridges off to the south." "What about this one?" Jessica asked, pointing to the one crossing that lay between them, the Arlington Memorial Bridge. Frost shook her head. "Unlikely. The main highway from Langley runs right underneath it," she explained, pointing to the road the motorcade was most likely to take. "He'd have to double back on himself to cross there." "That leaves us with 3 likely candidates," Drake concluded.
"Not bad, Ryan," Dietrich agreed. "No buildings nearby, not many civilians on the sidewalks. All we'd have to worry about is passing traffic."
"It narrows down our options, but we still can't be in 3 places at once," Mitchell reminded them. "How do we make him go where we want?" Drake looked up at his German comrade. "That's where you come in, Jonas." Fort Totten Waste Disposal Site.
"Fucking place stinks,"
Dietrich muttered as he strode across the vehicle storage depot, passing lines of bulky dump trucks, loaders, and tracked excavators, all of them silent and motionless in the early morning gloom, waiting for the first shift of the day to arrive. "It's landfill, Jonas. What did you expect?" Mitchell replied, though she had to admit the stench of rotting garbage hanging in the air was not a pleasant one. Dietrich ignored the quip.
"Ever wonder why we get landed with the shitty jobs?
Because Ryan doesn't like you?
The feeling's mutual, he snorted,
slowing as he approached one garbage truck in particular, taking note of the license plate and the sickly orange glow of nearby security lights.
This is the one.
Mitchell nodded. Get on it. I'll keep watch. Clambering up to the cab, Dietrich tried the door on the off chance it might have been left unlocked. Stranger things have happened, but not in this case. Instead, Dietrich retrieved his lock-picking gear and set to work. As he attacked the lock, Mitchell touched her comms unit. Kira, sit rep. On the other side of town, the young technical specialist sat hunched over her computer. Having easily hacked the depot's surveillance system and routed the feeds to her terminal, she now had a decent view of her two comrades. Smile, you're on candid camera. Mitchell smirked. How's my hair look? Great. Local security feeds are running on a loop so they can't see you on CCTV. Might want to make this quick, though. Copy that. She glanced up at Dietrich as he fumbled with the lock. I'd like to say we've got our best man on it, but...
I heard that, Dietrich muttered.
Moments later, the door lock clicked as the lock disengaged.
You were saying?
She smiled innocently. Never doubted you for a second. Dietrich disappeared from view as he set about stripping the ignition system to hotwire it. Hollywood makes it look easy. In reality, it is much more technical and much more time-consuming. Hate to interrupt you two lovebirds, Frost said, her tone urgent, but you got incoming.
Hey, you guys over there,
a voice called out from further down the line of vehicles.
What you doing? First shift doesn't start for another hour.
Fuck, Mitchell said under her breath, pasting on a fake smile as she turned to face the man striding over. He was in his mid-50s, his close-cropped hair bristling like a scrubbing brush, his stout frame straining against his night watchman's uniform. That's why we're here, she began, her tone confident and relaxed, almost to the point of boredom. She'd long since learned that if you look and act like you're supposed to be there, most people will assume that you are. Got a problem with one of your trucks. We're here to take it in for an overhaul. The night watchman frowned.
What kind of problem?
Mitchell made a show of inspecting the folder she was carrying, containing some hastily forged worksheets. Says here you've got noises and vibrations coming from the front wheels. Probably a warm bearing. Pain in the ass to strip out. That's why they sent us here early to pick it up.
Keep him talking.
Dietrich's voice buzzed in her ear.
I'm almost done.
Approaching, the night watchman looked her up and down. She and Dietrich were dressed in the blue overalls and hard hats of vehicle mechanics.
That's weird. Usually they leave an entry in the vehicle logbook,
he mused, an air of suspicion creeping in now. Mitchell shrugged dismissively. Hey, I don't run things at this end. They tell us to come pick up a truck, here we are. She paused. Whatever. Call it in if you want. Hesitating, the man reached for his walkie-talkie and put a call to the security hut.
Hey, Mike, you got a copy?
Go.
Yeah, I got a maintenance crew in here to pick up one of our dump trucks. You got anything on the job sheet for today?
Wait one. A few seconds passed. Nah, nothing on the log. Mitchell felt her heartbeat surge and thought of the weapon tucked into her work belt behind her back. She could fight her way out of this if need be, but the prospect of killing an innocent man was not an appealing one.
What about the computer log?
The watchman asked.
They've seen your face. If this goes to shit, you know what must be done.
Dietrich's monotone voice warned her. He was out of sight for now, but she took his meaning well enough. If she didn't drop the night watchman, he wouldn't hesitate to do it for her. Yeah, I got it here, the second security man confirmed. One of the garbage trucks is down with bearing problems. The crew's scheduled to come pick it up before first shift. Guess they forgot to fill in the paperwork. Mitchell relaxed instantly. Frost had managed to insert a fake log entry. The ruse would likely be discovered before too long, but it wouldn't matter. They had what they needed now. She gave the watchman a world-weary shrug. Red tape, am I right? He grinned.
You know it. Need any help getting this thing out?
In response, Dietrich sat up straight in the driver's cab and rolled down the window.
No, we're good to go here,
he said, putting on a fake American accent. The watchman seemed momentarily perplexed, but Dietrich fired up the engine before he could question it further. "Have a good one," Mitchell called out over the rumble of the engine, clambering up into the passenger seat. Driving away hesitantly as he tried to get a feel for the clutch and transmission, Dietrich glanced at his partner in crime.
"You're a hell of a bullshitter, Mitchell."
The woman flashed a grin. "I learn from the best." Chapter 46. Once you have the truck, your objective will be to cause as much chaos as possible and block off the southern approaches, leaving Kane with only one option. Drake circled the Key Bridge, better known as the Francis Scott Memorial Bridge, the northernmost of the possible crossing points. Once we've funneled Kane's motorcade into the kill zone, our final objective is to spring the trap, he went on. This is where things get interesting. That's one word for it, Frost remarked. Giving her a brief glance, Drake carried on. The standard official motorcade for an agency director is 3 vehicles, one on point, one follow-up car behind, and the main limousine in the center. That means about a dozen armed agents in total. The CIA director wasn't quite on the same level as POTUS, who traveled with a veritable army of Secret Service agents, police, White House officials, emergency doctors, and dozens of other personnel to protect every aspect of his well-being. Nonetheless, it was an important government position with an appropriately comprehensive security package. Springing the trap would be one thing. Making sure Kane was caught in it would be quite another. A lot of guns, Mitchell mused. The guns we can take care of. It's a limousine that's the problem. With that, Drake spread a photograph on the table before them. It was a picture of an imposing executive limousine, snapped en route to some official function. Say hello to the CIA director's official vehicle, Drake began. Bulletproof glass, run-flat tires, fully armored with Kevlar and ceramic plate. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. So what do you suggest? Jessica asked.
A hammer,
Dietrich replied. Striding over to the panel van parked in the center of the disused garage, he slid open the side door and hoisted out a large reinforced plastic carry case. After setting it down on the table with a heavy thump, he unlatched the catches holding it closed, glanced at the others like a magician about to perform his trick, and flipped the lid open. Jesus Christ, Dietrich! Do you think you could have found something bigger? Frost asked, running her eyes over the heavy-caliber sniper rifle set within the case's foam packing. It was far larger and bulkier than anything she'd handled before. Dietrich flashed a sardonic smile.
I suppose most things look big to you, little one.
Hefting the weapon carefully, he lifted it out of its protective case for inspection.
This is an AS-50 anti-materiel rifle, with integrated scope and collapsible bipod. Accurate up to 1,500 meters.
The AS-50 was a British weapon released by Accuracy International just a few years earlier, designed to take out armored personnel carriers, low-flying aircraft, and other lightly protected vehicles. The concept was based on the anti-tank rifles of the First and Second World Wars, though the design was distinctly cutting-edge, making use of an array of composite materials and recoil-absorbing mechanisms to create a weapon that was both powerful and usable without injuring the operator. He held it out to Drake, who accepted the heavy weapon and raised it up to his shoulder, testing the weight and balance. Even without ammunition, the rifle weighed a good 30 pounds. Firing it while standing upright would be impossible. This was a weapon that needed to be emplaced in a prepared position. Good, he decided, lowering the gun.
Damn right it's good, his colleague snorted. Had to call in a lot of favors to get that.
Will it be enough, though? Mitchell asked. Dietrich flashed a wolf-like grin.
It will with these, he said, opening an ammunition box and holding up one of the AS-50's formidable-looking cartridges. Raufoss Mark 211, 50 caliber rounds, Armor-piercing tungsten tip with a high-explosive incendiary core. It's got as much penetrating power as a 20mm round, but only half the size. Theoretically, you could shoot down a Hind chopper with one of these.
Raufoss rounds were particularly nasty projectiles, able to punch through armor plating before detonating a high-explosive incendiary element, killing or severely injuring anyone trapped inside a target vehicle. It'll be enough, Drake decided, laying the weapon down. The plan was simple. After disabling Kane's limousine, he would pepper the stationary vehicle with Raufoss rounds, turning the interior into a killing zone. If direct fire or shrapnel didn't kill Kane, the incendiary element would ignite the car's interior and burn him alive. If he bailed out, Drake would be standing by to drop him. The other two vehicles in the motorcade would, at that point, be irrelevant. Kane and everyone else in the limo would be dead before they could do anything to assist. Such collateral damage would, Drake knew, weigh heavily on his conscience for a long time to come. But it was the only plan that offered a decent prospect of success. "Where will you be?" Mitchell asked. "Where will you take the shot?" Drake turned his eyes to the map once more. Here, he decided, circling a building on the northern side of the bridge, a well-known landmark amongst university students in the area. The 150-foot-high clock tower provided a perfect field of fire across the bridge below. Georgetown University. A silence descended on the group then, as each of them stared at the innocuous-looking building marked on the map. That was where it would happen. That was where Marcus Kane would die. Chapter 47. Islamabad, Pakistan. Instantly, Anya's mind snapped back into the moment, her anger and desire for vengeance replaced by quick, calculating decision-making. Rushing over to Alex's laptop, she surveyed the images from the wireless surveillance cameras installed outside. Sure enough, a pair of vans had pulled up, and at least a dozen armed operatives were converging on the warehouse, kitted out in full body armor and clutching submachine guns. Somehow the Pakistani intelligence service had found them, despite Alex's best efforts. "Wipe everything, now!" she instructed, hurrying to retrieve the assault rifle she'd left beside the van. "Get to the emergency exit as soon as it's done!" Kalat, seeing the urgency of her situation, smiled, despite the pain. "Time to fly, little bird," he taunted. "I told you they would find me." Snatching up the assault rifle, Anya turned towards the prisoner. Clearly there was more to learn from him, but she couldn't do it here. Kalat would have to come with them. She'd just taken a step towards him when the sudden tinkle of broken glass caught her attention. She looked up, in time to see a couple of small objects fly in through the ventilation windows high above. Instinctively, she turned away and squeezed her eyes shut, just as a pair of thunderous bangs shook the building. The assault team wouldn't risk using fragmentation grenades with a friendly in here, forcing them to employ stun grenades instead. Her ears were ringing when she opened her eyes and glanced towards the main doors. They were heavy steel units, mounted on rollers and secured with a heavy padlock chain from the inside, a formidable barrier. But the sudden roar of a vehicle engine told her they had found their own solution. A second later, the doors crashed open, peeling inwards and collapsing as one of the vans burst through, venting steam from behind the crumpled front grille. Even before it had come to a halt, the side door slid open, and black-clad assault operatives began to pile out, with more surging in through the breech doors. Turning away, Anya leapt for cover behind her own parked vehicle, just as one of the attackers raised his weapon and snapped off a burst. "Contact!" The warehouse echoed with the rattle of automatic fire as a stream of 9mm rounds zipped past, screaming off the concrete floor just meters away. Anya backed up against the van as more gunfire peppered the sides and rear, bursting the tires and punching holes in the thin metal skin. Rolling over and flattening herself against the ground, she peered beneath the van, spotting a pair of booted feet advancing towards her. Hefting the M4 into position, she let loose a prolonged burst of fire. The weapon kicked and bucked against her shoulder, spent shell casings rattling against the underside of the vehicle to land smoking on the ground beside her. Zipping along beneath the van, the 5.56mm projectiles tore into the feet and shins of the unfortunate operative, shattering bones and blowing flesh apart. She saw him stumble and fall, heard his agonized scream, then rolled aside to avoid an answering hail of gunfire. A couple of rounds even ricocheted off the ground and the underside of the van to howl past her, missing by less than a foot. Nearby, Riley smiled as she let loose another volley, relishing the satisfying kick of the MP5 against her shoulder. She had been dispatched here to this hot, stinking country on the far side of the world with one mission: to find and kill Anya. Now her goal was within sight. "Move up!" she commanded. "Take her out!" They had her pinned down, Anya knew. It would only be a matter of seconds before they outflanked her or flushed her out with grenades. Either way, she'd be cut down by automatic gunfire. Reaching for her comms unit, she hit the transmit key. "Alex, come in! Anya! Where are—" "I'm pinned down," she interrupted. "I need cover! Fire in the hole!" "Are you sure?" Another round ricocheted off the paintwork beside her, tiny flecks of semi-molten metal spilling off and peppering the side of her face. "Fire in the hole!" she repeated. "Now!" Nearby, the three operatives on point were closing in on the now ruined van, weapons up and ready. At a signal from Riley, one man peeled off left while the other moved right, outflanking their target. Dangerous and well-trained she might have been, but she was alone and cut off. They had the advantage of numbers and firepower, and Riley was determined to make use of both. Gripping the MP5 submachine gun tight, she spoke into her comms unit. "In position?" "Roger." "Standing by." Both men were standing by with stun grenades. Either Anya would be forced to break cover, in which case Riley would drop her, or they'd rush her while she was blinded and deafened. Either way, she wasn't getting out of this. She took a breath, readying herself, before giving the word. "Go!" But just as she issued her command, her voice was drowned out by a high-pitched, shrieking whine from somewhere up above. Glancing up in alarm, Riley was just in time to see a bright red projectile screaming towards her, trailing smoke and sparks. "RPG!" she cried out, throwing herself aside. The strange missile hissed over her head before detonating with a flash and a shower of sparks. It was followed almost immediately by another and another. Within seconds, the warehouse was alive with pyrotechnics surging down from both sides, flashing and shrieking and bursting apart around the assault team in a loud, blinding, disorienting display. "Fuck!" Riley shouted in anger, ignoring the barrage now that she understood its origins. "It's just goddamn fireworks! Move in now!" The improvised explosive devices raining projectiles down on them might have been loud and alarming, but they posed little threat to a fully armored assault team. Leaping to their feet, the operatives surged through the drifting sparks and brightly colored smoke towards their target, weapons up and ready. Anya, however, had used the brief distraction to abandon her position and was now sprinting towards the metal stairwell at the far side of the warehouse, ducking and doing her best to avoid the flying projectiles. The armored assault team might have been able to shrug it off, but she had no such protection. She also knew the surprise and disorientation wouldn't last long. She had mere seconds to rendezvous with Alex and make her escape. She could only hope the young man was smart enough to pull out. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than a figure emerged from the smoke right in front of her, coalescing into solid reality before her eyes. She saw him, just as he saw her, and raised his submachine gun to fire. Her first instinct was to pull away, but in one of those split-second decisions that often mean the difference between life and death, Anya instead rushed forward, angling slightly to the right, then shifting her weight, allowing herself to fall back. Her momentum carried her on so that she skidded along the ground past him. She saw him adjust his aim, saw him twist the weapon downward, and heard the rattling crack as it spat out a burst that chewed into the ground behind her. But it was too late. As she skidded past, she angled the M4 towards him and returned fire. Unable to aim with any degree of accuracy, she simply held the trigger down and emptied the entire magazine into him. Many of her rounds missed altogether. Others flattened themselves against his armor or ricocheted away. But enough found their mark to knock him off balance. Sliding to a halt, Anya discarded the empty, smoking weapon and leapt to her feet. Ignoring the pain in her bruised body, she drew the M1911 automatic and kicked the stricken operative to the ground before he could fire again. Jamming the barrel beneath his chin, she fired a single round upward. There was a dull crunch and a metallic whang as the .45 caliber projectile tore up through his skull before impacting the inside of his helmet. He was down, but others would be here soon enough, alerted by the sound of gunfire. She had to get out. Her thoughts were cut short when something struck her hard across the back of the head, jerking her forward. White light exploded across her eyes as she went down, the pistol falling from her grip. Anya landed in a heap beside the man she'd just killed, stars dancing across her vision and pain blazing from the back of her head. She'd been hit. How bad she couldn't say. But she was alive. She had to get up. Struggling to rise, she saw the bleary shape of the dead trooper's submachine gun just a few feet away and groggily stretched out her hand for it. A sudden kick to the ribs put an end to such a meager effort, knocking her over onto her back.
"Not this time, you little bitch,"
a voice said, muffled by a face mask. Looking up, Anya could see the man who had struck her with the butt of his weapon, the man who loomed huge and menacing, silhouetted against the flash and smoke of the fireworks as he raised his gun to fire. A shot rang out, followed by another and another. Anya flinched with each sharp crack, not understanding how she was still alive. The operative in front of her jerked and staggered under the impacts before a final round blasted straight through his face mask. He toppled backward, triggering a wild, uncontrolled burst in his death throes that tore into the ceiling overhead before collapsing in a twitching heap. A moment later, a second figure leapt into view, a young man, his face etched with fear and concern, a smoking automatic clutched in his hand.
"Anya, are you okay?"
Alex asked, his voice shaking.
"Can you walk?"
She stared back at him, dazed, struggling to understand.
"Alex? Get up," he hissed. "We have to go now."
Hooking a hand beneath her arm, Alex managed to haul the injured woman to her feet and half-dragged her towards the metal stairwell. The blood pounded in her ears and her vision swam, yet she retained enough awareness to realize the urgency of the situation and somehow found the strength to put one foot in front of the other, stumbling and lurching up the stairs.
"Hurry,"
Alex urged her, coughing as he inhaled the thick cordite smoke all around. The barrage was sputtering out now as the last of the pyrotechnics were expended, leaving a thick, choking cloud of acrid smoke hanging over the warehouse. But they both knew it wouldn't last long. Anya managed to reach the top of the stairs, leading to a catwalk that ran just beneath the roof, and together they staggered along to the far corner, where a ladder led up to a rooftop access hatch. Leaving his injured friend, Alex ascended the ladder, unlocked the hatch cover, and heaved it open. Smoke poured through the gap, providing glimpses of a dark sky beyond.
"Come on,"
the young man hissed.
"Let's go!"
The world was spinning around Anya, but through some great exertion of will, she clutched at the metal rungs, hauling herself up one at a time. Her vision was growing blurry again, the pain and disorientation assailing her. She felt like lead weights had been anchored to her body. Every rung was like climbing a mountain. But still, she forced herself upward. Almost there. Then she slipped, her hand missing the final rung above. She felt herself tumble backwards, already bracing herself for the bruising impact with the grate below. She knew, even as she fell, that she wouldn't have the strength to make the climb again. Suddenly she felt something close around her wrist, felt herself jerk to a stop, and looked up to see Alex in the open hatch above her. His arm was shaking, his face contorted with the effort of holding her, but his grip was unfailing. And with some titanic effort, born out of desperation and sheer stubborn refusal to give in, he hauled her upward until she managed to grasp the edge of the hatch. Hooking her feet into the rungs below, Anya was at last able to lend her own meagre strength to his efforts, and with an exhausted gasp, she heaved herself out of the opening. Drained by the exertion, they collapsed together on the rooftop. Down below, Vizier Khalad crouched in a corner of the smoke-filled space. The sudden and unexpected barrage had bought him the time he needed to free himself, tipping his chair over so that it broke on impact. Thus able to move, he'd limped away from the desperate gun battle and taken refuge at the rear of the building, where he waited for the assault team to take care of Maras and her accomplice. Now he sat slumped against the wall, silent and wary, teeth gritted against the pain of the gunshot wounds. True to her word, she'd made sure to administer flesh wounds only, though it scarcely lessened his animosity towards her. He fervently hoped the team was able to capture her alive. He wanted to repay today's little interrogation session personally. Not to mention the security operative who had abandoned his post and fled to save his own sorry life. Khalad would ensure he made good on his threat to kill the man and his family for such cowardice. The sound of footsteps approaching drew his attention back to more immediate matters, and he looked up as a pair of men in full assault gear approached him, with their weapons up and ready.
"You took long enough,"
he snapped in Pashto, his authority as director quickly reasserting itself.
"Get me a medic!"
Neither man responded, nor did they lower their weapons.
"Are you deaf?"
Khalad demanded.
"Can't you see I've been shot?"
Reaching up slowly, one of the operatives pressed the transmit button on his comms unit. "Alpha Team, principal is secure. Requesting orders." Khalad blanched. The operative had spoken in English, and it was a woman. This assault team was American.
"Copy that,"
the voice replied.
"What's the status on the target?"
"They were expecting us. We've got men down."
"I don't care about casualties. I want her dead."
"Marcus Kane sent you, didn't he?" Khalad said, his heart beating fast and urgent now. "He knew Maras was coming for me. You tell him I can help find her. I know what she's looking for."
"You hearing this?"
Riley asked, keeping her radio link open so that Hawkins could listen in. The few seconds of silence that followed seemed to stretch out into hours.
"I've heard enough from him," Hawkins decided. "Kill him and find Anya."
"Wait!" Khalad pleaded as the woman trained her weapon on him. For the first time in his long career of careful planning and maneuvering, of calculated risks and negotiation, of betraying and sacrificing others to further his own interests, at last, he knew true fear.
"Kane needs me. There are things he doesn't know. We have a deal."
"Had a deal, asshole," Riley said calmly before putting 3 rounds through his chest. As the dead man slumped to the floor, his blood painting the wall behind, Riley turned to her second in command. "Spread out! Find her!" For the next few seconds, neither Anya nor Alex could say a word as they lay gasping for air, hearts pounding, muscles aching. They were each exhausted and hurting, but they weren't out of danger yet. Rolling over, Alex grasped the hatch cover and swung it closed. Lacking anything to bolt it with, he hastily unbuckled his belt and looped it through the internal bolts, tightening the leather strap as far as it would go. "That won't hold them long," he warned, turning towards his companion. "We have to move." Rousing herself, Anya gestured to the far end of the rooftop. "The line," she mumbled. "Get it ready." "You be right behind me," Alex said as he hurried away. Their warehouse sat amid a heavily industrialized area, one of nearly a dozen identical units arrayed in rows along a main access road, with a stretch of brush-covered dead ground behind. Between each warehouse stood a gap of at least 30 feet, too far for any human to jump. Fortunately, they had a different escape route in mind. Anticipating a possible attack, Anya had run a length of cable down from the roof of their warehouse and across the open ground behind, securing it to a support post for the chain-link fence that encircled the site. The line had deliberately been left slack, even buried in places to avoid drawing attention. Rushing over to the edge of the roof where this line had been coiled around the perimeter rail, Alex spotted the stack of cinder blocks attached to the end, grasped them, and heaved them over the edge. The heavy counterweight plummeted away into the darkness below, drawing the cable with it until the line snapped taut, the old rail straining visibly. "It's ready!" he called out. "Hurry!" Struggling to her feet, Anya limped over to him. Alex meanwhile snatched up the simple pair of leather straps that would serve as an improvised descent harness, wrapping one end around his wrist. "Go," she instructed him. "I'll follow behind." Alex glanced uncertainly at the line stretching off into the darkness, then back at Anya. "Maybe you should go first." A loud thump caused them both to turn as the hatch cover jumped upward an inch or so, before Alex's improvised binding held it back. "No time to argue," Anya decided. "Go! Now, Alex!" Swearing under his breath, Alex looped his descent harness over the cable and gripped it tight, testing the weight. A whole lot of things could go wrong in the next few seconds. The cable could snap, the harness could give way, or he could lose his grip and fall. Not to mention the prospect of getting shot while hanging suspended and helpless. "Fuck it," he muttered, pushing himself away from the edge. The line jerked and flexed under his weight, swinging him from side to side and threatening to tear the harness right out of his grip. But he clung doggedly on as he began to slide down the cable, rapidly picking up speed. The wind whipped past his face, and the ground rushed beneath him as the rooftop, and Anya, receded into the distance. Alex tensed up, bracing himself as the perimeter fence hurtled towards him, bringing up his feet to cushion the impact as he slammed into the barrier. Behind him, Anya watched as the young man disappeared into the darkness, the metal rail threatening to buckle under his weight. The rattle of automatic fire drew her attention back to the access hatch, where a burst of gunfire had punched through the metal sheeting, tearing apart Alex's belt. As the hatch cover swung open from inside, Anya knew she was out of time. There was no choice but to risk it. Looping the descender around the still jerking cable, she gripped the leather straps tight, closed her eyes, and threw herself off the roof. The sickening moment of plunging vertigo was halted by a violent snap as the cable took her weight, very nearly tearing the straps from her grasp. She was weakened and disoriented after the fight, and quite possibly nursing a concussion. In short, she was in no condition to attempt a fast rope descent like this. But there was no alternative. She either went for it, or she died. Another burst of gunfire crackled somewhere behind, but Anya paid it little attention. Every ounce of willpower and strength was now focused on maintaining her grip as the ground soared by below, every second carrying her further from the rooftop, and the armed men sent to kill her. She could feel her grip weakening, the strap beginning to slide through her fingers. Desperately she tried to hold on, but her body was reluctant to obey her commands, and little by little, she could feel herself losing her hold. Up ahead, she saw the perimeter fence rushing towards her, with Alex crouched down beside it, and gritted her teeth as she fought to keep hold for a few more seconds. It was no good. The strap slipped through her hand and disappeared. She fell, plunging through the air, waiting for the crushing impact as the ground rushed up to smash her like a giant fist. But to her surprise, she tumbled to the ground a mere moment later, pitching forward and instinctively rolling to absorb the impact and bleed away some of her forward momentum. "Anya, are you okay?" Alex asked, hurrying over to her. Picking herself up with difficulty, Anya gingerly moved her limbs. Pain radiated from a dozen bruises and cuts where sharp stones had gashed her skin. But she couldn't feel anything broken, at least. What she hadn't realized was that her weight on the line had caused the weakened railing to buckle outward, adding just enough slack to lower the height of the cable and save her from serious injury. It had been a lucky escape indeed. "I'm all right," she confirmed, not entirely sure how true that was. Alerted by distant shouts on the rooftop, Alex pointed towards a gap in the dilapidated fence. "We can't stay here. Come on." As they slipped through the ragged gap in the chain links and into the darkness beyond, Anya spoke up. "I have to warn Ryan." "Ryan?" Alex exclaimed. "I thought you wanted nothing to do with him." "Things have changed," the woman replied. "Everything has changed." Part 4. Something to Kill For. He who seeks revenge should remember to dig 2 graves. Chinese proverb. Chapter 48. CIA Headquarters, Langley, May 1st. At just after 1 p.m., Marcus Kane's desk phone bleeped with an incoming call. Steeling himself, he lifted the receiver. "Director Kane?" The crisp, efficient voice of a female operator greeted him. "Please hold for the President, sir." The line went silent again. He heard a few distant clicks and buzzes as the lines were synced up and the encryption software at both ends did its thing. Then, a second or two later, Kane was connected with the President of the United States.
"Marcus, good to speak with you again,"
POTUS began, speaking in the smooth, measured cadence he'd become so well known for.
"How have you been?"
"I've been just fine, Mr. President," he lied. "Thank you for asking."
"Well, I've got a feeling your day's about to get a whole lot better," POTUS said, clearly pleased with the news he was about to give. "The vote just came in from the Senate Select Committee. It's my honor to inform you that they've approved your appointment as permanent director of the CIA. Congratulations, Director Kane."
Kane closed his eyes and exhaled, allowing it to sink in, allowing himself just a moment to appreciate the accomplishment.
"The honor is mine, Mr. President. Look, I know you've worked long and hard for this, and I know you've given a great deal in service of your country. I'm confident you'll make an excellent director, and I have a feeling we'll be needing men like you in the years ahead."
"Thank you, sir. I won't let you down."
"Good man," POTUS said, and Kane had the impression he genuinely meant it. "Now, I believe the DNI will be in touch shortly to invite you for the confirmation ceremony later today. It's a formality, of course, but we have to go through the whole 9 yards. If you don't mind heading over to this side of the Potomac one more time, that is."
Kane managed to force a laugh.
"Ha! Of course, sir." "Good. My people will arrange the swearing-in ceremony at Langley once you've finished at the Senate. We'll try to keep press involvement to a minimum, given everything else that's going on right now. And maybe then we can get down to some real work, huh?"
Kane smiled at the thought. Yes, there was indeed a lot of work to do.
"Thank you, Mr. President."
Barely 20 minutes after Kane's momentous call with the White House, Drake's cell phone started buzzing. Bracing himself, he hit the receive call icon.
Yeah? It's me, Stark announced. Kane's office just took a call from the White House. It's happening today.
Standing in the midst of their makeshift base, Drake raised his free hand and snapped his fingers to get everyone's attention. All work and conversation ceased as the others looked expectantly towards him.
When? The confirmation ceremony is at 6 p.m.
Drake looked at his watch. Barely 2 hours to have everything in place. It would be tight, but they could do it.
You know what you have to do?
I do, Stark confirmed.
Good. Activate your comms unit and get to Langley. We'll talk you through it. I'm on my way there now,
the NSA director confirmed. He paused before adding, "This is it, Ryan. Don't let me down."
I won't.
Closing down the call, he looked around at his companions, the small group of friends, of family, who had followed him all this way, who had risked their lives for him more times than he could count, the people he was asking to help him, one last time. They were watching him now, waiting, ready.
"We're on,"
he stated.
"Get ready."
Chapter 49. Golyonovo District, Moscow, March 10th, 2003. Marcus Kane inhaled, tasting the frigid night air as he stood in the shadow of a half-built concrete wall, waiting for his contact to arrive. The construction site in which he was standing had been started when the hammer and sickle still flew over the Kremlin, a grand housing scheme for the good workers of the city that had never come to fruition. With the fall of the Soviet Union, construction had halted in the early 1990s and never restarted. Ghostly frames of half-finished buildings stood everywhere, most covered with graffiti, their concrete supports crumbling away to expose the steel reinforcing rods beneath. Everything of value had long since vanished, leaving just the bare bones standing as silent reminders of what might have been. Not for the first time, he caught himself reflecting on his own involvement in that. Were it not for the actions of himself and others, might the hammer and sickle still be flying? Might Europe still be divided? And the Cold War still be raging? He shook his head, banishing the notion. He wasn't here to reminisce about past wars, but to avert future ones. He reached beneath his coat to feel the solid shape of the Glock pistol he brought with him. When someone arranged to meet with you in waste ground on the outskirts of Moscow in the middle of the night, the chances of a violent confrontation were high, especially if that man was Viktor Surovsky. Kane had done his research on the man. A career KGB agent, he had served as an intelligence officer in Afghanistan in the 1980s, conducting a brutal and highly effective campaign against the Mujahideen. He had gone quiet after the dissolution of the USSR, falling off the agency's radar, only to re-emerge during the recent conflict in Chechnya, where, by all accounts, he'd continued the ruthlessly efficient tactics learned in Afghanistan. A hard, dangerous man who had lived a hard, dangerous life.
"A cold night, my friend."
Kane whirled around to see a figure standing in the shadows of a gutted apartment block. It took most of his self-control not to reach for the pistol on instinct. The figure moved, resolving itself into the shape of an elderly man in a black overcoat and an ushanka, the traditional fur hat ubiquitous in Russia. Even in the poor light, Kane could make out the sallow, gaunt face of Viktor Surovsky.
"In my country, we are well used to the cold,"
the Russian went on. His English was excellent, with only a mild accent. Smiling, he reached into his coat pocket, and again Kane resisted the temptation to grab for the pistol. An anxious moment later, Surovsky produced a small hip flask, undid the stopper, and took a generous swig. Satisfied, he held it out to Kane, who shook his head. "I didn't come all this way to share a drink." The Russian snorted with amusement.
"Indeed not. You're here because you want information from me. Information that could prove extremely valuable to you.
Kane's look was dubious. That depends on what you want in return.
We will talk about what I want in a moment. First, let's talk about what you want, Marcus Kane, he said. The United States is preparing to invade Iraq. The war could start within days.
None of this was a secret, of course. The build-up of military forces in the Gulf had been well documented by the world's news media.
We both know this invasion will be a costly mistake,
Zurovsky went on, speaking with absolute confidence.
Believe me, we Russians know the cost of ill-conceived invasions.
There was a glimmer in his eyes as he said this. An old fire of anger and hatred kindled briefly into life by the humiliating defeat in Afghanistan, another event that Kane had played a part in orchestrating.
You are here, Mr. Kane, because you're looking for a way to stop this war before it happens, a way to save hundreds of thousands of lives.
The man smiled, though it was as cold as the night around them.
What if I told you I could give it to you?
Now they were getting down to it. What are you offering?
I am offering you the president of Iraq.
Kane's eyes lit up. Saddam Hussein was the rock on which the Iraqi regime was built. Without him, the government would collapse within days, allowing more moderate successors to take over, removing the need for armed invasion.
How exactly? He asked warily. One of the members of his inner circle is willing to trade his location in exchange for money and a guarantee of freedom. Once you know this, a simple drone strike will be all it takes to eliminate him. You could go down in history as the man who stopped a war and saved thousands of lives, Mr. Kane. Is that not a legacy to be proud of?
It was indeed. America had already been drawn into one costly and fruitless foreign war in Afghanistan. They had been fighting for 2 years already with no end in sight. The last thing they needed was to start another. That's what you're offering, he said. What do you want in return? The FSB agent took another drink from his flask, relishing both the drink and the moment that was about to come.
What do I want?
Kane was making his last-minute preparations before departing Langley when his desk intercom buzzed. It was his personal secretary in the outer office.
Yeah, Arthur. Sir, I have NSA Director Stark here to see you.
Kane frowned. In all the time they'd worked together, Stark had never sought him out at Langley. Their meetings had been conducted in secrecy, far from prying eyes. Why come here today? He glanced at his watch. His executive motorcade was already on standby downstairs, ready to ferry him to the Senate. He could ill afford a lengthy delay. Still, curiosity compelled him to accept. All right, show him in. Moments later, the door opened and Richard Stark strode into the office. Unusually, he was wearing his official naval uniform rather than the drab grey suits he traditionally favored. He was even walking straighter and taller, carrying himself with the confidence and bearing of the military man he'd once been.
Richard, this is
unexpected, Kane began, putting extra emphasis on that word as he rose from his desk.
Not often we have the NSA director here at Langley.
Kane's secretary discreetly closed the door behind him. Given the gravity of events that were discussed in this office, the room was soundproofed and free of recording devices. They could talk freely.
Well, it's not every day we get a new CIA director, Stark replied. I hear congratulations are in order, Marcus.
On the other side of the Potomac, Kira Frost sat hunched in the back of her panel van, doing her best to ignore the steady drumming of rain against the roof. They had pulled into a lay-by along the tree-lined Clara Barton Parkway, just over the river, barely 1,000 meters from Kane's office. It was as close as they could get, legally.
I'm ready to begin my sweep,
she said, speaking calmly and efficiently into her headset. "You need to get close to him, Stark." "How long is this going to take?" Mitchell called from the driver's seat up front, keeping a wary eye on passing vehicles. "There are too many variables at play," Frost replied briefly, the tension and pressure of the moment obvious. "But we get one shot, and that's it." "You hear a lot, Richard," Kane acknowledged. A flicker of a smile brightened the man's normally stoic features. "Wouldn't be a very good NSA director if I didn't." He moved forward, approaching Kane's desk so that the two men faced each other across the shining expanse of teak. "Officially, of course, it's tradition for other agency directors to welcome new appointments into their roles. I imagine we'll be working together closely in the years ahead." The modified cell phone, scanning for other devices to copy, finally found what it was looking for and transmitted a result that pinged on Frost's laptop a fraction of a second later. "Yo, I got something!" she exclaimed, leaning forward to study the data on screen. Her elation soon turned to a frown of confusion. "Wait, what the fuck?" Mitchell twisted around in her seat. "What's wrong?" "There's 2 cell phones in range," the tech specialist replied. "Either there's someone else in the room we don't know about, or Kane's got a hidden burner," Mitchell finished for her. "Can you clone them both?" Clearly the burner was likely to yield the most useful intel. The problem was they didn't know which was which, and there might not be time to clone both. "Yeah, but it'll take time. Isolating the first one now." As the cloning process began and the on-screen progress bar slowly began to fill up, Frost unmuted her headset to speak with Stark. "It's working, Stark. Keep him talking. And for Christ's sake, don't let him leave." Kane raised an eyebrow, regarding his NSA counterpart with curiosity. "And unofficially?" Stark eased himself into the chair opposite, regarding Kane across the desk. "We've known each other a long time, Marcus." It was an interesting statement, Kane thought. For all the times they'd met and exchanged information over the years, they had never talked of personal matters. Kane knew the true personality of the man, seated opposite, no better than a stranger on the street. "And I've always played it straight with you," Stark went on, looking oddly uncomfortable now, as if he was struggling to find the right words. "Given your new appointment, I'd like to think you'll keep that in mind when the time comes." Frost's eyes were glued to the progress bar on screen as it crept agonizingly slowly towards completion. The tension in the van was palpable as the early evening rain continued to patter off the metal roof. "First cell is at 50%, she said, flexing and tensing her fingers anxiously. There was nothing she could do to hurry the process. All she could do was watch. "Keep him talking, Stark." Leaning back in his chair, Kane surveyed his counterpart. In official terms at least, they were equals, heads of their respective organizations, commanding considerable authority and influence. But in the true race to the top, Kane was about to pull dramatically ahead of his rival, a fact that was doubtless weighing heavily on his mind now. "Come on, Richard. You don't really think I'm that petty, do you?" Stark shifted a little in his seat, a minor change in posture, but a significant show of discomfort all the same. He wasn't a man accustomed to being put on the spot like this. "The measure of a man is how he treats the people he doesn't have to be kind to," Stark said, paraphrasing the well-known proverb. Come on," Frost whispered, desperately willing the computer to work faster. The time between incremental movements looked to be growing longer, the seconds stretching out into hours. "How long?" Mitchell demanded. She was just as edgy as her younger companion, but completely ignorant of how their efforts were progressing. "We're at 78% on the first cell. Stay with him, Stark," she commanded the NSA director. It was Kane's turn to offer a faint, knowing smile. "You know,
The last we spoke, you offered me a few words of advice. It seems only fair that I return the favor now." Stark sat watching him in silence. "Do you want to know your problem?" Leaning forward, Kane rested his hands on the desk and looked him in the eye. "You think small, Richard. You view the world in such narrow terms, obsessing over the little details, but missing the big picture. Maybe if you saw things as I do, we'd be in different positions right now." He saw something flare behind Stark's eyes then, as the man sat stock still on the other side of his desk. Anger, resentment, jealousy. Perhaps all of those things. He couldn't quite say, but it was there all the same. However, he never got the chance to respond. No sooner had Kane spoken than his intercom buzzed. "Sir, your motorcade is waiting downstairs," Kane's secretary advised. The tone of her voice warned him that time was growing short. "I'm sorry, Richard, but duty calls," he said, rising from his chair and flashing a charming smile. "Wouldn't want to miss this one. You understand, right?" "Of course." Stark stood up stiffly. "We all have our jobs to do, and I wouldn't want to keep you from yours." Rounding the desk, he stepped close and held out a hand. Kane took it, noting the strength behind Stark's grip. "Enjoy today, Marcus," he said quietly. "You deserve it." That look was there again, and Kane briefly wondered at the intent behind it. Had he mistaken jealousy and envy for something colder and more menacing? Then he released his grip, and the look vanished. Kane was out of time. He had to leave now. "Thanks for coming over, Director Stark," he said, turning away and opening his office door so that his secretary could hear them once more. "Looking forward to working with you. Oh, and see yourself out, would you?" "Fuck, he bailed on us," Mitchell hissed. Twisting around in her seat, she looked at Frost, who was still staring intently at her computer screen. "Tell me you got it." "Only had time to clone one cell," she replied, though her expression betrayed her familiar lopsided grin. "But we've got the son of a bitch. Give me a couple minutes to reconstitute it here and we're ready to rock." Excitement and anticipation surged through her. They had him. "Kira, remind me to buy you a drink when this is all over," Mitchell said, switching channels to speak with Drake. "Make mine a tequila," Frost called back. "Ryan, come in. Over." "Go." "Kane bailed on the meeting. He's got 2 phones. We only had time to clone one." "Copy that. What's his status?" "He's preparing to leave Langley. His motorcade's standing by." She looked around at Frost again, sensing the anticipation, the tension rising by the moment. "It's your call. What do you want to do?" Drake was silent for a few seconds, weighing up everything that was at stake, everything they stood to lose, everything they'd given to get this far. "We're going for it," he said firmly. "Get everyone into position. This is it." Chapter 50. A light rain was falling as Kane strode outside towards the waiting vehicle, typical of springtime in Virginia. He made no attempt to shield himself from the inclement weather, however. Instead, he paused, closed his eyes, and raised his face up to the sky, feeling the droplets of water on his skin. This was the day, he knew. The day that would change everything. "Sir?" The protective agent standing by the car said uncertainly. "Everything okay?" Opening his eyes, Kane gave a faint smile. "Sure. Everything's just fine." Slipping into the vehicle, he dug his phone out and dialed an internal agency number, waiting a few seconds before it was answered. "Franklin?" "Dan, it's Marcus," he began. "What's the status of Neptune Spear?"
We're green across the board, Franklin confirmed, an edge of anticipation in his voice now. The assault force is on 10-minute standby just like you ordered. Say the word, and we're ready to move. The word is given, Dan. Contact Vice Admiral McCraven at JSOC and tell him he has authorization to proceed immediately, Kane instructed. Alert all members of the National Security Council and get the Situation Room prepped. They're not going to want to miss this. What about you? Franklin asked. Shouldn't you be here for this? I got business to take care of. You're head of Special Activities Division. I want you to lead the session. Kane heard his subordinate let out a breath as the magnitude of what was about to happen settled on him. I understand. Let's make history, Kane said as the car pulled away from the main building. Jalalabad, Afghanistan. It took less than 5 minutes for Franklin to put a call through to Vice Admiral William McCraven, the head of Joint Special Operations Command, and the man charged with overseeing Operation Neptune Spear on the ground. From there, the deployment instructions were issued to the task force itself, stationed at a forward operating base in the mountains of southeastern Afghanistan. Night had already fallen there, the rugged peaks showing black against a starlit sky.
All right, hustle up. We have final authorization. We go tonight, the SEAL team leader shouted as his men hurried back and forth inside the hangar that had been their home for the past several days, snatching up weapons and equipment. This is it, gentlemen.
Behind him, pilots strapped themselves into the cockpits of their transport choppers, quickly running through pre-flight checks, while high overhead, unmanned drones were repositioned, vectored in towards the target area. The entire might of the U.S. Special Forces machine now mobilizing behind their objective. Washington, D.C. He's on the move, Frost called out, studying her screen. Heading southeast towards central D.C. Right on the money. You copying this, Ryan? Mitchell asked. Roger that, Drake replied. He was breathing a little heavier as he hurried to get both himself and his heavy load into position. What's his ETA on the bridge? About 10 minutes. Understood. Dietrich, you ready?
Say the word,
the German operative grunted.
Do it.
The Theodore Roosevelt Bridge crosses the Potomac just north of the huge white marble columns of the Lincoln Memorial, one of the main arteries leading into the heart of the capital. Its eastern side terminates in a complex series of junctions and off-ramps as the main highway splits in different directions, including Constitution Avenue, which runs along the northern side of the National Mall all the way to Capitol Hill. Now heavy with evening traffic, as weary commuters made their way home, few took notice of the garbage truck heading in the opposite direction. Most were trying to get out of central D.C. rather than back in, so one of the city's municipal vehicles was of little interest. However, rather than slowing down as it approached the eastern end of the bridge, where the roadway curved sharply right, the lumbering truck sped up, surging past the slower-moving cars in the right lanes. Horn blasts sounded in its wake from angry motorists forced to move aside, but still it continued onward, the driver seemingly oblivious. At the last moment, he swung the wheel hard right, causing the rear tires to skid and lose purchase on the slick tarmac. Fishtailing out of control, the truck clipped the concrete lane divider and spun violently left, threatening to tip over as its own momentum worked against it. With the crunch of buckling metal and shattered concrete, the truck shuddered to a halt, smoke and steam rising from the crumpled engine bay, oil leaking from the broken transmission. At a stroke, the entire eastbound side of the bridge had become blocked by the wreck. In the motorcade heading southwest along the banks of the Potomac, lead protective agent Sarah Watts frowned as the report of the crash came through her comms unit. Unit 2 be advised. RTA on the Roosevelt Bridge eastbound. Traffic's already building up on the western approach. Watts frowned. Copy that, dispatch. What's the sit rep? Looks like a garbage truck hit the central reservation at the east end.
Local PD are on it, but right now it's FUBAR, the dispatch officer replied. Recommend you take an alternate route.
Watts felt a momentary sense of unease, one that she couldn't quite articulate, but which stirred memories of a similar incident several years earlier. Road accidents were as common in D.C. as any other major city, but what were the chances of such a crash happening at this very moment, right on their intended route?
Understood, dispatch, she confirmed. Switching to alternate one now.
Switching radio frequencies so that each driver in the motorcade could hear her, she issued her instructions.
All teams be advised. We have an RTA on the Roosevelt Bridge. Switch to alternate one now. Repeat, switch to alternate one now.
She paused before adding,
And look sharp. Call out anything that doesn't look right.
What's on your mind, Watts? The driver asked as she clicked off her transmitter. It wasn't often she felt the need to remind her people of their jobs. Watts was reluctant to voice her fears, born from the irrational belief that speaking of them would somehow make them more real, and therefore more likely. And yet she couldn't quite shake the sense of déjà vu, that something was coming for them. Just like several years earlier when a routine prisoner transfer had turned into an absolute clusterfuck, ending with a CIA operative pointing a gun in her face. That too had begun with a truck crash.
Just a feeling, she replied,
scanning the highway ahead.
I hope I'm wrong.
Overlooking the placid, muddy waters of the Potomac, the Georgetown Car Barn was a large red-brick structure dating back well over a century. Starting out as a streetcar manufacturing plant, it had fulfilled various roles during its long history before finally falling into disuse. After years of neglect, it had eventually been leased by Georgetown University, who converted it to house their School of Arts and Sciences, a popular place for graduate students to continue their advanced studies. At this time of day, however, the academic work was winding down, and most students were packing up for the day. Amongst this general hustle and bustle, few took notice of the man in a drab grey maintenance uniform, carrying a heavy tool bag, as he made his way along the building's central corridor. The campus and its facilities were old, and such maintenance personnel were a common sight. His head was down, his face hidden by a baseball cap, his height and build unremarkable. Nobody questioned him as he ascended the stairwell, and nobody took notice when he produced a little handheld device, using it to pick the locked access door leading up to the clock tower. In a matter of seconds, he disappeared inside and eased the door closed behind him. Alone in the narrow stairwell, Drake removed the hat, hoisted the heavy bag over his shoulder, and started his climb. His heart was beating hard and urgent as he ascended, the bag and its bulky contents bumping and jolting against his back. His radio earpiece crackled.
It's done. The bridge is blocked,
Dietrich reported. Copy that. What's your status?
Had to get out of there fast before local PD showed up, he explained, panting. But it's out of action for sure. I can see tailbacks all the way to the western end.
Good man, Drake said, satisfied. Kira, what's the ETA?
Just a few minutes, better hurry.
I'm on it. Reaching the top of the stairwell, he tried the door. Just like the one at the bottom, it too was locked, but a couple of attempts with the lockpick gun was enough to ping the tumbler system, forcing them to align as if a key had been inserted. Gripping the handle, he stopped.
I'm at the door. Kill the rooftop cameras.
Roger that, the tech specialist replied. Looping the external cam footage now. You're clear.
Drake didn't hesitate for a second. He trusted Frost's technical expertise with his life. Opening the door, he emerged onto a covered walkway that ran along the rooftop, with arched gables set at intervals, facing out onto the street below. These unusual architectural features were likely a holdover from the building's original function, retained for cosmetic value only. However, they provided a perfect vantage point over the bridge below, now shrouded in low-lying cloud. The rain was coming down harder now, dripping from guttering, running in tiny rivers down the tiled roof, and sluicing down drainage pipes from the clock tower above. The air was warm and humid, typical of the time of year. Staying low, Drake hurried over to the nearest gable and set his burden down, glad to be rid of the heavy weight. Unzipping the bag, he carefully removed the components of the dismantled sniper rifle and set to work. First, he inserted the barrel and breech assembly into the stock and trigger mechanisms, exerting downward pressure until it locked into place, then working the action a few times to check the feed system was functioning properly. "Target's approaching the bridge," Frost warned. The tension was almost palpable now. 2 minutes out." Drake didn't respond. He just carried on working with the same quick, calculated efficiency. The high-powered telescopic sight was next, sliding easily into the top-mounted rail. Last out was the large, heavy magazine, loaded with 5 rounds of high-explosive, armor-piercing incendiary, 50 caliber ammunition. Each projectile powerful enough to bring down a low-flying chopper. 5 rounds. 5 chances to kill Marcus Kane. Drake paused then, contemplating everything that needed to happen in the next 2 minutes. The magnitude of what he was about to do. Another man might have been keyed up and anxious, filled with nerves, even shaking at the thought of what he was undertaking. But not Drake. Not now. He'd been through too much to let those kinds of emotions interfere. His only sense was one of calm, controlled, and absolute resolve. All fear and doubt had fallen away, leaving nothing but the mission. His companions had risked their lives to make this happen, to give him this one perfect chance. But the final step was for him to take. Pushing the magazine home until the retainer pin locked it firmly into place, he reached forward and extended the bipod legs mounted on the underside. With the weapon now loaded and assembled, Drake set it down on the rim of the window and took up position behind it, sighting the bridge below. "I'm in position," he reported, his voice icy calm. "Standing by." Chapter 51. Afghanistan. The assault force of about 24 operatives, loaded aboard a pair of stealth-modified Black Hawk choppers, lifted off from their staging area just before midnight local time. They were accompanied by 2 Chinook heavy transport helicopters, with a number of ground attack aircraft flying in support. The Chinooks would fly only part of the way to the target, peeling away and landing in open desert, where they would remain on standby as a rapid response force. When it came to the assault itself, the Black Hawks would be on their own. As soon as they were airborne, the Black Hawks descended to less than 100 feet and accelerated up to maximum cruising speed, flying nap of the earth through the winding mountain valleys all the way. With no recognition lights and only a sliver of moonlight overhead, the pilots were forced to rely on night vision equipment and advanced avionics to avoid a fatal collision. In the crew compartments of both choppers, the mood was tense and anxious as SEAL operatives went through weapon and equipment checks, readying themselves for what was about to happen. They had trained and prepared for this mission for months, had done everything they could to anticipate every scenario. But they were all veterans of previous operations. They knew how easily things could go wrong. "Time on target, 60 minutes, the team leader called out. 60 minutes! CIA Headquarters, Langley. Seated in the conference room on the top floor of the new headquarters building, Dan Franklin clenched his fist as he stared at the TV screen opposite, showing the position of the strike force as they approached their target with, it seemed to him, glacial slowness. He could imagine the mood on board those choppers. The tension, the anticipation, the adrenaline high. He'd been through it himself, had experienced the fear and the elation of combat. But this was different. The importance of this mission went far above anything he'd taken part in. This mission could change the course of history. "National Security Council is convening right now," Kennedy reported, checking his laptop.
The president and his staff are in the Situation Room at the White House. They should be online any minute.
Copy that,
Franklin replied, acutely aware that some of the most powerful men in the world were about to get on the line, and he was the one who would have to answer to them.
Where the hell is Kane?
Kennedy asked, vexed by the director's absence.
He should be here overseeing this.
Keep your mind on the job, Franklin ordered.
This is bigger than Kane now. Bigger than any of us.
Kennedy glanced up at him, but wisely remained silent. As his car made its way towards central D.C. in heavy traffic, rain pattering around them, Marcus Kane took out his phone and put through a call to his subordinate.
Franklin,
came the terse response.
What's the situation, Dan? Strike force is en route to the target. ETA 60 minutes. We're about to go online with the president and the NSC, Franklin reported. You sure you don't want to be here for this?
How he wished he could be. He wanted to be there in that Situation Room with the rest of them, watching events unfold via satellite link, watching history being made, sharing in the elation and celebrations, just like he'd done 20 years earlier when the Cold War came to an end, when the future had seemed like some great highway of infinite possibilities stretching out before him. But he knew he couldn't. For his plan to succeed, for all of this to be worth it, things had to play out the way he'd intended.
I've got other business to take care of first. I don't understand.
I know, Dan. I know. He glanced out the windows, surveying the muddy expanse of the Potomac as they approached the bridge. Not long now.
But when this is all over, you will.
Heads up, Frost said over the radio.
Target's on the western approach now.
Angling the heavy sniper rifle upward, Drake reached up and adjusted the telescopic zoom, focusing on the far side of the bridge. And sure enough, there was the three-vehicle motorcade, moving steadily in time with the traffic. Kane was in there, heading straight at him. Straight into the kill zone.
Got them in sight,
he confirmed. Range, 500 meters.
Copy that. Cell phone tracking is locked.
Grasping the side-mounted charging handle, Drake racked it back, hearing the crisp click as the first round was drawn into the breech. The convoy was already well within the rifle's 1,500-meter effective range, but he wouldn't open fire yet. He needed to be sure. Ignoring the black SUVs up front and trailing behind, he focused on the limousine at the center of the convoy. The windows were darkened, masking the interior from view. Large, bulky, and heavy, it moved with the ponderous speed of its powerful V8 engine, weighed down by layers of armor and bulletproof glass. That was where he would concentrate his fire. His first shot would go straight through the radiator, blasting apart the engine block and disabling the limo. After that, he would unleash everything through the windshield, killing the driver before the high-explosive rounds detonated inside. The sealed environment would magnify the effects of the deadly projectiles. If Kane wasn't killed by direct fire or flying shrapnel, the incendiary effects would immolate him regardless. A spare magazine sat beside him, ready to be loaded and used if the opening salvo wasn't enough to finish the job. Drake had practiced and rehearsed the magazine changeover to the point he could perform it blindfolded.
400 meters. I have good line of sight.
Once the limo had been reduced to a smoking ruin, and he was satisfied that every living thing inside it was dead, then he would come to the final phase of his plan: evacuation. This phase would have to be conducted with the greatest of haste, because his position was certain to be betrayed by the noise of the AS-50. Even if it were possible to fit a suppressor to such a massive weapon, it would do no good. The blast of the 50-caliber rounds would be impossible to mask.
300 meters.
They were well within firing range now, and perfectly aligned for a kill shot. Rarely were snipers afforded such an ideal target. For barely a second, Drake thought of all the people he'd lost because of the man in that limo. Good people who had died because of him.
So many others whose lives had been destroyed. He felt as if each of them was with him in that moment, shadowy spectres hovering over him, waiting for him to act. "It's all on you now, Ryan," Frost said, her tone hushed and breathless now that the moment had come. "Take the shot." Lining up his sights on the limo's front grille, Drake exhaled slowly, allowing the tension to leave his body as his finger tightened on the trigger. No more questions, no more doubts, no more hesitation. Just him and his target. "Firing." Then abruptly he stopped, alerted by a change around him. A minor shift in the flow of air, the barely audible thud of a boot on the wet rooftop, the faint scent of another human body close by. Someone who had been expecting him. "Don't move," a voice commanded. "Take your finger off the trigger." Chapter 52. The agonizing seconds stretched out as everyone in the van held their breath, waiting for the shooting to start, waiting for confirmation that their target had been destroyed. But there was nothing. No distant crack of gunfire, no explosion as the limo's gas tank ignited, no radio transmission from Drake to report the completion of his grim task, just the drumming of rain on the steel roof. "Ryan, he's in range now. I repeat, target is in your sights," Frost spoke into her radio. Her voice was carefully measured, but the others could see her hand shaking. "It's now or never. What are you waiting for?" There was no response, except the faint hiss of static over the radio net. "Something's wrong," Jessica said. She knew her brother wouldn't hesitate at a moment like this. "Pull up the cameras on the rooftop." Switching screens, Frost accessed the security feeds from Drake's sniping position, which was still feeding looped footage into the building system, and brought up the camera covering Drake's position. The moment the footage appeared on the screen, Jessica let out a gasp of horror. "Oh, God!" "Take your finger off the trigger and put the weapon down." The voice that spoke to him was female, American, slightly muffled by a mask or fabric covering the mouth. Whoever she was, she had the drop on him. The convoy was getting close now, barely 200 meters away, moving steadily amidst the busy traffic on the bridge. Kane's limo was in his sights, perfectly lined up, but it wouldn't be for much longer. He had just seconds to make his choice. "You going to kill me for this?" he asked. "For him." He heard the click of a weapon being cocked, smelled the faint odor of gun oil. It could only be inches from his head. "Don't make me show you." Drake closed his eyes, letting out a faint sigh as he took his finger off the rifle's trigger. A sigh of disappointment at what he was about to do. It happened fast. Sweeping his arm around, Drake violently smacked the weapon aside, hearing the distinctive clang of metal as it clattered to the ground nearby. He didn't care where it landed right now. What mattered was that it was out of the fight. Now he needed to deal with its owner. Rounding on his opponent, he lashed out with a strike to the throat, knowing that a hard blow there would collapse her larynx and drop her like a stone. She saw it coming and twisted aside, deflecting the blow with her forearm. Drake noticed the sudden shift in posture, knew a retaliatory attack was coming, and instinctively threw up his arms to parry it. He and his adversary were different, but equally matched. One larger and stronger, the other faster and more agile. For a few seconds they traded blows, ducking and blocking and looking for an opening. A moment of vulnerability. Drake had no stomach for a prolonged fight, not with the mission hanging by a thread. He had to end this quickly. As his opponent tried to grab for his arm, hoping to twist it and force him off balance, Drake countered with a kick to the leg that buckled her knee. An open strike to the center of the chest sent her reeling. But far from being out of the fight, she used her momentum, rolling backward and springing into a crouch. At the same moment she drew a knife from her belt, gathering herself up to leap at her opponent again. but a momentary lapse had bought Drake the time he needed to snatch up her fallen weapon and turn it on her.
"Enough, Ryan!" the woman snapped. "I'm not your enemy!"
Dropping the knife, she reached up and tore her mask off, revealing her face for the first time. It was a face that Drake had never expected to see for the rest of his life, and he let out an involuntary gasp of disbelief.
"Sam?"
"Unit 2, what's your status?" Watts asked as the convoy rumbled over the wet tarmac, approaching the eastern end of the bridge, wipers fighting against the rain.
2 here. All good.
No contacts.
That feeling still kicking in?
The driver asked with a hint of good-natured mockery. Intuitions and bad feelings weren't unknown in their line of work, but they rarely came to anything. Her eyes swept the buildings lining the eastern shores of the Potomac up ahead, silhouetted against the somber gray sky. Hotels, offices, and residential blocks were everywhere, but for some reason, she felt her eye drawn towards the dominant red brick structure of the Georgetown car barn, especially the big square clock tower that loomed over the entire complex, providing a perfect view across the bridge approach. If she were planning an ambush, that's where she would be right now.
"Maybe," she said, trying to shake her unease. "I guess it was nothing." "That's right, Ryan," she said, picking herself up stiffly. "It's Sam."
Drake's mind was reeling as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Samantha McKnight, once a trusted member of his own team, the woman he'd once even imagined starting a new life with. The traitor, who had been acting as a spy for Marcus Kane since the very beginning, who had compromised their mission in Pakistan, betraying them all. People were dead because of her actions. Rushing forward, Drake clamped a hand around her throat, virtually lifting her off the ground as he pressed the weapon against her chest.
"Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now,"
he snarled. Whatever shock and confusion he might have felt at McKnight's sudden appearance had vanished, replaced by years of pent-up pain and fury at her betrayal.
"Ryan, the target's almost on top of you,"
Frost's voice buzzed urgently in his earpiece.
20 seconds, you're going to lose him." "I'm here to stop you,"
McKnight said, her voice rasping as his grip tightened.
"You're making a mistake."
"My biggest mistake was trusting you," he spat. "You sold us out, you piece of shit."
"Ryan, what's going on there?"
Frost pleaded over the radio.
"I didn't sell you out,"
McKnight protested, grasping at his wrists, trying to pull his hand away from her throat.
"I want Kane dead as much as you. But it won't happen this way."
"Bullshit!"
His grip tightened further, the tendons in his arms standing out hard and sharp.
"You'll say anything to save your own life."
Then, just like that, she stopped. McKnight stopped fighting, stopped resisting. Instead, she went limp, making no attempt to protect herself.
"Then kill me,"
she said, her voice little more than a hoarse whisper now.
"End it, Ryan. Because that's what it'll take to stop me. If you fire on that convoy, this is all for nothing."
The two warring sides of Drake's psyche rose to a crescendo within him. One side was utterly focused on ending Marcus Kane's life, and the other was struck by the impassioned plea from the woman standing before him. Would she really go through all this for a man like Kane? Or was he wrong? Was there something about this he didn't understand? McKnight made no further attempt to sway him. She just stood there, waiting for him to make his choice, ready to accept it either way. In the end, her silence was what decided him. Drake lowered the weapon and released his grip just as the convoy passed below, moving beyond his line of sight. His chance to take out Marcus Kane had just come and gone. Everything he'd risked and sacrificed. He'd just given up for the woman standing in front of him. All he could do was hope he hadn't just made the biggest mistake of his life.
"Thank you,"
McKnight rasped, rubbing her throat. Raising the weapon once more, he took aim over her shoulder and pulled the trigger. However, instead of the thump of a suppressed gunshot, he heard only a crisp, metallic click as the hammer struck an empty chamber. Drake let out a breath. The gun had never been loaded. It had been a bluff. She couldn't have killed him, just as he couldn't have killed her. The woman sighed. "I'm sorry. I had to know whether you would trust me."
"What the hell are you doing here, Sam? What the fuck is going on?"
He might have relented on killing her, for now at least, but that didn't mean her betrayal was forgotten or forgiven. What she said in the next minute would determine whether she lived to see the one after.
"I'm trying to protect you." "Protect me?" he sneered. "Like you protected me in Pakistan."
"What happened in Pakistan wasn't me. I wish I had time to explain it all, but I'm telling the truth."
She looked away, seething with frustration at all the things she wanted to say but couldn't.
"As for now, who do you think saved your sister when they came for her?"
Drake's mind suddenly flashed back to the conversation with his sister a week earlier, as she recovered from her near abduction at the hands of Kane's people.
"They told me they were going to take me away forever, torture me, kill me." Her voice grew strained. "That was when she showed up."
"She?"
"I never saw her face, but she was waiting for them. She took out their convoy, got me to safety. She's the only reason I'm not dead or captured."
"That was you?" Drake said quietly, his mind racing as a big piece of the puzzle suddenly fell into place. "The woman in the mask?" McKnight nodded solemnly. "Why?"
"I was ordered to protect your sister," she explained.
Drake looked at her sharply.
"Ordered by who?"
Chapter 53. 2 months earlier. She was dead. A ghost. Just a vague memory of a life that had ended the previous year. And not with any sense of finality and closure. It had simply stopped. Her very existence erased, like the markings on a chalkboard. Remembered by few, mourned by none. Least of all the small group of men and women she had once considered friends. To them, she was worse than a ghost. She was a pariah, a traitor whose deception had undone everything they'd worked and sacrificed for. An outcast, whose name was spoken only with disgust. She had accepted this fact, as one must accept all uncomfortable realities one can't change. She didn't deserve pity or grief, much less forgiveness, not from them or anyone else. On balance, she didn't recall much in her former life that she could feel proud of. And sitting alone in a darkened prison cell with nothing but her thoughts for company, she'd certainly had time to ponder it. Her captor had more than lived up to his word, promising a lifetime to relive her decisions and mistakes, and realize the cost of betraying him. He'd devoted all the time and resources needed to keep her alive, though she could hardly be called well. She was watched constantly in her miserable isolation, her food intake carefully monitored, her behavior scrutinized for possible suicide attempts. She had learned this the hard way when she tried to end her life after several days of quiet, logical deliberation, internal debate, and grim planning, only for 3 guards to storm in and forcibly restrain her. She'd spent a week strapped to a bed for that little infraction. Unable to live, and incapable of dying on her own terms, she had spent her existence trapped in some shadowy in-between, as the days and weeks slowly blended into months, and finally, all concept of time seemed to disintegrate. The world carried on without her, as she brooded alone in the dark. She let out a sharp gasp as the truck hit another pothole, jarring her back against the bare metal sidewall and eliciting a stab of pain deep inside. Her body was still recovering from the exhausting ordeal it had so recently endured, an ordeal that had forced her reluctant transfer to a proper medical facility that could deal with her. Yet there was little chance to rest and recuperate. As soon as her guards could force a discharge order, she was off, bundled into the back of an armored car for the journey back to the black site where she'd been held ever since that terrible day in Pakistan.
"Vacation's almost over,"
one of her guards taunted.
"Soon you'll be back home, sweet home. Feels good, doesn't it?"
The second man sniggered in amusement. Ignoring his mockery, she glanced towards the rear doors where she fancied she saw a sliver of daylight through a gap in the hatch. Not much, just a faint glow of natural light against the metal. She could tell it was hot outside. She could feel the heat radiating through the truck's metal skin, leaving the interior stifling. She imagined a hot sun outside and felt a sudden, crushing pang of longing. She would have liked to see sunlight one more time before she was returned to her cell, just to remember what it was like. Just once.
"Eyes front."
She didn't move, didn't acknowledge the command. A sharp elbow to the ribs was enough to remind her who was in charge, and she turned to glare at the guard beside her. He was overweight, perspiring visibly in the hot air. She could taste the stink of his sweat.
"I said eyes front, convict,"
he repeated, spitting out each word.
"You got a goddamn problem with that?"
Her hands slowly curled into fists as she stared back at him in silent hatred, wishing with all her heart that the cuffs and chains holding her back would slip away. Just a few seconds would be enough. Enough to strike upward, palm open, catching the base of his nose, driving it upward into his skull. Enough to shut the fat prick up forever. It would be worth any beating she had to take. Worth anything they might do to her. After all, what did she have to lose now? She saw him reach for the taser holstered at his waist, saw him thumb back the retaining strap holding it in place, and readied herself for the pain that was coming. But it didn't come. Something else did. A violent, thunderous boom resounded outside, sending a shiver through the chassis around them. Debris ricocheted off the truck's armored exterior.
"What the fuck?"
her guard yelled, looking around in fright. She was pitched sideways as their driver threw the wheel over, trying wildly to evade whatever obstacle lay in their path. But another loud thud accompanied by the crash of a reinforced windshield giving way told her his efforts had been in vain.
"Oh shit, we've been hit!"
the other guard screamed as their truck slewed sideways. The road disappeared beneath them, and they rolled over. The next few seconds were filled with terrifying, painful chaos as the truck pitched over and tumbled down an embankment, its reinforced chassis all that kept it from buckling entirely. The 3 human passengers were hurled against the walls and floor and roof with bruising force as their world turned upside down. When at last the stricken vehicle rolled to a halt, she was lying on what had once been the wall. Heart pounding against her chest, body bruised and aching, she opened her eyes, looked around, and moved her limbs experimentally. Nothing seemed to be broken. The truck's engine had stopped, but the dim internal lights were still flickering uncertainly. Something was dripping down her cheek. She thought it might be blood, but the acrid smell told her otherwise. It was gas from the punctured fuel tank. Her survival instinct kicked in. She was alive, the truck was crippled and at the risk of burning up. Anything beyond that was irrelevant. What mattered was what she did right now. She had to get clear before it ignited, perhaps make a break for it. Wild, unfettered, irrational hope rushed through her like a raging torrent. She heard a low, pitiful groan beside her, saw a fleshy face smeared with blood and contorted in pain, and lashed out viciously with both shackled feet, knocking the guard unconscious. She wished she had more time to appreciate the visceral satisfaction of that, but survival was the priority now. Scrambling over to him, she felt around his belt for his set of keys. The other guard was lying sprawled near the rear doors, his head bent at an unnatural angle. A broken neck. Instantly fatal. Maybe he'd been a good man. Maybe he had a wife who loved him. Children who would mourn his passing. Maybe. But she certainly wouldn't. Her search was interrupted by a sudden thump against the doors. She froze, straining to listen, hearing movement outside. Footsteps moving quickly through undergrowth. Another thump. She returned to the guard's belt kit, unlatching his set of keys and getting to work on her restraints. Another noise outside as the handcuffs clicked and fell away. She attacked her leg irons with eager, frantic haste. She heard a faint click as the lock was disabled and yanked the metal links off her ankles. But no sooner had she freed herself than the interior reverberated with what sounded like the boom of a shotgun discharge. An explosive breaching device, planted on the doors. She flattened herself against the floor as the lower door collapsed outward, and harsh, blinding sunlight streamed in. Eyes watering in the stinging, cordite smoke, she watched as the other door was hauled open, revealing a lone figure silhouetted against the searing light outside. A figure clutching a weapon. She tensed up, wondering if this was it. Wondering if this was how she would finally die. Maybe it wasn't so bad, given the alternative. As far as the world was concerned, she'd been dead for a long time anyway. "Go on, then," she spat, straightening up, staring defiantly at her executor, ready to take what was coming. "Do it! I'm not afraid of you!" "Good," a hauntingly familiar voice replied. "Because I need your help, Samantha." Samantha McKnight gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the person standing there could possibly have found her, or why they would risk their life to free her. "Well?" Anya prompted. "Are you coming?" "Anya saved my life when everyone else had given up on me," McKnight said, her tone one of distant sadness. "Why you?" She looked at him then, her expression one of grief and longing. "Redemption." Drake couldn't begin to understand Anya's reasoning. They had given up on McKnight for a reason. She had betrayed the team, cost them their chance of bringing down Kane. If she expected redemption from him, she was looking in the wrong place. "She never gave up on you," McKnight went on. "No matter what happened, she wanted me to keep you safe. I've been shadowing you ever since London." Suddenly Drake was reminded of that night just after crossing the border, when he'd stood outside the motel and stared off into the darkness. That feeling of being watched. It hadn't just been some erroneous intuition then. It had been real. McKnight had been tailing them, unseen and unheard. "I don't expect you to forgive me, but—" "Never mind that," he cut in. Their past would have to wait. There were bigger issues at play now. "Why did you interfere tonight? Why are you protecting Kane?" "I'm not. I want that son of a bitch dead as much as you." McKnight pointed down to the bridge below. "But that wasn't Marcus Kane. It was a trap." Drake shook his head vehemently. "Bullshit. We tracked his cell phone." It wasn't possible, he told himself. They had covered every eventuality tonight. The confirmation ceremony, the contact with Stark, the motorcade route, the cell phone hack. Everything told them Kane was here. "His cell phone. But not him," she countered. "Don't you understand, Ryan? The motorcade was a lie, just like everything else. He knew you were coming to kill him. When you make your move. And he was ready. Just like he always is." Drake's mind was racing as he replayed the events that had led him here. The attempted abduction of his sister, the raid on the vault, the near miss as they crossed the Mexican border. Kane had tracked his movements across the world, guessed his intentions, and set the perfect trap to draw him in. And he'd fallen for it. "How do you know all this?" "Because I've tried to play Kane's game myself," she said, and he caught the flash of pain and anger. It's a game you don't win. Her expression told its own story, but it's one that would have to wait for now. Anya sent you to watch over me, which means she couldn't, he reasoned. So where is she? McKnight glanced away, torn about what to do. Tossing aside her empty weapon, he drew the Smith & Wesson automatic hidden inside his jacket and turned it on her. Her gun might have been unloaded, but his wasn't. You might be telling the truth about Kane, or you might not, he reluctantly conceded. But don't think for 1 second I'll hesitate to put you down if you hold back now. McKnight tensed as he thumbed back the hammer. Where is Anya? Chapter 54. Golyonovo District, Moscow, March 10th, 2003. Standing in the midst of that lonely, abandoned construction site, with a chill night wind sighing through crumbling concrete, and only an old enemy for company, Marcus Kane waited for Viktor Surovsky to state his demands. Let me tell you what I know. I know that you had an American-trained Special Forces team operating illegally against Soviet forces in Afghanistan 15 years ago, and that many of my countrymen died as a result. Mr. Surovsky, even if I— The Russian waved a bony hand dismissively. Do not waste your breath. I care nothing for them. Young men die, there will always be more of them. Kane fell silent, struck by the man's callous disregard for human life. Even amongst the hardened echelons of the agency, the deaths of one's own servicemen were still mourned. But what I do care about is the team itself. Specifically, the woman who served with them, Surovsky went on. A woman answering to the code name Maras. The chill that ran through him had nothing to do with the cold. This man knew all about Task Force Black, formed to wage a guerrilla war against Soviet forces in Afghanistan, the group that had helped win the war, ultimately hastening the downfall of the USSR. But more importantly, Surovsky knew about Anya. Your reaction tells me I'm not wrong, the old man remarked shrewdly. I know she and her team are still active. They have been a thorn in my side for a long time. One that I wish to see removed. Suppose you're right, Kane said. Why now? Surovsky took another drink from his flask, shuddering a little as the liquid settled on a troubled stomach. An ulcer, perhaps, or some other complaint common in men of his generation. Hard men who lived harder. I have plans for my career in the FSB, he explained cryptically. Plans that will soon make me more visible. Kane took his meaning well enough. Viktor Surovsky, who had dropped off the map since the end of the Cold War, was planning a major power play. But a man does not rise to that level by leaving loose ends untied. And Maras is a loose end I have been meaning to tie off for some time now. At last, Kane understood why Surovsky wanted her so badly. Anya had been an asset of the KGB once, back in the dark days of the Cold War, sent to the West to infiltrate the CIA, only to turn her back on her former masters. Even worse, she had gone on to wage a brutal and very effective war against them. Anya had been the KGB's biggest failure, and doubtless there were plenty of men in Moscow who still wanted her dead, one of whom was standing before him. Surovsky straightened up, having said his piece. That is my price, Mr. Kane. Give me Maras, and I will give you Hussein. It is a good trade, I think. Even Kane, a man for whom very little was surprising, had to take several seconds to compose himself. Task Force Black was still one of his best deep strike assets, particularly now, with the war on terror in full swing. And aside from their military value, they were real people, who had served him faithfully for decades. More importantly, how could he possibly sacrifice Anya? How could he betray her, giving her up to this brutal, vengeful man? Her death at his hands would be neither quick nor painless.
You ask a lot of me, and I offer a lot in return, Surovsky reminded him. Think on it. The man who helped take down the dictator of Iraq, prevented a war, saved thousands of lives. You would be a hero in your country, and heroes get rewarded. He shrugged. In a position of greater power, you could do even greater good. Isn't that what it always comes down to in the end? The greater good.
Kane looked away for a moment, utterly torn. Anya and the others had carried out countless missions for him, done everything that was asked of them, and demanded little in return. Could he really abandon them to this Russian bent on revenge? Could he live with himself afterward? But balanced against the lives of a dozen operatives were the thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, that would die in the coming war. Not just American soldiers, but Iraqi civilians, women and children, whose only crime was being born in the wrong place. Could such cold and pragmatic arithmetic really condone what he was being asked to do? As far as justifications went, it was pretty poor. But for Marcus Kane, standing in that cold wasteland that night, perhaps it was enough. Washington, D.C., May 1st, 2011. Welcome to Meridian, Mr. Kane, the receptionist said, smiling in greeting as Kane ascended the stairs into the building's plush main foyer. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Kane had to commend his contact's sense of nostalgia. The name on the door might have changed, the artwork and furniture might have been updated to reflect changing fashions, but this was still the same place he'd stepped into 20 years earlier. It had been called L'Infini back then, and the woman who had once summoned him was long dead. But here he was, preparing for another meeting.
It's good to be here, he replied, striding confidently across the marble floor.
The hesitation and self-consciousness that had gnawed at him back then was gone now. He was no longer an uncertain young man taking his first steps into a new world. Now he was something very different. His journey here from Langley in a plain, anonymous car without escort or protection had passed without incident, just as he'd known it would. Drake's attention would be focused on the official motorcade making its way towards Capitol Hill, allowing Kane to go about his real business tonight.
I presume my associate knows I'm here?
The woman nodded. He does, sir. She indicated the arched doorway leading into the club's main room. If you'll follow me, he's waiting for you.
Lead the way.
Kane followed as the young woman conducted him through the expansive, high-ceilinged dining area, which was about half full. The steady hum of conversation, accompanied by the clink of glasses and cutlery, echoed off the marble pillars and the grand vaulted roof overhead. Unlike last time, when his arrival had gone largely unnoticed, he sensed eyes on him now, conversation faltering a little as he passed each table. He wasn't just some anonymous DC worker this time. He was a man of standing and power, well known both in Washington and elsewhere, a man whose arrival was always remarked upon. In turn, Kane's eyes swept the room, seeking out his contact, wondering which table would be his. The leader, the peak of the vast pyramid that Kane had slowly but surely climbed over 20 years. Turning right, the young woman led him to a table in the center of the room, a table at which a lone diner sat waiting for him, glass of wine in hand and a half-eaten meal before him. A man whose appearance here almost caused Kane to laugh out loud, struck by the absurd irony of this moment. Mr. Kane to meet with you, sir, the woman said, excusing herself. Dabbing his mouth with a napkin, the man rose to his feet and smiled in greeting. amused by the look of astonishment on Kane's face. "Marcus, good to see you again. It's been a long time." Pakistani airspace. Hanging on to his restraining harness as the Black Hawk yawed hard to port, following the tortuous contours of the mountain valley, the SEAL team leader could do little more than trust to the skill and competence of the two pilots as they wrestled with the heavily laden aircraft. The Chinooks and close assault aircraft had parted company with them about 10 minutes earlier, peeling away to land and remain on standby. They were on their own now. Outside the dimly lit interior, he could see only darkness. They could be 10 feet off the ground or 10,000 for all he knew. The other Black Hawk could be right in front of them or 1,000 yards behind. What he did know was that they were pushing the chopper's twin turbofan engines to the limits of their performance. Speed and concealment were everything now, as they strove to reach their target before they were detected. The Pakistanis didn't know a thing about this mission, and might attempt to shoot them down if they were discovered. Stealthy or not, a pair of Black Hawks laden with troops and equipment would be easy prey for a surface-to-air missile. These grim thoughts were interrupted as his headset crackled into life. "Viper 1, actual. This is Eagle. What's your status?" "This is Viper 1, actual. We're 10 minutes out. All elements are green. Good to go. Repeat, good to go." "Copy that, Viper 1. 10 minutes, the team leader thought to himself. 10 minutes until they made history. Washington, D.C. For a few seconds, Kane said and did nothing. He just stared at the man standing opposite, taking in every detail of his appearance, a man he hadn't seen in almost 2 decades. He had certainly changed a good deal since their last meeting. The thinning brown hair was mostly gone now, leaving just a few close-cropped silvery strands around the sides. The skin around his face was sagging noticeably, the cheeks hollow, the forehead lined and creased, the eyes framed by a pair of expensive glasses. He was also considerably less trim around the midsection now. And yet he was unmistakably the same man who had conducted him to his first meeting in this club in the summer of 1989. James, Freya's loyal assistant and bodyguard. The man willing to follow her every order without question. This man was the head of the circle, the summit of the pyramid, the most powerful and dangerous man on the face of the earth. The realization was as fascinating as it was incongruous. "What's the matter?" James asked, smirking. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Clearing his throat and recovering his poise, Kane replied, "In a manner of speaking, you're not what you were expecting." The man's smile broadened. He was looking at Kane as he had 20 years ago, not far from this very spot, when he pulled a gun on him and stood there, waiting for the command to fire, watching Kane sweat. "That's rather the point, though, isn't it? To be the one thing, the one man that no one expects," he went on. "My role demands that I perform many duties, Marcus. Some are pleasant and rewarding, others less so. But I have to admit, meetings like this are my favorite. Each of your predecessors reacted a little differently at this point. I've seen shock, denial, amusement, even anger. Each reaction told me a little more about that person." "My predecessors? You don't think you're the first person to stand in this spot, do you? Or that you'll be the last?" Leaving that thought to hang in the air, he gestured to the second chair at their table. "I imagine you have a lot of questions. Please, take a seat. Make yourself comfortable." As he eased himself into a chair, Kane watched as the man casually resumed his meal, slicing off a piece of steak and popping it in his mouth. "This is a big day for you, Marcus," he remarked. "Promotion to director of the CIA." "I have you to thank for that, it seems." James nodded acknowledgement. "I may have had a hand in it. You came well recommended, of course. But that's not why I picked you.
Then why?
He smiled. Because I like you. I liked you from the first day we met. Kane was beginning to understand why this man had chosen to reveal himself under a different guise all those years ago. It was a test, wasn't it? 20 years ago. Pretending to be Freya's assistant. You were testing me. Reaching for the bottle of red wine in the center of the table, James poured Kane a glass. I've always believed the measure of a man is how he treats those he doesn't have to be kind to. And I wanted to get the measure of you, Marcus. I wanted to know what kind of man you really were. He spread his hands out to encompass their surroundings. And now here you are, at the top table, as it were. Reaching for his glass of wine, he rose slowly to his feet. All talk in the dining room ceased, all eyes turning towards James as their fellow diners waited, hushed and expectant. Each of them had sat where Kane was now. Each had proven themselves through years of dedicated service, careful maneuvering, and flawless strategizing. Each of them belonged to the inner circle, bound by their shared web of secrecy and deniability. James held up his glass in a toast. To your success, Marcus. Congratulations. With little choice but to respond, Kane took up his glass, raised it in acknowledgement, and drank. And as he did, the room erupted in applause. Just for a moment, he allowed himself to appreciate the gravity of this night. He had made it. After 20 years of striving and sacrifice, he had reached the summit of the seemingly insurmountable mountain, found both the beginning and the end of the circle. Ignoring the rain sluicing down around her, Anya crept to the edge of the rooftop and looked out across the street at her target. It wasn't much to look at from the outside, though elegantly designed and tastefully appointed like many of the embassies and diplomatic institutes in this part of town. There was nothing obviously imposing or ostentatious about it. That didn't surprise her in the slightest. The people who made use of that place didn't announce their power and influence to the world. It was what lay beyond that innocuous facade that mattered. It was why she was here tonight. Reaching up, she hit her radio transmitter. I'm in position, she said quietly. Did you get what you need? Working on it, Alex replied, sounding tense and harassed as he strove to complete his task. How did you know he'd be here? I've been here before, Anya replied. A long time ago, she too had stood where Kane was now. Can you patch us through to his cell phone? Given the right circumstances, it was possible to hack virtually any cell phone and set it to passively transmit anything in range, effectively turning it into a makeshift listening device. The NSA and various other intelligence services have been using the technology for years now to spy on their own citizens. Aside from considerable technical expertise, all that was required to make it possible was the phone's SIM number. Anya had obtained that very thing just minutes ago, planting a scanning device near the entrance to Meridian and waiting until Kane approached the doorway. She just hoped he'd been in range long enough for Alex to get what he needed. I'm working on it, Alex confirmed. Stand by. Understood. Clicking off her radio, she whispered, Hurry, Alex. Taking his seat once more, James set his glass down on the table and resumed his meal, slicing off another piece of meat. His razor-sharp steak knife slid through it like butter. Now let's get down to business, he said briskly. You have questions, starting with the same one that every other person who's sat in your place has asked. We might as well get it out of the way. He was right, of course. Kane did indeed have questions, and as he'd correctly surmised, they all began with the most fundamental of all. Leaning forward, he looked his host in the eye and spoke. Why? James met his searching gaze and smiled. As I said, just like the others, he mused thoughtfully. The same human need to ascribe reason and motivation to everything that happens around us. It's the reason our ancestors established religion and superstition to rationalize disease and natural disasters until we outgrew them and replaced them with science and logic. All of it to answer that most fundamental question. Why? Kane didn't say a thing. He just waited for James to go on. You want to know why the circle exists. I can tell you. But some answers can be more difficult to accept than others. That's why our candidates are so carefully chosen and tested, to make sure they're ready and prepared for it. Are you ready, Marcus? Never had he been more so. I am. Good, James nodded. He paused briefly before going on. Fundamentally, the answer is as simple as the question. Chaos. Kane frowned, perplexed by his answer. I don't understand. Nor should you. Not without first understanding how I arrived at the answer. We're in, Alex called out over the radio net. Patching you in now. Perched on her rooftop observation point, Anya waited while he set up the link. The audio signal was muffled and of low quality, probably because the cell phone was in Kane's jacket, but the conversation was audible all the same. Anya was now listening in, as if she were right there beside him. She tensed as she felt her cell phone vibrating in her pocket, but made no attempt to answer it. It was McKnight, but whatever she had to report, it would have to wait. Right now, all her attention was focused on events playing out in that building opposite. That was all that mattered now. God fucking damn it! Drake snapped, hammering his fist against the steering wheel as his call failed to connect once again. She's ignoring the call. He and McKnight were speeding across town, dodging and swerving to avoid the congested traffic. Drake had brought her with him, partly to guide him to Anya, and partly because he didn't trust her enough to leave her behind. He had no idea who Samantha McKnight really was, why she'd done the things she'd done, or what she wanted. And right now there was no time to sort it out. That would have to come later, assuming any of them made it through the night. She won't answer, McKnight confirmed as he floored it through an intersection running a red light. Not when she's this close. Drake didn't respond to that. He gripped the wheel tight, his eyes on the road ahead as he fought with the busy traffic. She knows what she's doing, Ryan, McKnight ventured. She doesn't need you or anyone else. Shut up, Drake shouted, in no mood for advice. The only reason you're still breathing is because you might be useful. That can change very fast. With McKnight wise enough to hold her tongue, Drake fired up his comms unit. Kira, come in. Ryan, where the fuck have you been? Frost demanded. What's going on? Long story. McKnight's with me. Samantha McKnight? Frost put in, her shock and dismay obvious. What part of long story don't you understand? Drake interrupted. Listen, the motorcade was a fake. It was all fake. Kane knew we were coming. He's not going to Capitol Hill tonight. So where is he? Frost asked, struggling to get to grips with the barrage of new information. 13th Street, Northwest. She listened as he reeled off the exact address. We're on our way there now. I need everything you can get me on that building. I'm on it, she said, already setting to work. But what are you expecting to find? Drake glanced over at his passenger, the woman who, until a few minutes ago, he'd been ready to kill. The circle. Chapter 55. James settled back in his chair, hand on his wineglass as he began his tale. The circle was formed in the dying days of the Cold War, by myself and a few other like-minded individuals who understood the storm that was coming. It was begun with the most noble of intentions, to create order from the coming chaos. A new world order where prosperity and freedom would reign supreme. He cocked a graying eyebrow. Peace in our time, you might say. Kane nodded. None of this was news to him so far. It was this very same ideal that had so captivated him all those years ago, to leave the world a better place than the one he'd found. With the combined efforts of people like yourself and many others, we were ultimately able to realize our goal. The Cold War was ended, the Soviet Union toppled, and the world freed from the threat of nuclear war. It should have been a time for celebration. Unfortunately, our greatest success ultimately proved to be our biggest mistake. Or should I say, our most formative lesson. How so? Kane asked. The end of half a century of global conflict ushered in a new way of thinking, a relaxation, a complacency. Without an enemy to strive against, our country began to lose its way. Little by little, our military withered under years of cutbacks, and our government and intelligence agencies followed suit. Our culture became soft and self-absorbed, consumed by materialism and small-minded thinking. Progress and development stagnated. Whereas before we built space rockets, now we created... Reaching into his pocket, he held up a sleek black smartphone. These. His disgust was evident as he tossed the phone onto the table. America's global power and influence declined through the 1990s. Old enemies were replaced by new ones that we had neither the will nor the interest to deal with. Our greatest victory was slowly defeating us. Kane's mind was racing as the man's words sank in. The end of the Cold War, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the liberation of half a continent from totalitarianism and repression. All of it was a failure in this man's eyes. The question, of course, was what to do. Our efforts to end war and conflict had failed to reap the rewards we expected. If anything, we were regressing. Eventually, it became clear that our failure to find a solution was based on a false understanding of the problem. Peace and order weren't the answers I'd hoped for. In fact, they were fundamental elements of the problem. Prolonged peace leads to stagnation and corruption, which in turn leads to societal decay and, ultimately, total collapse. It's been the same story with almost every empire and kingdom in human history, yet no one ever fully grasped the implications. Instead, we strive for the same flawed ideals again and again, each time expecting a different result, but instead meeting the same inevitable outcome: failure. He glanced at his wineglass, swirling it slowly and watching the scarlet liquid sway back and forth. That's when I realized the true solution required a different philosophy. Roaring out of the winding valley that had shielded the two Black Hawks from the outside world, the choppers skim low across the arid landscape of dusty scrubland and small irrigated fields, each passing second, bringing them closer to their final destination. 5 minutes to target, the team leader called out, scanning the SEAL operatives lining the cramped compartment. Even in the dull red glow of emergency lights, he could make out their tense, eager expressions. Final weapons and equipment checks. Craning his neck to see out the cockpit window up front, he could just make out the distant glow of lights from a small town directly ahead. Somewhere in amongst that suburban sprawl lay their target building, and the man they'd traveled halfway around the world to kill. And in just a few minutes, they would be going in. In the midst of that plush, extravagant dining hall in central D.C., Marcus Kane listened as his companion brought his narrative to a close. If peace and prosperity were the problem, then it was logical to conclude that the opposite conditions were required for society to thrive. Which brings me back to the answer I first gave you. Chaos. James explained patiently. Human beings thrive on war and conflict. It's what's driven the most significant advances in our history. Aircraft, computers, space travel, nuclear power, advanced medicine, all of it created to satisfy a fundamental need, the need to prevail against an enemy. That's when the true solution came to me. We'd pursued war and conflict as a means to an end, but we were wrong. War wasn't a means. It was the end. A world of endless war and conflict, driving greater and greater advances, maintaining the strength and resolve of the population and the governments they elected, maintaining the balance of true power. Not order from chaos, but order within chaos. He smiled, taking another sip of wine. But even chaos requires a degree of control. Escalating conflicts left unchecked might eventually spill over into global catastrophe. Disease, famine, and revolution allowed to spread too far and wide could undermine the entire system. What the world needs is balance. And that's where we come in. That's the true purpose of the circle. Marcus, to balance the chaos of the world, to give humanity what it needs, but would never admit to. Kane sat back in his chair, stunned into silence by everything he'd heard. He was no stranger to hard truths and unpleasant facts, but to hear the fate of humanity laid out in such cold, practical, analytical terms was something altogether different. The true purpose of the circle at last laid bare. Not to save humanity from war and create a better world, but to preserve it through endless conflict and destruction. And for 20 years, he had been a part of it. As he sat there, his hands resting on the table, his eyes briefly flicked to his watch, making a mental note of the time. Almost there. In the conference room at Langley, Franklin watched as the two Black Hawks swept in over the target compound, one taking up position over the main yard, while the other hovered over the further end of the open space used as a garden. The images were being beamed live from a Reaper drone orbiting the target.
Viper 1 in position. Deploying now. Copy that, Viper 1. You are go.
But just as ropes were hurled out and the assault teams prepared to deploy, the first Black Hawk began to sway and pitch alarmingly, struggling to maintain position. As it swung out of control, the tail rotor clipped one of the high walls.
"Shit!"
Franklin said under his breath as the chopper pitched over and plowed into the ground, crashing against the compound's outer wall.
"Eagle, what's the status on Viper 1?
"We're okay,"
the clearly shaken team leader reported.
"Viper 1 is good to go."
Within seconds, bright green shapes began emerging from the crashed chopper, moving fast and orderly despite the chaos of their rough landing, and joining forces with the team deploying from the second Black Hawk. Light spilled out from nearby buildings as residents were startled awake, but the SEAL team paid them no heed as they swept in against the target. A secondary unit peeled off to breach a smaller structure on the south side of the yard, while teams from the other chopper quickly and efficiently scaled the inner defensive walls. But the main force advanced on the central 3-story residence.
Team 1 and 2 in position. Copy that. Breach! Breach!
Franklin could do nothing but wait now as the team disappeared inside, moving beyond sight of the drone. Whatever happened in the next couple of minutes, he could do nothing to influence it. "It's interesting to observe your reaction, Marcus," James observed, noting Kane's gaze as it moved to his wristwatch. He didn't appear remotely surprised or curious. Rather, he looked like he'd just caught out a magician in the middle of his trick. "Waiting for something?" "The mission tonight will be a failure, of course," James went on. Kane leaned forward.
"Excuse me?"
"Operation Neptune Spear," James explained patiently. "The target location your teams are raiding at this very moment is a fake. Bin Laden is quite some distance away. safe and accounted for. Kane could feel his heart pounding.
You know where he is?
Of course we know. We've known for the better part of a decade.
Why did
we protect him? James finished for him. He leaned forward, folding his hands on the table. Didn't it ever occur to you that he was worth more to us alive than dead? His military value is negligible at this point, of course, but his symbolic value is beyond measure. He's an enemy to hate, but never truly defeat. A target to strive for, but never quite reach. Just like war and chaos, the hunt for him is more useful than his actual death would be. The cold, pragmatic logic of the Circle at work again. They were willing to protect the most wanted terrorist in the world in order to stoke fear and hatred, sowing conflict and chaos wherever it suited them. It took some work on our part to convince you that you'd found the right place, of course, the leader of the Circle went on, feeding false information to your contact Kalat in Pakistan, getting all the right people to fall into line, and, of course, making sure the illusion was maintained until the crucial moment. As the prisoners below were secured, the rest of the assault team advanced up the central stairway, heading for the upper floor. Their hearts were pounding as they ascended the steps. They were close. The man they'd been hunting for so long was just yards away from them. The faint thump of footsteps on the landing above caused them to freeze for a moment, waiting and listening, their weapons trained upward at the closed door at the top of the stairs. And then, slowly, the door edged open to reveal a tall, lanky figure, clad in a loose-fitting nightshirt, a graying beard trailing down to his chest, his thinning hair in disarray. He peered out into the stairwell, and for a heartbeat, his gaze fastened on the SEAL team below. It happened so fast that those involved would struggle to recount exactly how it played out. The lead SEAL team member raised his assault rifle, took aim just as the target retreated into the room, and uttered a single word. "Contact!" Kane sat in rigid silence, watching the man opposite. James's earlier relaxed joviality had departed now, giving way to something colder and more clinical as he delivered his instructions. There will be blowback from this, of course, blame and recriminations, but most of it will be deflected away from you. Your subordinate, Franklin, will take most of the heat, and probably be forced to stand down. But we already have someone more reliable in mind to replace him. It had all been a lie. Just like everything else, it had been one giant game of deception. The realization was written plain on Kane's face. One thing you still need to learn, Marcus, is that every man has his place. Every man needs to recognize his limits. You may have earned a seat at this table, but you don't control what happens here. You never will. I trust we understand each other? Franklin could do nothing now but wait, hunched over the conference table, staring at the night vision aerial image of the compound half a world away. He didn't speak, didn't move a muscle. There was no point in pressing the mission commander or the team leaders for an update. They would report back when they had something to report. Glancing momentarily at Kennedy, he saw the man's eyes were closed, his fists clenched as he whispered, "Come on, come on." The seconds stretched on without an acknowledgement, and with each moment that passed, more doubts began to creep into his mind. Were they wrong? Had all this been a mistake? Was their intel flawed? Had Kane led them astray? Then, just like that, a crackly, distorted voice came over the radio net. "For God and country! Geronimo! Geronimo! Geronimo!" The world around Bashir Shirani felt like the aftermath of a tornado. Everywhere he heard the sounds of women and children crying, men yelling orders and defiant outbursts, the stench of burned plastic, wood and cordite, the destruction wrought upon the dwelling that had been his home for the past several months. all of it shattered by the American assault team that had swept through the place, killing and destroying everything in their path. Nothing could stand against a force like that. Nothing. "Up!" the operative behind him said, grabbing his cuffed hands and hauling him to his feet. He saw other prisoners, members of the master's household, likewise restrained, some hurling abuse and impotent threats at their captors. Most fell silent when the thick felt bags were placed over their heads, and a moment later, his world went dark as he too was hooded. He could do no more here. He would be taken away for processing. Kane could feel his phone vibrating in his pocket, though he made no attempt to answer it. He knew what it meant, and smiled faintly as he regarded the man seated opposite. "Yes, James. We understand each other." Unbeknown to the leader of the circle, a trio of figures had slipped into the room behind him, moving swiftly and silently into position. Just like him, they had had to maneuver carefully to reach this point, overcoming many defenses and security measures, killing many people who stood in their way. But they were here now, and they were ready. "But there is something I want you to know before we go on." He paused, savoring the moment, relishing what was about to happen. "My team are exactly where they need to be." Just for an instant, Kane saw a flicker of doubt. This man who had spent his life planning for everything, foreseeing every possibility, countering every strategy, sensed that something wasn't right. He sensed a flaw in his position. A flaw that was suddenly revealed by the thump of suppressed automatic gunfire. Seated at a table nearby, a man and woman cried out in shock as a stream of projectiles tore into them. Tumbling backwards, the man pulled the tablecloth with him, upending glasses, plates, and cutlery that crashed to the floor. More panicked shouts and screams erupted across the dining area as the shooting continued, and the occupants were mercilessly cut down. Instinctively, James turned towards the source of the commotion, tearing his attention away from Kane. It was the opportunity he'd been looking for. Kane had brought no weapon with him, but he didn't need one. Seizing up the steak knife that James had left unattended on his plate, he seized it up, drew back his arm, and plunged it into the man's hand with every ounce of strength he could summon. The sharpened blade carved its way through skin, muscle, and bone before embedding itself deep in the table surface. The man's face crumpled, twisting in agony, and he opened his mouth to scream. He never got the chance. Before he could utter a sound, the operative who had approached from behind looped a length of rope around his neck and pulled it violently taut, jerking his head back and cutting off his scream before it began. Jason Hawkins was no stranger to this method of killing, and had always found it oddly satisfying to literally crush the life out of a man. He smiled as he tightened his grip, confident that the feeble old man couldn't possibly escape, but held back enough to keep him alive. His master had given explicit instructions that this wasn't to end until he said so. Oblivious now to the chaos and death all around him, Kane stood up from his chair and slowly approached the terrified man, one bloody hand still pinned to the table, while the other pawed uselessly at the rope. Kane's eyes were alight with sheer, absolute hatred as he leaned in closer. Hatred that had been carefully suppressed and controlled for 20 years. Right now, you're probably asking yourself that most fundamental question of all. Why? He said, mockingly repeating the man's earlier words. I think now, at the end, you deserve a little truth. The truth is, I knew exactly what the circle was long before I came here tonight. I've known for a very long time. Just like I knew you were protecting bin Laden, feeding me false information, leading us to the wrong place. And I let you believe it. That's why he's dead now, just like you're about to be. That's why the circle ends today. The smell of burned cordite was thick in the air as the assault team swept through the room, dispatching anyone who had survived the initial onslaught. The entirety of the inner circle, everyone responsible for commanding the whole corrupt organization, was either dead or dying. They had exposed themselves today, believing nothing could touch them, believing they could trust him. That was their biggest and last mistake. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment?" Kane asked, his voice shaking a little as he spoke. "How many times I've thought about killing you?" This was the culmination of Kane's plans. This was everything he had worked towards for 20 long years. And at last, he had what he wanted. James's other hand pulled and wrenched at the knife, pinning it to the table, tearing the flesh even further, and bringing fresh jolts of agony. "All this time, you thought you controlled me. You thought you knew me, and little by little, year by year, you began to trust me. And this is where it brought you. Everything you worked to build, every person you betrayed, everything you achieved, it was all for nothing. I wanted you to know this, James. I wanted to look you in the eye at the end." Straining, grunting, and gasping desperately for breath that wouldn't come, James looked up at the man looming over him. The man he'd always believed he could control and manipulate. The man who was about to kill him. And at last, as the darkness closed around him, he knew true fear. "This is your reward," Kane informed him, relishing his moment of triumph. "This is peace in our time." Giving Hawkins a nod, he watched as the big, powerful operative increased his grip, muscles and tendons straining with the exertion. James's eyes bulged in agony and horror, his face turning purple, spittle flying from his mouth, his arm flailing uselessly as the pain and terror and desperation reached a final, unbearable peak. And then, at last, he went still, as death found him. Bashir Shirani blinked as the bag was whipped off his head, a pair of bright flashlights shining into his eyes. He was in a small outbuilding at the far side of the compound. Outside, he could hear the high-pitched whine of helicopter engines spinning up, accompanied by urgent shouts from the assault team as they fell back. Their mission accomplished, they were preparing to pull out before Pakistani military and police units arrived. All that remained was to deal with one loose end. "Name?" one of the troopers barked at him, his voice wary and tense. Tonight had been the biggest night of their lives, and the last thing they wanted was for something to go wrong just as the mission was winding down. "Salah ad-Din," he replied, without hesitation. There was a moment of silence as the armed men around him considered his answer. Then, at a nod from the team leader, one of them drew a knife and brought it down on him. Shirani felt the plastic cuffs at his wrists fall away and brought his hands around in front, rubbing the raw skin. All things considered, it was a small price to pay for what he'd accomplished tonight. Bin Laden was dead, as were most of al-Qaeda's senior leadership. "Thank you," he said quietly, rising to his feet. "No, thank you," the team leader said, shaking his hand. The Nomag's combat glove was coarse and rough against Shirani's palm, but he didn't care. "America owes you a debt, and Director Kane sends his thanks." Shirani nodded, some of the pressure of the past few months undercover finally starting to come through. He had been Marcus Kane's hand-picked operative, entrusted with the most important and secretive mission imaginable, and he had completed his task. He knew there would be a lengthy debriefing and an even longer spell needed to readjust to normal life. He'd almost forgotten what normal meant. But for now, he simply felt exhausted. The team leader seemed to sense it too, and smiled encouragingly at him.
Let's get the hell out of here, shall we?
Chapter 56. Washington, D.C. Marcus Kane felt as if he were in a dream as he strolled out of the smoke-filled restaurant, leaving the assault team behind to begin the cleanup operation. A good number of people were going to have to disappear after tonight, but that no longer mattered to him. His work was done, his task complete. He was witnessing the beginning of a new age, an age free from the insidious influence of the Circle. The new world he'd hoped to create 20 years ago had at last come to fruition. His cell phone was ringing again, and this time he answered.
Kane? We got him,
Franklin informed him, his simple statement belaying the gravity of the situation.
It's done.
Kane sighed, closed his eyes, and nodded. After so long, so many setbacks and challenges, he could hardly accept that it was all over. "Well done, Dan," he said, genuinely meaning it. "I knew you wouldn't let me down." Franklin didn't say anything to that, but his momentary silence told Kane the sentiment was acknowledged.
"The White House is going apeshit. They want to put out a statement as soon as possible. The president wants to congratulate you personally. Where are you now?"
Kane glanced back into the dining area, where broken plates, glasses, and dead bodies lay strewn across the floor, tables upended, and chairs toppled. The inner circle, the most powerful and untouchable men and women in the world, lay dead, their blood pooling on the expensive imported marble tiles.
"Just finishing up here."
The heaviness in his voice told Franklin that more information was unlikely to be forthcoming.
"Listen, once the dust settles, the agency's going to be needing a new deputy director. I can't think of anyone better than you."
Silence greeted him once more, though it wasn't grudging, uncomfortable silence. This time it was shocked, stunned muteness.
"Marcus, are you sure about that?" Franklin asked, regaining his voice. "I already raised your name with the president. He agrees you'd be an ideal choice."
He sighed.
"You're a good man. Better than me, I think. The agency's going to need men like you. No conditions? No conditions. I don't know what to say."
"Say yes," Kane advised.
"Make this easy."
Franklin exhaled slowly.
"Okay. When you get back to Langley, we'll talk."
Footsteps on the marble floor behind drew Kane's attention back to the present, and he turned as Hawkins approached, his expression one of satisfaction and contentment. Death was his business, but it was more than just an occupation for Jason Hawkins. He enjoyed it, thrived on it.
"We're all done here," he reported.
"That's good," Kane replied absently. The veteran operative cocked an eyebrow.
"Thought you'd be popping the champagne right around now."
"The circle might be gone, but the work's just beginning," Kane reminded him gravely. It would take a long time to undo everything they'd wrought. He gestured back into the wrecked dining area.
"How long to make this all disappear?"
2-3 hours tops. We've got a cleanup crew on it already," he confirmed. "By the time we're done, nobody will even know we were here."
"Good work, Jason. I want you to head to the rally point near Capitol Hill. Prepare the field teams for my arrival."
Hawkins frowned at the change of plan.
"Shouldn't we finish up here first?"
Kane shook his head.
"Drake never made a move on the motorcade. That means he's still out there. I want you on standby in case he tries something."
"Fair enough."
He was about to turn away but halted, a smile forming.
"Lighten up, Marcus. We won. Enjoy it."
Saying nothing, Kane turned away and strode out through the main entrance. Once he was certain he was away from the building and out of earshot, he fished out his phone once more and dialed a new number. It was answered within moments. His call was expected.
He's on his way. Have your team ready.
They're already there,
A distorted voice responded.
I hope for your sake there are no surprises.
None, Kane promised. Is all yours. An effective tool he might have been, but Jason Hawkins had outlived his usefulness tonight. A man like that had no place in the new world he'd brought about. And if his death helped to make amends for the Vault attack in London, then so much the better. It had been easy enough to convince them Hawkins had exceeded his authority and launched the attack without permission, because it wasn't a lie. They were welcome to him. His short call concluded, Kane slipped his phone back into his pocket and took a deep breath. The rain had eased off at last, the air cool and fresh as the warmth of the day bled away. Traffic rumbled by on the main drag, pedestrians strode past on the sidewalk, and a chopper thumped its way through the darkness somewhere overhead. The world continued as it had before, unaware that a seismic shift had just taken place. Most people would never learn of the events in that restaurant, and that was fine with him. That was the life he'd chosen. He started walking, heading down the street and away from the vehicle that was waiting for him. "Sir!" his protective agent called after him. "Sir, where are you going? We have a car standing by." Kane glanced at his watch. He was expected at Capitol Hill for his confirmation ceremony shortly, and to delay much longer would arouse suspicion. But he had time. After everything he'd done, he figured he could keep them waiting a few minutes. "I need 10 minutes, son," Kane replied. "Alone." The young man didn't look happy. Kane's safety was his responsibility, and it went against protocol to leave him unprotected. "Sir, my orders are—" "You take your orders from me," Kane reminded him sharply. Softening his tone a little, he added, "Anyway, this won't take long." Hesitating, the operative looked towards Kane's destination, guessing his intentions. Given everything that had happened tonight, it seemed understandable that a man would seek out such a place. Reluctantly, he nodded his assent. Kane strode off down the street, his hands in his pockets, and his coat turned up against the light drizzle. He could scarcely remember the last time he'd walked alone, unguarded, unwatched, free. The years of care and worry and pain seemed to fall from him with each step. It's over, he told himself again, still struggling to come to terms with it. It had been worth it. It had all been worth it. Kane's eyes rose skyward as he drew near his destination, taking in the lofty bell tower and soaring columns of the National City Christian Church. One of the big neoclassical religious edifices erected throughout the city, this one overlooked the famous Thomas Circle, named after famous Union General George Henry Thomas, whose mounted statue rested on a massive stone plinth in the center. Ignoring the sounds of traffic surging around the huge road conglomeration, Kane ascended the stone steps up to the church's main entrance, mounting them slowly, as if each were a significant undertaking. The doors were closed but unlocked, allowing worshippers to enter. Pushing the heavy barrier open, Kane stepped inside and gratefully allowed it to swing closed, shutting out the world. Cool, reflective silence closed in around him like a blanket. He breathed deep, taking a moment to appreciate the peace. Making his way up the central aisle, he approached the altar near the massive pipe organ, where rows of candles burned gently in the cool, subdued gloom. Reaching into his pocket, he carefully produced a small photograph that he'd kept with him every day for almost a year now. A picture that was just starting to fade and fray at the edges. His daughter, Lauren, killed the previous year in Berlin. Another casualty of war. Another sacrifice. Kane paused with the picture in his hand, allowing him to reflect on everything he had done to get here. Every person he'd manipulated and betrayed. Every sacrifice he'd made. Every sin he'd committed. He couldn't rightly say if he was deserving of redemption and forgiveness.
He couldn't even say whether James had been right after all, whether humanity was doomed without the circle to maintain the balance of conflict and chaos. Perhaps it was futile to strive for something better. All he knew was that he'd done his part. And perhaps that was enough. Placing the picture gently against one of the candles, he reached for a taper and used it to light the wick, saying a silent prayer for the young woman he'd lost. The flame was just sputtering to life when he became aware of footsteps approaching, soft and muted, coming for him. "I had a feeling you'd be here," he said, quietly blowing out the taper. "I knew you'd find me sooner or later. You know why I've come." "I do." Kane turned slowly to face the new arrival. "It's good to see you, Anya." Chapter 57. Behind the wheel of a black, unmarked agency service vehicle, Hawkins was en route to the rendezvous point in an underground parking lot just north of the Capitol building. From there, he was to take command and coordinate the various field teams who would oversee Kane's journey back to Langley. The circle might have been eliminated, but both Drake and Anya were still out there somewhere. Killing them as well would be the crowning achievement in what had, so far at least, proven to be an extremely satisfying day. He glanced up, taking in the sight of the huge white building with its grand columns and towering central dome about a mile distant. An impressive building, he conceded. Shame about the assholes who work there. His attention was drawn back to the vehicle when his cell phone started buzzing. It was an unknown number. Frowning, Hawkins hit receive.
"Who is this?"
"Listen carefully, Mr. Hawkins," the caller instructed. "If you want to live through the next hour, you'll do exactly what I say." For the next few seconds, neither Kane nor Anya made a move. They stood their ground in silence, each taking the measure of the other, each subconsciously comparing the person before them with the one they thought they'd known. "She's older," Kane found himself thinking. There were lines around her mouth and eyes that hadn't been there the last time they'd met. Her blonde hair was wet from the earlier downpour. She looked tired and in pain. A woman for whom life had been particularly harsh and unkind. And yet here she was, hurt but undaunted, scarred and embittered, but resolute. She had carved a trail of blood and death from one side of the world to the other, each step bringing her closer to this moment. 20 years, the woman began, her voice calm, hushed. No anger, no hatred, just a quiet resolve to learn the truth. Everything you did for 20 years, every lie and secret and betrayal. It was all for tonight, wasn't it? He had lied many times in his life, but not tonight. Yes. Anya tilted her head slightly, trying to fathom the mind of the man in front of her, the phenomenal reserves of patience and mental fortitude needed to maintain the ruse for so long, to prove himself time and again, to win over their trust until, at last, the time came to strike them down. "Was it worth it?" she asked. "Was it worth it to stand here now?" Kane's eyes strayed to the photograph placed carefully against the candle, the image aglow with the flickering light. His only daughter, taken from him just like so many others. Some of them had been good, others bad. Some deserved death, others a chance at life. All of them weighed heavily on him, and would do for the rest of his days. But the woman standing before him now endured more, sacrificed more, lost more than almost any other. If only she understood the decisions he'd been forced to make, the impossible choices that had been thrust upon him, the cruel twists of fate, circumstances and mistakes that had conspired to drive them apart. "Do you remember what you told me once?" he asked, revisiting an old memory from 2 decades ago. "You said they'd use us until there was nothing left. They would take everything from us, destroy everything we were." Anya's haunted expression told him she remembered it all too well. "You were right about them, Anya," he whispered. "Even back then, you knew what they were. You're the reason I turned against them, made it my life's work to destroy them. And tonight, I made them pay for that. I took back everything they stole from us." "No," she retorted, a flicker of cold anger showing behind those steely blue eyes for the first time. "I can't get back what I lost. My family, my freedom, my future. I gave you my life, Marcus." Her voice wavered as she struggled to keep control. She looked lost and vulnerable in that moment, desperate for understanding. "I did everything that was asked of me. Why wasn't it enough?" "I wish I knew," Kane admitted. Anya swallowed hard, and he saw tears glistening in her eyes. "I have to know one thing. Before the end," she managed to say. "Why did you sell me out to the Russians? Why did you betray me?" They had come at last to the final moment. Anya's brutal and relentless quest for answers had carried her all across the world. She had evaded every trap set for her, had killed men both powerful and dangerous, had pieced together every clue, until at last she'd ended up here. Yet the final answer still eluded her. Anya, he thought, as he looked at her then, seeing a shadow of the bright, vibrant young woman she'd once been. "There was a time when I would have died for you. You were the bravest and most incredible woman I ever knew, and I loved you. But still, you don't understand." Without hesitation, Marcus Kane gave his answer. "I didn't betray you, Anya." Golyanovo District, Moscow, March 10th, 2003. "No," Kane said. Even in the half-shadows of the dark, abandoned construction site, Kane saw the older man's face fall. "What did you say?" "I said no, Victor," Kane repeated, his heart pounding as the words came out. But the moment they did, he felt a surge of something he hadn't felt in a long time. The sure and certain knowledge that, for once in his life, he was doing the right thing. "I won't sell her out. Not to you, not to anyone. That's a line I won't cross." "You would sacrifice thousands of lives just to save one?" Sirovsky asked, incredulous at the thought. "No woman is worth that much." "She is to me," Kane retorted. No matter their differences, no matter how distant they'd become, Anya had never once betrayed him. She had never sold him out. How could he do any different? "Do you have any idea what I am offering?" "I know exactly what you're offering, and I know I'd never be able to live with it," Kane said truthfully. "If I betray the people who risk their lives for me, I'm no better than you, Victor." At this, the old man snorted with grim amusement. "I imagined you to be many things, Mr. Kane. A hopeless idealist is not one of them." "I'm happy to disappoint you." He turned to leave, then halted. "Oh, one more thing. In case you find yourself in a position of power someday, know this. I won't forget our conversation tonight." With that, he turned his back on the man and departed, leaving Viktor Sirovsky alone in the darkness. "I refused," Kane finished, bringing his short recount to an end. "The chance to kill Hussein, stop the war before it began,
I gave it up. For you, Anya. I couldn't betray you. Anya stood in stunned silence, eyes wide, mind racing, trying to understand what she'd heard, trying to comprehend how it could match up with everything she'd discovered. Then slowly, she turned to look at him, her expression hardening. You're lying. It's the truth. Only the truth. Enough! She yelled, her voice echoing across the huge, empty church. In a flash, she had drawn her sidearm and trained it on him. I was captured, handed over to the Russians like a piece of meat. Carpenter, Surovsky, Kalat, every link in the chain led back to you. She stepped closer, the gun trembling slightly. Every single one of them told me the same story, that I was betrayed by my own people. How else do you explain that? Kane sighed. He'd known this moment had been coming, and he knew what he had to tell her. He did indeed have an explanation, however difficult it might be for her to hear. All he could do was present the truth. Because I wasn't the only one there that night. Viktor Surovsky was just turning to leave, still marveling at Kane's arrogance and stupidity, when suddenly another figure appeared in front of him, emerging from the shadows like a ghost. Surovsky drew back, reaching for the weapon inside his coat. Perhaps Kane had not been as forthcoming as he'd claimed, bringing some hidden assassin to the meeting with him, ready to strike him down. Wait! A woman's voice urged in Russian. I'm not your enemy! The FSB agent stopped, surprised and intrigued. Really? Surovsky asked warily. Then tell me, what are you? A lost tourist? Not quite. The mysterious interloper stepped forward, allowing the pale moonlight to play across her face. Even in the poor light, Surovsky made out long dark hair and an elegant, attractive countenance. No longer young, perhaps, but strikingly beautiful all the same. Think of me as an intermediary, she explained. Someone who can provide what you're looking for, if you give me what I want. Surovsky's eyes narrowed. Clearly Mr. Kane does not know about this. Marcus Kane is weak and sentimental. His judgment on this matter is clouded, the woman said disparagingly. Mine is not. Perhaps so, Surovsky conceded. But how do I know you can't deliver Maras? In the wan moonlight, he saw her smile faintly. Because I know a great deal about her. I helped train her, in fact. I know where she's going and why. And because I helped broker the meeting she's rushing to attend. And you would betray this woman? He asked, dubious. Someone you trained? To stop a war? Absolutely. Some things are bigger than personal loyalty. Kane never understood that, but I do. Reaching into his coat, Surovsky produced his hip flask once more and took a gulp, grimacing as his stomach knotted in protest, an ulcer flaring up again. He held out the flask to her, and this time she took it and swallowed a generous measure. What should I call you? He asked. You can call me Freya. Chapter 58. Pulling into a vacant space in the underground parking lot, Hawkins killed the engine and stepped out of his SUV, glancing along the rows of parked vehicles in search of the field team that was supposed to meet him. Come out, wherever you are, he said under his breath. As if in response, a pair of headlights flicked on at the far end of the underground space, accompanied by the rumble of an engine firing into life, a panel van judging by the general dimensions. Hawkins stood his ground as the van approached, squinting a little in the glare of the headlights. Coming to a halt just a few yards away, the driver left the engine running as he opened the door and stepped out, accompanied by two more men from the sliding door on the side. I don't recognize you guys, Hawkins remarked as the trio approached.
each wearing hard, serious expressions.
You knew?
The driver, evidently the leader, spoke a single, terse command.
You're coming with us.
Hawkins' eyes narrowed.
Am I?
At a nod from the leader, all three men drew down on him. Hawkins didn't make a move. Kane had sold him out. He knew then. Discarding him now that he'd served his purpose. Giving him up to people who wanted him dead.
That wasn't a request.
Hawkins glanced from one man to the next, taking note of the weapons in their hands, the look of cold, ruthless determination on their faces. Each of these men was a professional killer, of that much he was certain, and was no stranger to moments like this. He had been on the other side of this particular situation many times.
3 of you, huh?
Hawkins taunted them.
Thought they would have sent more. Get on your knees and put your hands behind your head.
Hawkins considered it, then shook his head.
I don't think so.
A trio of silenced gunshots rang out, coming in such close succession that they seemed to blend into one. All three men jerked convulsively as the projectiles impacted, then fell to the ground like marionettes with their strings severed. Hawkins watched without emotion as his would-be abductors lay twitching at his feet, their blood pooling on the concrete.
Clear!
A young woman called out. Glancing up from the dead bodies, Hawkins smiled as Riley rose up from behind one of the parked cars and approached him, flanked by 2 other members of Hawkins's team. All 3 were holding silenced M4 assault rifles with telescopic sights.
Good shooting,
Hawkins commended her. Riley's face darkened with anger as she regarded the dead bodies.
Kane fucked us,
she spat. What the hell are we gonna do now?
We're on our own. Once this is over, we're officially freelance.
He was done taking orders, done risking his life for causes he didn't care about, done answering to fools who would sell him out at a moment's notice. When this was all over, he was taking his unit and packing up. A group like this would have their pick of ops anywhere in the world. Riley's smile was eager and predatory.
About goddamn time. But first we've got some business to finish,
Hawkins said, turning away.
What kind of business?
Riley asked. He smiled, anticipating the payback he was owed.
Marcus Kane.
She must have followed me there that night, Kane explained. She cut a deal with Surovsky by herself. By the time I figured out what had happened, they had you.
Kane fell silent then, watching the play of emotions across Anya's face. She looked as if her world was collapsing around her. Everything she had believed, the ruthless and single-minded search for answers that had sustained her for the past 4 years, gone in an instant.
If you are lying to me, look at me, Anya, Kane implored her. I'm done lying. Everything I've told you is the truth. No more, no less.
The look in Anya's eyes confirmed she believed him.
Freya was the one who betrayed me?
She did what I couldn't, he grimly acknowledged. For the greater good.
But it was all for nothing,
Anya whispered.
Freya's deal changed nothing. The war happened anyway.
Once more, Kane found himself reflecting on James's haunting sentiments on the value of war and the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Didn't it ever occur to you that he was more useful to us alive than dead?
Don't you get it? The war was always going to happen. The Circle made sure of that.
Turning away, Anya looked at the row of candles arrayed in front of her, most of them unlit. Then, in a sudden fit of anger, she swept her arm across them, scattering them across the floor.
It was a lie,
she said, her voice nearly breaking as she leaned on the empty stand for support.
Another lie. All this time, I have been chasing a ghost.
Kane hesitated, caught by the once familiar urge to reach out to her. This woman, who had once been such an integral part of his life, who he would have given anything for. and who had ultimately cost him so much. I know, but it's over now, he said quietly. It's over, Anya.
No, not yet,
another voice announced. Both Cain and Anya looked towards the arched doorway on the far side of the altar as a man emerged from the shadows, his weapon trained on Cain, his eyes alight with vengeance.
Ryan,
Anya gasped.
what are you doing here? How did you find us?
Because he had help. A second figure emerged from behind a pillar, taking up position alongside Drake, a woman that Cain had never expected to see again.
Remember me?
McKnight spat as she took a step towards him.
You said I'd have a long time to think about my mistakes. And you were right, Marcus. Just like I've had a long time to imagine this moment.
Wait!
Anya implored them, stepping between Cain and his two would-be assassins.
You are making a mistake!
Stand aside, Anya, Drake warned, his voice icy cold as he approached his nemesis. This has to happen. Now.
No, it doesn't, she countered. You don't know what you're doing.
She didn't fully understand how Drake and McKnight had forged this unlikely alliance, but it didn't matter now. They were here, and they had come for one thing only.
I know this man took everything from me, Drake hit back. He's not walking out of here alive. Stand aside.
With no other option, Anya turned her weapon on Drake.
I can't let you do it.
Are you going to kill me, Anya? Drake challenged her. For him?
You don't understand. This man destroyed our lives. Took everything we had, McKnight countered. Why in God's name are you defending him? Because I was wrong, Samantha, Anya admitted. About everything. He didn't betray me to the Russians. He was working all this time to bring down the Circle. He had my father executed, McKnight said through clenched teeth, tears stinging her eyes. I heard him die.
No, you heard a gunshot over the phone, Cain interrupted. The woman froze, struck numb by his words.
What did you say?
Your father is alive, Samantha, he stated. I'm not a monster, despite what you might think. Killing an innocent man wasn't necessary. I needed you to believe he was dead.
You're lying,
she cried, refusing to let herself believe it. Am I? He asked. Or is it easier to pull the trigger and tell yourself I deserved it?
You locked me up, told me I'd never see daylight again, told me my life was over.
You were a risk. I needed you out of the way until this was all over. He glanced at Anya. If you'd stayed where you were, you would have been released. McKnight's eyes were wide with shock, the weapon trembling in her hands as Cain took a step towards her. You have every right to hate me. I used you, put you in an impossible position, forced you to work against the people you value most. I know you didn't want to do it. I know you're a good person. Another step closer. You could kill me? Take revenge for everything I did? He sighed, and spend the rest of your life running from it. But it doesn't have to end that way. You can still have a life of your own, Samantha, he said gently. A future. A family.
No more, Cain, Drake snapped.
Let him speak, Ryan,
McKnight countered, clearly swayed by his words.
For Christ's sake, can't you see what he's doing? He's telling you exactly what you want to hear.
He shook his head.
No more. This ends here.
Cain turned slowly to regard him. Ryan Drake, he said, facing his adversary down, looking at him not as an enemy to be overcome, but as a survivor like himself, a man worthy of respect. Out of all the people I've dealt with, I don't think I've ever met one as persistent as you.
You have to answer for what you've done.
We all do, Cain fired back. Tell me, how many men have you killed to be here tonight, Ryan?
How many deaths do you have to answer for?
Drake hesitated, momentarily daunted by his question, because he sensed the truth in it. He had killed men and women in his long battle against Marcus Kane. Many had deserved it, others hadn't. But they had died anyway. Because of him.
I did what I had to do to survive, he said quietly. I didn't want it. And Lauren? Kane challenged him. Did you want that?
A muscle tightened in his jaw as he thought of the sibling he would never know, lying dead on a sidewalk in Berlin.
Lauren, your daughter was an accident. We didn't kill her. But you were responsible. She would never have been there if not for you. Don't, Kane, he retorted, gripping the weapon tight. He refused to play this game. Not now. We never asked for any of this. You backed us into a corner, took everything we had, left us with no choice. This all began with you, and it'll end with you. Tonight.
Kane straightened up a little then, raising his chin as he faced Drake down without fear.
Then do it, he said simply. If you're as righteous as you believe, then pull the trigger. Tell yourself you did the right thing, punish the evil man, made the world a better place. First, you tell me something. Tell me why you killed Freya.
He had held himself in check until this moment, but now they'd come down to it. Now he was going to get the answers he'd come for, and then he was going to kill the man.
What do you mean?
Enough!
Drake shouted, struggling to hold his emotions in check.
Enough lies! For once in your life, tell the truth. Tell me why you had her killed.
Ryan, Anya began.
Stay out of this,
he snapped, turning his attention back to his most hated enemy.
It's just us now, Marcus. We're all that's left. Don't you want to be honest? Just once, before I kill you.
Kane shook his head slowly. You still don't understand, do you? You've got the wrong man.
You're lying.
What have I got left to lie for? Kane asked frankly.
You want to stay alive.
Kane spread his hands. My work's done. What happens now doesn't matter. Drake had stepped right up to him, the barrel of his weapon pressed against Kane's forehead. One pull of the trigger, and it was over.
Then this won't matter to you.
Stop, Ryan, Anya interrupted. He's telling the truth. Drake looked at her.
How do you know?
He watched as she swallowed, her throat tightening, then closed her eyes as if seeking some inner reserve of strength and willpower. Then, opening them, she raised her chin and gave Drake his answer. Because I'm the one who killed her. Chapter 59. United Kingdom, May 1st, 2009. Yanking her arm free, Freya whirled around to face her adversary, eyes gleaming with defiance. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of putting a bullet through the back of her head.
You look me in the eye, you coward,
she said, staring right at them.
Look me in the eye when you pull the trigger.
If she'd expected her words to strike a chord, to engender some kind of reaction, she was to be disappointed. A second came and went, a second broken only by the sigh of the evening breeze and distant hoot of an owl and the hammering of Freya's heart. She saw the barrel of a weapon raised, saw the long snout of a silencer gleaming in the thin sliver of moonlight. Freya let out a breath. Of all the people to do this, a 9mm slug passing through her chest silenced that sentence before she had a chance to complete it. She let out a strangled gasp, as if in surprise, then fell backward and collapsed to the ground, her body skidding down the rocky slope until it came to a rest in a pool of stagnant water. Her killer lingered a moment longer, waiting to be sure the gunshot had done its work, waiting to confirm her target really was dead.
"You shouldn't have come looking for me,"
Anya said, looking down on the dead woman with a hint of regret. Her work done, she turned away and started her walk back to the waiting van. Drake let out a strangled breath. Cold, invisible fingers were clamping around his throat, slowly squeezing the life out of him. What Anya had just said made no sense. Every atom of his being instinctively rebelled against it.
No, that's not possible."
Anya said nothing, but the look of utter desolation on her face told its own story.
"Anya, tell me this isn't true,"
he implored her.
"Tell me you're wrong."
The woman for whom he'd risked and sacrificed so much was looking back at him, her expression a mixture of grief and desperate longing for understanding.
"I'm so sorry, Ryan,"
she whispered.
"But I won't lie. I killed Freya."
Drake closed his eyes, feeling like a knife had just been driven into his chest. All this time he'd been tracking his mother's killer, looking for the one responsible, and she'd been right in front of him all along. He could feel his heart rate rising, could feel the blood pounding in his ears as the awful, incomprehensible truth sank in.
"Why?"
he asked, barely able to get the word out.
"Why did you do it?"
"I did not know who she was."
Drake glanced at the weapon in his hands. It was starting. The red darkness gathering in his mind. The monster he'd thought long banished, rising up once again.
"Why did you kill her?"
he repeated. He watched the muscles in her throat tighten as she took a tentative step towards him.
"Freya, your mother, wasn't who you think she was,"
Anya said, keeping her voice carefully measured and controlled now.
"I can't explain everything. I just need time."
Drake could feel his body tensing up involuntarily, his heart pounding, preparing itself for what was coming. Anya saw it too. Sensing his intentions, she backed off a pace. Drake took another step towards her, only to feel a forceful hand on his arm pulling him back. He turned to see McKnight, holding him back.
"Don't do this, Ryan," she urged. "Please."
Drake lowered his head, allowing himself just a moment to contemplate her plea, to imagine how this might play out if he let it go. Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe Anya did have a reason for what she'd done. An instant later, the thought vanished, and everything became clear. Yanking his arm free, he lashed out at McKnight, catching her with an elbow strike to the face that sent her crashing backwards off the edge of the raised altar and onto the stone floor below. Switching his attention to Anya, he saw the woman raise her weapon, ready to gun him down just as she put down his mother before him. Moving with fluid, terrifying speed, he caught her wrist and yanked it upward. The suppressed weapon thumped as she squeezed the trigger, a stray round sailing harmlessly over his shoulder. In response, he brought his own automatic to bear, ignoring the second shot that thumped past him, the exhaust gases from the suppressor stinging his eyes. Anya was fast enough to duck before he could pull the trigger. But Drake wasn't aiming for her head. Instead, he swept the gun around, the butt striking the suppressor on Anya's own weapon like a hammer blow. Metal clashed against metal, and the gun was torn from her grip, clattering to the ground a few yards away. Unarmed now, Anya lashed out with her naked fists, trying to take him down hand to hand. She had faced Drake before and prevailed against him, her superior training and experience giving her the edge she needed. She knew his capabilities and his limitations, and how to exploit both. But this was a different man from the one she'd fought before, a man seasoned by unforgiving experience, hardened by brutal adversity, driven by rage and fury. A man who blocked and deflected her increasingly desperate attacks, driving her backward, wearing her down. And for the first time, A doubt crept into her mind. Catching her outstretched arm, Drake yanked it upwards and drove a knee into her stomach with every ounce of force he could summon, knocking the breath out of her. Coughing and gasping, Anya went down on one knee, struggling to rise. Never before had she faced an opponent like this. Face tight with pain, Anya looked up as Drake loomed over her, a dark and menacing figure that seemed to have grown in stature before her eyes. She saw the glint of a weapon in the overhead lights as he turned it on her, saw his expression twisted with anger and fury, his eyes burning with vengeance.
"Stop!"
a powerful voice yelled. Drake's head snapped around to see Marcus Kane standing a few yards away. He was holding Anya's weapon.
"Anya isn't your enemy, Ryan," Kane said. "Put the gun down."
In another life, Drake might have laughed at the absurd irony of their situation. Him, ready to kill the woman who had been his ally for the past 4 years. Kane, ready to kill him to defend his nemesis.
"Why don't you both put them down?"
McKnight said, leaping back up onto the altar. She was bleeding from a cut above the eye where Drake had struck her, but the injury hadn't slowed her down. Her eyes were still bright and focused, now filled with cold anger.
"I told you to stay out of this,"
Drake said, jaw clenched, weapon still trained on Anya.
"Killing each other isn't going to bring her back."
"You were ready to kill Kane tonight?"
"I was wrong,"
she acknowledged reluctantly.
"Just like you."
"She killed my mother."
Anya rose slowly to her feet, hands curled into fists as she faced her former ally. Drake was right there before her, his weapon trained on her head.
"Put it down, Drake,"
Kane warned.
"Stay back. This is between us,"
Anya said calmly. She made no attempt to stop Drake now. She just stood there, meeting his gaze evenly and without fear.
"I once told you never to point a gun at me unless you are ready to pull the trigger. Are you ready to do it now?"
"Why, Anya?" he asked, anger and betrayal vying with a desperate need for understanding.
"Why you?"
"She gave me no choice. I wish it hadn't come to that, but it did."
She paused just for a moment, settling some silent debate in her mind.
"And if I had to do it again, I would."
Drake let out a breath, struck not just by the cold pragmatism of her statement, but by the utter conviction in her voice. She was holding nothing back, making no attempt to argue her case or justify herself, challenging him to pull the trigger. But looking her in the eye now, could he do it? Could he kill Anya? Did she deserve it for what she'd taken from him? Before he could contemplate this further, the standoff was interrupted by a voice that blared suddenly through the vast empty church, booming and powerful, somehow coming from multiple sources all at once.
"Well done, Ryan,"
the voice announced, evidently pleased.
"Not quite how I imagined today playing out, but it's good enough."
All 4 of them glanced around, seeking the source of the voice but finding nothing. It took them a moment to realize it was being projected through the building's wireless speaker system. Designed to carry a preacher's sermons throughout the vast church, it had been hijacked by a decidedly less pious orator tonight.
"Where's it coming from?"
McKnight whispered.
"I don't know."
"Don't waste your time," the voice advised. "I can see you and hear you."
Glancing upward, Drake spotted a security camera covering the altar, one of several positioned around the church to safeguard it against theft and vandalism. Whoever was speaking to them must have hacked into this security system.
"Do you really think I'd be foolish enough to come there in person?"
Drake knew that voice. Even over the booming speaker system, he recognized it from their previous meetings. And he was not the only one.
"Stark,"
Kane gasped.
"Hello, Marcus."
Richard Stark's voice rolled out.
Still leaving those loose ends untied, huh? I warned you about that. You made this happen? The CIA director asked, gesturing to the others. You brought them here tonight? No, you made it happen. I'm just here to clean up your mess, he explained. Speaking of which, it's time to finish this, Ryan. Finish it? The man who destroyed your life, and the woman who took your mother's, they're right in front of you. All you have to do is pull the trigger, and this is all over. It's already over. Kane destroyed the circle just like you wanted. What makes you think I wanted the circle destroyed? You son of a bitch, Drake snarled, finally seeing the full extent of Stark's lies and manipulation. We trusted you. So did your mother. A Drake family weakness, it seems. Drake hadn't missed his implied meaning. What are you saying? Enough, Stark said, his voice booming far louder than any of them could hope to match. It's time to finish what you started. Killing me won't bring the circle back, Kane reminded him. They're gone. It's over. Far from it. You might have taken out the leaders, but everything they created is still intact. All that's needed is for someone to carry on their work. It didn't take much imagination to guess who Stark had in mind. He might have failed to protect them from Kane, but he was ready and willing to seize the opportunity and fill the power vacuum that had opened. The same offer applies to you, Miss McKnight. Kill them both and your record will be expunged. You'll get your life back, and all of this will be a distant memory. Drake glanced at McKnight, sensing the doubts that were slowly blossoming in her mind, the long-abandoned possibilities awakening once more. She was tempted. What's the matter, Ryan? Stark pressed him. Are those people really worth dying for? Would they hesitate in your position? Drake backed away from Anya, his eyes flickering between her and Kane. One of them had been his ally, the other his enemy. Now he didn't know what either represented. But the question remained. Would they pull the trigger in his place? Tough decision, Ryan? Maybe you need a little incentive, Stark suggested. Look up. A pair of large screen televisions had been mounted high on the walls on both sides of the main altar, probably to display hymn verses and other references during ceremonies. Now, however, when they flickered into life, they displayed something very different. Drake felt the world start to close in around him, narrowing to a single tunnel between himself and the TV. It was displaying camera footage, low quality but clearly distinguishable. He recognized the location and the people in it right away, because he had been with them barely an hour ago. It was the rest of his team, back at the disused garage. They were clustered around Frost and her computer terminal. I think you understand my point now? Finish your mission, and you and your team get to walk away. Refuse, and, well, take a guess. Tearing his eyes away from the screen, he looked at Kane and Anya, two people who had cost him a great deal already, and who might cost him even more depending on what he did in the next few seconds. Were they really worth it? Were they worth sacrificing everything he had left? Take me, Kane commanded. Take me and let the others go. Very noble of you, but I'm not in the business of leaving loose ends untied. Drake could almost feel the man's firm resolve to protect Anya, even at the cost of his own life. You've already lost a loved one because of this, Ryan, Stark reminded him gravely. Are you willing to lose another? Ryan, McKnight said, her voice hushed. He'll kill us no matter what we do. Time to choose, Stark commanded him. Your mission or your friends? Last of all, his gaze came to rest on Anya, the woman at the center of all of this, the person who had saved and very nearly ended his life on more than one occasion,
who had taken and given so much. She was watching him now, waiting for him to make his decision.
"Remember what I told you once," she said quietly. "You're a good man, Ryan. No matter what happens, remember that."
"No more talk," Stark's booming voice commanded, everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Kill them, now!" Drake's finger tightened on the trigger, inching fractionally towards the crucial point. Whatever justifications they might have for their actions, both Kane and Anya had committed terrible acts in their lives. They had each murdered, betrayed, and lied in order to survive. But so had he. Was he really any better than them? Was he more deserving of life? Was it even his place to make such a choice? "No," Drake said at last, lowering his weapon. "I won't do it, Stark. We both know you'll kill us all no matter what I do. I'd rather die with a clear conscience." He heard the NSA director sigh wearily over the speaker system. "You know, for a moment I actually thought you might have the balls to do it," Stark said mockingly. "But you're right about one thing. You are going to die." As if on cue, the big doors at the far end of the church crashed open, allowing at least half a dozen figures to rush in through the breach. Drake's head snapped around, taking in the tactical operatives, the heavy body armor, the silenced assault rifles swinging towards him and the others, and in the midst of the assault team, a man he recognized. Hawkins smiled as he raised his rifle, taking aim. Not at Drake, but at Anya, standing alone and unarmed in the midst of the altar. She would be the first to die. Drake saw it too. "Get down!" he shouted, knowing he was too far away to intervene. It happened so fast, so easy, it almost didn't seem fair. Sighting her center mass, Hawkins took first pressure on the trigger, exhaled, and relaxed his muscles, then unleashed a short, deadly accurate burst that zipped through the air and struck its target. Except that target wasn't Anya. Just as the assault rifle kicked back into his shoulder, another body moved in between them. Marcus Kane stumbled backwards as the round slammed into his torso, pulling Anya down with him. They landed together on the stone floor of the altar, Kane still shielding her with his dying body, his blood staining the ground around them. At the same moment, Drake turned his weapon on Hawkins and opened fire, just as the man was bringing his weapon around to sight his next target. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Drake take aim, knew the man had the drop on him, and tried to leap behind cover as Drake pulled the trigger. White-hot pains seared through him as the round tore into his neck, and he went down, his blood painting the pew behind. In the midst of the unfolding firefight, Kane and Anya lay together behind the altar, holding each other close, everything around them forgotten. For a moment, their eyes met, and everything else seemed to fade away. Kane watched as Anya's shock and disbelief gave way to growing realization at what he'd done. He saw a faint reflection of the young woman who'd once looked at him with love and longing, who had once been willing to die for him, and who now realized he'd done the same for her.
"Anya!"
Drake yelled, gripping her arm and trying to pull her away.
"We have to go, now!"
Nearby, McKnight had leapt down from the altar, trading fire with a trio of assault operatives who were advancing along the edge of the vast room, using the pews and pillars for cover. The room echoed with the thump of suppressed gunfire.
"Hurry, Ryan! Get her up!"
Coughing weakly, Kane nodded.
"Go,"
he urged her.
"Get out of here."
There was so much still to say, so much they might still have done together, and none of it would come to pass now. This was where their story ended, and she knew it.
"I'm sorry,"
she whispered.
Come on! Drake implored her, physically hauling her away. Kane was oblivious to the desperate battle unfolding around him, the thump of automatic weapons and the frantic shouts. His labored breathing was growing shallow, his damaged heart slowing as the final moments of his life played out. His head lolled to the side, taking in the shelves of unlit candles neatly laid out nearby, and in the midst of them, a single one burning brightly, illuminating the photograph he'd carefully placed below it. His daughter, Lauren. He would see her soon, he thought, as the flame of his life flickered out, and the darkness closed in around him.
Chapter 60.
"Where the hell is he? Talk to me, Frost!" Jessica demanded, pacing back and forth across the dusty, litter-strewn floor of the garage, impatient for news on Drake.
"If I knew what the fuck was happening, don't you think I'd tell you?" Frost hit back.
So far their night had swung wildly from triumph to disaster, and back again, leaving them completely in the dark about what was happening. The last they'd heard from Drake, he and McKnight were en route to the church, where Anya was planning to confront Kane. How and why he'd decided to join forces with their traitorous former team member, or even how she'd found him in the first place, was a complete mystery. There simply hadn't been time to question him.
"We should go there ourselves," Frost decided. "He may need backup."
"What about the plan?" Mitchell countered.
"The plan's fucked," she stated bluntly. "We're on our own now."
Mitchell sighed, but nodded agreement.
"Fine. What about Dietrich?"
Thinking on it for barely a second, Frost switched comms frequencies.
"Dietrich, come in. Relocate to National City Christian Church ASAP. Ryan's off comms and needs urgent backup. Over."
There was no answer. Frost repeated her summons.
"Dietrich, acknowledge this transmission. Over."
Once again she was met by dead air. Both men had simply disappeared. Anya was in a daze as Drake hauled her away from the altar, barely even conscious of the firefight raging around them. Glancing left, she watched with a strange sense of detachment as the wooden frame of the pulpit shattered under a stray burst of gunfire. On her right, more rounds ricocheted off a stone pillar, bursting apart in a spectacular shower of sparks and broken masonry. All the while, Drake pulled her onward, with McKnight covering their retreat.
"Changing mags!"
McKnight shouted, ejecting the spent clip from her smoking weapon. Hearing the crash of another door being blown open nearby, Anya looked up as two more men advanced into the room straight ahead, trying to cut them off.
"Contact front!"
Drake called out. Both he and McKnight emptied their weapons into the two operatives, aiming for the head instead of wasting ammunition on their formidable armor. One stumbled backward, while the other was spun sideways, triggering a long burst on full automatic that stitched a path across the stonework in front of them.
"Go!"
Drake cried, pushing past their fallen bodies and into the corridor beyond. In that instant, the world snapped back into place for Anya. Reaching down, she snatched up one of the dead men's weapons, a Heckler & Koch G36 assault rifle, and dropped to one knee to present a smaller target. Sighting the nearest operative as he broke cover, she squeezed off a short, deadly accurate burst that slammed into his upper chest and face. She saw a burst of red, heard a muffled scream as he went down.
"Fall back!"
McKnight yelled.
"Go! I'll cover you!"
In response, McKnight grabbed her arm, forcing her to look round.
"You can't win this one, Anya. We have to go, now!"
Those words seemed to cut through the fog of rage and vengeance that had enveloped her. She could make a stand here, probably take a few of them with her, but in the end they would get her. Her death would serve no purpose at all. Glancing down at the dead man by her feet, she undid a pouch on his webbing and yanked out the fragmentation grenade within. A few seconds later, she'd yanked the pin free and placed the device beneath the body. Firing off another wild burst through the open doorway, she retreated deeper into the building, with McKnight right behind her. Nearby, Jason Hawkins pulled his hand away from his neck. The Nomex combat glove was slick with his own blood. Drake's hastily aimed shot had grazed him, just missing an artery, but it was bleeding profusely all the same.
"You okay, sir?"
one of his operatives asked, eyeing the gory wound.
"It's nothing. Move up,"
Hawkins snarled.
"Run those bastards down."
As his team closed in on the doorway, Hawkins rose to his feet and ascended the steps of the altar, glancing up at the cross overhead before turning his gaze downward to the man lying dead on the floor. Marcus Kane, the director of the CIA, one of the most powerful men in the country, the man who less than an hour ago had tried to have him executed. An eye for an eye, as his father always used to say. Reaching up, he pressed his radio transmitter.
"It's done. Kane's dead."
"Good," Stark replied, speaking directly over the secure comm system.
"And the others? We're on it. I suggest you finish this quickly. Local police have been alerted. I can stall them, but not for long."
Nearby, his team advanced into the doorway, encountering two of their comrades lying sprawled on the stone floor. One reached down to check for signs of life while his comrades covered him. What he didn't notice was the grenade lodged beneath the dead man's shoulder. Not until he heard the faint ping of the spring-loaded fly-off handle detaching and saw the metal sphere roll into view. "Grenade!" The roar of the detonation sent a cloud of smoke and stone fragments out into the main altar room, the vibrations trembling up through the building's structure to send shivers of dust down from high above. Hawkins was obliged to turn away to avoid flying debris, but as the echo of the blast died away, he let out a slow, carefully controlled breath.
"Get in there,"
he instructed, seething with rage.
"Find them."
The main body of the church was flanked by a pair of 5-story buildings. Constructed of the same grey stonework as the church itself, they were devoted to less spiritual and more practical matters, mostly administrative duties, project planning, and general workspace for the church's sizable staff. Tonight, however, the place was deserted, the lights turned off, the desks and meeting rooms unmanned. Weapon in hand, Drake advanced quickly up a flight of stone steps and along the short corridor connecting the church building to the office block, heading for the north end of the building, where a stairwell led down to an emergency fire exit, the same way he and McKnight had made entry. He had no idea what they were going to do once this was over, how he could begin to process everything he'd learned about both Anya and his mother, but that would have to wait. "Don't think about it now," he commanded himself. "Just keep moving." Reaching up, he powered up his comms unit and spoke urgently into the microphone. Kira, come in. You need to get out of there now. Repeat, you've been compromised. Get the fuck out." Frost didn't respond. Neither did anyone else, for that matter. All he could hear was the faint hiss of static in his ear. Was it the heavy stone structure around him? Or something else? Was he already too late? Catching footsteps behind, he glanced over his shoulder as his two companions sprinted to catch up with him. "They are coming," Anya reported, avoiding Drake's gaze. "We barred the door at the other end, but it won't hold them long." "We're almost out," Drake replied as they pushed through into a large open-plan office area, banks of desks and smaller meeting rooms set at intervals. Everything had been powered down for the night, the lights turned off, and the computers shut down. The only illumination was from the glow of street lamps outside, hazily filtered through drawn curtains. "We have to warn the others," McKnight said. "Comms are down," he replied, trying again in growing desperation. "Kira! Anyone come in!" Nothing. "Fuck!" he snapped. One or both sides of the transmission were being jammed by Stark, the head of the NSA, the man who was tapped into everything. "They can't hear you," a woman's voice taunted him. "You're too late." Drake's reaction was born from pure instinct.
Twisting aside, he threw himself behind a bank of desks just as a storm of automatic gunfire erupted in front of him, the muzzle flashes bursting across the dimly lit office space like lightning. Glass shattered as rounds blasted apart computer monitors and tore through thin wooden desk partitions, showering him with debris. Anya and McKnight, likewise, took cover on the opposite side of the aisle. Angling her weapon over the top of the desk, Anya snapped off a long burst, spent shell casings clattering to the ground around her. It was loud but futile, buying them mere seconds. The answering hail of gunfire was both accurate and sustained, forcing her to flatten herself against the floor. Quickly assessing the situation, Drake reached his conclusion about the same time as his companions.
"Get out of here, both of you,"
he hissed.
"I'll draw their fire."
Anya shook her head.
"We have to do this together."
They both flinched as more rounds chewed up the floor between them, some ricocheting wildly into the wall behind.
"No time to argue, just go!"
Drake snapped, readying himself. Anya stared back at the man who was about to risk his life for her, wishing there was something she could say to him, some way of making this right.
"I'm sorry, Ryan," she whispered.
Drake met her gaze, and for a moment she wondered if he might harbor similar sentiments.
"Find a way to warn the others," he ordered her. "Don't let this be for nothing."
Swallowing, Anya nodded. At the far end of the room, Riley smiled as she gleefully emptied the remains of her P-90 submachine gun's magazine in Drake's direction, reveling in the wanton destruction. The short, compact weapon jolted against her shoulder with satisfying power, the smell of cordite smoke thick in the air around her. Death and destruction had always held a certain fascination and excitement for her, one that was almost arousing in its intensity. But tonight, the anticipation was heightened by the knowledge of who she was about to kill. Drake and Anya trapped together. No way out, except through her. Removing the spent magazine, she reached for a new one and deftly inserted it into the gun's housing. At the same time, her earpiece was buzzing with a new transmission from Hawkins.
"Team 2, set rep."
"We've got them in sight,"
Riley reported, speaking quietly as she scanned the shadowy banks of desks.
"They'll be dead soon."
"Negative. Keep them pinned down and wait for support."
She understood what he had in mind, using Riley and her team to hold Drake up, while Hawkins and the others hit them from behind. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, they'd have nothing to do except die. But there was an edge of something in his voice now. Was it tension? Or impatience?
"No time," she decided. "We have to finish them now."
She could do it, she knew. The elation and energy of the moment radiated from the very core of her being. She didn't need Hawkins or anyone else. She would be the one to take down Drake and Anya, their last remaining enemies. And then, finally, they would be free. Hawkins started to respond, but she reached up and switched off her comms unit. Out of contact now, she glanced at the two operatives flanking her.
"Move up! Flush them out!"
Both men nodded, then began to advance.
"This is it, Drake!"
she called as she racked back the weapon's charging handle.
"Don't make it too easy on us. I want this one to be worth it."
Pressing himself against the floor, Drake crawled to the end of the bank of desks and eased his head out just long enough to take in the scene. Two operatives advancing towards him, both armed with submachine guns, both equipped with night vision scopes. Men who could see through the darkness as if it was as bright as day. Riley, meanwhile, held back, waiting for him to break cover. 3 against 1. Bad odds. That was when he caught sight of something mounted on the wall nearby. A large red cylinder, gleaming dully in the hazy orange glow of streetlights. A fire extinguisher.
"Get ready,"
he whispered to Anya and McKnight. Taking a breath, Drake leaned out, took aim and opened fire. The first round struck the cylinder, a glancing blow, ricocheting off without penetrating.
However, the second landed true, punching straight through the steel casing. An instant later, the high-pressure extinguisher ruptured explosively, ejecting a cloud of white carbon dioxide that enveloped the far end of the office.
"Go!"
Drake shouted, leaping up. Anya and McKnight scrambled to their feet. Unable to make it to the fire escape, they instead rushed at the windows facing out onto the street below. Raising the assault rifle, Anya emptied the remainder of her ammunition into the window, which shattered and collapsed under the onslaught. She could feel rounds zipping past her as their enemies, sensing their intent, fired blindly into the gaseous haze. There was no way to anticipate or avoid them. All she could do was run and hope luck was on her side. Closing her eyes, she gathered herself up and leapt through the gap, plunging onto the street about 15 feet below. Buildings and roads flashed past her before the concrete sidewalk rose up and hit her hard, knocking the breath out of her lungs. Broken glass sliced through clothes and skin, and she felt the familiar hot flash of pain jolting through her already injured body. McKnight landed beside her a second later, curling into a ball to lessen the impact and rolling to a stop a few feet away. She was wet, bedraggled, and bleeding from several lacerations. But she was alive.
"Get up, Samantha, move!"
Anya hissed, pulling her up and moving in close to the base of the building, out of sight of the windows above. They were injured, but they were clear.
"Hurry, Ryan,"
she whispered. Staying low, Drake rushed forward, ignoring the panicked gunfire that sliced through the air just above his head. The laser sights that had helped his opponents aim and fire were now working against them, the beams plainly visible in the swirling CO2 haze. Taking aim at the nearest one, Drake squeezed off a trio of shots, hearing the distinctive wet crunch as one blew through a human skull. But the muzzle flash of his weapon had given away his position. He rolled into cover to avoid the answering volley that blasted apart the nearest desk. Riley immediately understood what he was doing and how to stop him. Turning towards the emergency fire suppression alarm mounted on the wall beside her, she slammed the butt of her weapon against the protective glass panel, reached in, and yanked on the lever. Straight away, red lights blazed on, and the overhead sprinklers sputtered into action, unleashing a downpour on the office below. As the gas began to clear under this watery onslaught, Drake knew he had only seconds to act. Leaping out from behind cover, he launched himself at the second operative and smacked the P-90 aside before he could bring it to bear. With his enemy temporarily exposed, Drake jammed the barrel of his gun into the man's armpit, twisting it around the fabric of his Kevlar vest, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot was muffled by fabric and flesh pressed against the barrel, but the thumping recoil told him the weapon had discharged. The man jerked convulsively, tried to let out a cry of shock and pain, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. A second shot was enough to deal a fatal blow. It was the last of Drake's ammunition. The weapon was dry. Holding the man upright, Drake swung this human shield towards Riley just as she opened up, spraying the dead man with automatic fire. Drake could feel the sickening thumps as rounds slammed into his makeshift shield, the Kevlar vest absorbing most of them. The instant the firing stopped, Drake released his hold, allowing the dead man to flop to the ground, then charged at his remaining enemy. With his gun empty, he drew back his arm and hurled the useless weapon at her, forcing her to throw up the P-90 to deflect it. Both guns rang out as the automatic clashed against the P-90's polymer coating. It was a desperate gesture, but it had bought him the time he needed to close the range. Realizing she had no time to reload, Riley dropped the cumbersome gun and reached for the knife at her waist, slashing wildly just as he leapt at her. Instinctively, Drake tried to twist aside mid-leap, raising his arm to defend himself. Hot pain flashed up his forearm as the blade bit into his flesh. Caught off balance by his attempt to evade the deadly blade, he slammed into the wall, his shoulder taking the brunt of the impact. Riley was on him in an instant, trying to seize the momentum and finish him off. The blade swept down against him, gleaming in the crimson light, only to tear a ragged gash across the drywall as Drake ducked aside. Outside, Anya and McKnight were retreating down the street, away from the towering church building. Already they could hear police sirens closing in, mingling with the blare of fire alarms inside the church. In a minute or two, the whole area would be locked down.
"We can't leave him behind," McKnight said. "He made his choice,"
Anya replied, fishing out her cell phone and dialing.
"Anya, what the—"
Alex began as soon as he picked up.
"Don't talk, just listen," she cut in. "I need your help, right now."
The two adversaries circled each other warily, each looking for an opening as water poured down around them and fire alarms blared. Riley, however, held the upper hand. She was armed, she was fast, and she knew how to take full advantage of both. Drake was tiring, and already injured. She smiled as she shifted her grip on the blade, feinting and gauging his reactions, muscles tensing as she prepared to strike. Guns had their place, but there was nothing quite so primal, so visceral, so exciting as a knife. Seeing the agony flare in your enemy's eyes as the blade slid into their flesh.
"I've been waiting for this, Drake,"
she said, her eager eyes shining like coals in the red light.
"Just you and me now."
She came in fast, slashing and thrusting, forcing him backward, keeping him on the defensive. The only good piece of advice Drake had ever had about getting into a knife fight was simple and blunt. Bring a gun. That wasn't an option now. Riley was a vicious fighter, fast and nimble, moving with the easy grace of a gymnast. Sooner or later, the blade would find its mark. He had to disarm her. As she came in again, thrusting the blade at his throat, he shifted his weight suddenly, sidestepping so that the knife sailed past him. Catching her arm, he yanked it down hard, dropping to one knee and exerting all his strength to heave her over his shoulder. Turning over in the air, the young woman crashed onto the desk in front of him, scattering files and other office equipment across the floor. That was his chance. She was exposed and vulnerable, but she wouldn't be for long. Leaping to his feet, he came in with an elbow strike, but the agile operative saw it coming and rolled aside. Pain jolted up his arm as his elbow slammed against the desk. Before he could recover, Riley's knee swept around and caught Drake squarely on the side of his head. Pain and white light exploded inside his skull. As Drake staggered sideways, injured and disoriented, Riley leapt down from the desk, her boots splashing in the pooling water.
"The great Ryan Drake,"
she said contemptuously, breathing hard with a mixture of exertion and excitement.
"Fucking pathetic. I'm doing the world a favor by ending you."
Sensing victory, she crept towards her stricken adversary like a predator stalking its prey. He was no threat to her now. This was it. This was the moment she'd been waiting for.
"It's a shame you won't get to see your friends when we kill them,"
Riley said, reversing her grip on the knife.
"You'll just have to imagine it."
Drawing back her arm, she leapt at him. But Drake wasn't as injured or helpless as he'd appeared. As she swung for an overhanded strike, he threw up his hands, managing to catch her wrist just as the knife was coming down against him. He saw a brief flash of surprise at his sudden reaction, but her expression quickly changed as a new idea took hold. Drake knew exactly what she was going to do. He was counting on it. Releasing her grip on the knife, she allowed the weapon to fall from her grasp as if she'd discarded it. But even as it was falling, her other hand leapt out to catch it and plunge it upward into his stomach. But her chance never came. In a flash, Drake caught the blade before it made it into her grip. Riley's eyes opened wide, shock and sudden fear showing for the first time as steel flashed in the glowing red lights. She let out a gasp of pain and disbelief as the knife sank into her chest. For a second or so they remained like that, frozen in time, water falling in slow motion around them. In a final act of defiance, Riley grasped at his neck, trying to pull him close with her fading strength, her eyes locked with his. There was neither remorse nor compassion in her opponent's gaze. As Drake yanked the knife free, her legs gave way, and she went down, slumping against the side of a desk. She was still staring up at him, her eyes glazed, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as she tried to speak, unable to comprehend how she'd lost. Drake didn't spare her a glance as he snatched up his fallen weapon, ejected the spent magazine, and calmly slapped a fresh one into place. She was no threat to him now. With his way now clear, he turned away and vanished, leaving the young woman to die alone. Chapter 61. In the disused car garage, tensions were rising rapidly as the seconds ticked by, with no contact from the rest of their team.
"Scan the police frequencies," Mitchell said. "See if there's been a report of gunfire. On it."
Basic police scanners could be bought even from civilian electronics stores. Frost's setup, however, was considerably more sophisticated, allowing her to crack many of the encrypted frequencies that were out of reach for the average citizen. If there had been an incident of some kind, she would be able to find out in a matter of seconds.
"What the fuck?"
she said, her expression darkening as she tilted her head, listening carefully.
"What is it?"
Jessica implored her.
"Is he dead?" "No, the airwaves are," the young woman replied. "No transmissions, no comms, nothing."
She spun around to face the others, her face falling. The conclusion was as obvious as it was chilling.
"We're being jammed." "But how could they be jamming us if they don't know?"
Jessica trailed off momentarily as the implications sank in.
"Where we are."
Frost's computer pinged, and a message appeared on screen. A message, just like the one she'd used to communicate with Alex. Twisting around, she scanned the text on her screen, her heart surging with fear. "You're compromised. Get out, now." Shoving the silenced automatic inside his soaking jacket to hide it from view, Drake hurried north along the main road, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the church. Already he could hear police sirens as local law enforcement rushed to the scene. Other people nearby were reacting too, many spilling out of a nearby bus station to see what was happening. More than a few smartphones were being pointed towards the church. Drake lowered his head, trying not to be seen. It was a wasted effort. Not only was he the only person moving away from what was clearly a major incident, but he was soaked to the skin, bruised, and bleeding from numerous injuries. He could feel warm blood dripping down his forearm, soaking into his jacket.
"Oh shit, man, what happened to you?"
asked a young black man, probably a college student judging by the looks of him.
"What's with this guy?" he heard another man ask. "Hey you involved in this? What you hiding, man?"
Drake knew this was going downhill fast. For obvious reasons, Americans were particularly sensitive about possible terrorist attacks, and they knew something had happened tonight. Seeking to put distance between himself and the increasingly hostile crowd, he turned right to cross the road, hoping to find a quieter side street to disappear into. He needed to stop and sort himself out, find a way to warn his friends, and rendezvous with Anya and McKnight, but not while he was exposed. The shouts were growing more numerous as the mood turned against him. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw a couple of younger, bigger men pursuing him. He couldn't allow them to swarm him. Reaching into his jacket, he closed his hand around the weapon. The screeching of brakes drew his attention back to the road, and he watched as an old-model Chevy sedan skidded to a halt barely 10 yards away, headlights blinding him. Drake drew his gun without hesitation and turned it on the driver, assuming the car was an unmarked police unit or even an agency service vehicle.
"Stop fucking around and get in, Ryan,"
a gruff voice demanded impatiently. Drake's eyes opened wide.
"Dietrich?
"Who else? Now move!"
Hesitating no longer, Drake leapt in and slammed the door shut. Barely was he in his seat before Dietrich stepped on the gas, swinging the car into a U-turn before accelerating away, leaving the growing mob behind.
"How did you find me?"
Drake asked, pulling up his jacket sleeve to expose the deep, snaking gash across his forearm.
"Police scanner,"
Dietrich explained.
"You've caused quite the shitstorm, Ryan. What happened back there?"
"Kane's dead.
The circle's gone."
For once, Dietrich's stoic, dispassionate mask slipped.
"You mean it's over? Finished?"
"No. They're going after Jessica and the others. We have to warn them."
"They're off comms,"
the German explained.
"Haven't been able to raise them."
"Fuck," Drake said under his breath.
"Then we have to get there ourselves."
The sprinklers were sputtering out when Hawkins and the assault team swept into the devastated office, two operatives moving over to the shattered window to cover the street below, while the others fanned out to secure the room. In a matter of seconds, Hawkins had taken the two dead team members, lying sprawled on the ground, their blood staining the pooling water. Then, at last, his gaze settled on the young woman slumped against a desk at the edge of the room. Her head was down, her blonde hair hanging in limp tangles around her face.
"Window clear,"
one of the team called out.
"Exit clear."
Hawkins ignored them as he walked slowly towards the fallen woman and knelt down in front of her. Laying down his weapon, he reached out and cupped her chin, raising her head up to face him. Eyes that had once sparked with eager excitement and absolute devotion now stared lifelessly back at him. Hawkins tilted his head, as if puzzled by what he was seeing, as if it hadn't quite registered. She was gone. Brushing the damp hair back from her face, he gently closed the unseeing eyes.
"God damn you, Riley," he whispered. "I told you to wait for me."
"Sir!" one of his team was calling to him. "Sir, we have to go!" Hawkins bowed his head in silent grief, ignoring the increasingly urgent warnings from his subordinate. "Sir, the police are on their way! If they find us here—" Drawing his sidearm, Hawkins turned the gun on his teammate, took aim right between the eyes, and pulled the trigger. The others froze in shock and disbelief, staring at the man who now lay twitching on the ground, his blood and brains staining the floor around him.
"Anyone else?"
Hawkins asked, rising slowly to his feet. A powerful, terrifying figure that seemed to grow larger than his mere physical presence. A man whose face was now a mask of barely contained rage. Not one of them was brave enough to speak up. Nodding, Hawkins looked at the nearest man.
"Order our strike team to move in now. Kill everyone except Drake. I want him alive."
"Shit!" Frost gasped, turning to the others. "We're blown!" Mitchell, realizing the urgency of the situation, didn't stop to question it for an instant. Turning away, she reached for the makeshift weapon bench and snatched up an MP5 submachine gun. Frost, meanwhile, triggered a fast delete program on her terminal, wiping all trace of what they'd been doing here. "Jessica, get to the rear office and wait for me there," she said, her voice low, urgent, frightened. "Hurry!" No sooner had she spoken than the lights flickered out. Barely a second later, the building reverberated with a sudden, violent explosion from outside. All three women dropped to the floor as the doors were blown off their hinges by carefully placed breaching charges. "Get down! Cover your ears!" Frost shouted as a trio of stun grenades were hurled in through the gaping hole. Squeezing her eyes shut, Jessica clapped her hands over her ears just as the grenades detonated, the concussive waves rippling through her body and hammering painfully against her skull.
"Move in! Go!"
a voice called out. Opening her eyes, she watched as Mitchell upended the steel table she'd been crouched beside, just as several figures emerged from the swirling smoke and dust.
"Contact! Contact!"
The shooting started then, Mitchell angling the MP5 over the edge of the table and spraying a burst at the lead operative, who staggered backwards under the impacts. Reacting to the threat, the others spread out and returned fire, the flashes from their muzzles illuminating the gloom like lightning. Bullets tore into the walls and computer monitors all around. For a second or so, Jessica froze like an animal caught in the headlights, terrified and mesmerized. For all the dangers she'd encountered, this was the first time she'd witnessed a true gun battle. It was enough to leave her awestruck.
"Jessica, move!"
Frost yelled, skidding to a stop beside her and gripping her arm painfully.
"Fall back!"
That was enough to snap her back to reality. She understood Frost's command, but it made no sense to her.
"Fall back to what? There's nothing back there. Just go! I'll be with you soon!"
Rising to her knees, Frost took aim and snapped off several shots from her automatic.
"Go! Now!"
Knowing better than to argue, Jessica leapt up and sprinted towards the small collection of storage rooms and offices at the rear of the building, flinching as several rounds punched through the drywall mere feet away. As Drake's sister retreated, Frost turned towards Mitchell, who had ducked behind cover long enough to insert a fresh clip into her weapon. Another burst rang out from the other side of the room, tearing holes through the metal table.
"We have to fall back! Go! I'll cover you!"
Rising up, Mitchell brought the weapon to her shoulder, sighted her next target, and pulled the trigger. But just as she did so, another burst tore through the air, one of them punching through her improvised cover and burying itself in her leg. Letting out a cry of pain, Mitchell went down, scrambling to pull herself behind the table as more fire peppered it. Blood was already pumping from the torn flesh, like a severed artery.
"Oh, Christ!"
Frost gasped.
"Hang in there! I'm coming!"
She tried to rise up, but their enemies already had her position covered, and a renewed volley forced her back.
"No!"
Mitchell called out, holding up a bloodied hand. She was trembling as her body started to go into shock, her face pale and tight with pain. But as her eyes met Frost's, her expression was resolute. Already she'd recognized her hopeless situation and knew there was only one thing left to do.
"You get out of here," she commanded. "I'll give you cover. Buy you some time." "Fuck that!" Frost shouted. "You're coming with me!"
Mitchell glanced down at her injured leg and shook her head. She wouldn't make it 20 yards in this condition, and she knew it. Frost knew it too, as hard as it was. Swallowing, tears stinging her eyes, she uttered her last words to the woman who had become not just a teammate, but a friend.
"I'm sorry."
Nodding, Mitchell readied the weapon and rallied her flagging strength.
"Go!"
she shouted, forcing herself up on her good leg and opening fire. To have hesitated even for a second would have rendered Mitchell's sacrifice useless. Leaping up, Frost retreated deeper into the building, following the same path Jessica had taken. She didn't allow herself to look back. Behind her, Mitchell emptied the last of her magazine at the nearest operative. Most of the 9mm slugs flattened against his Kevlar armor, but at least one tore into his left arm, taking him out of the fight. Her resistance was loud and defiant, but short-lived. As the bolt flew back to expose the empty breech, she sank down behind cover, dropping the smoking empty gun. The hot surge of adrenaline that had carried her this far was fading. A cold numbness was rising up from her legs, a creeping fatigue clawing at her as her life-blood seeped away. She was dying. She should have felt afraid at that realization, and yet an odd sensation of calm and equanimity had come over her. She had done what she could, fought to the last, but she could go no further. She supposed that, on balance, she'd been living on borrowed time ever since that mission in Istanbul a couple of years ago. Drake and his friends had risked their lives to save hers. It seemed fitting that she was able to return the favor. She smiled faintly as a pair of operatives rounded the table, calling out a warning that they'd found one of their targets, and allowed her eyes to close as they raised their weapons. Drake and Dietrich were speeding towards the scene, all thoughts of maintaining a low profile forgotten now as they raced to reach their friends before it was too late. Maybe it already was. Drake couldn't help thinking. Maybe they were wasting their time, trying to win a battle that had already been lost.
"Drive faster, mate,"
he said urgently, wrapping a strip of torn shirt around the gash on his arm. The pain was of little concern, but he needed to get the bleeding under control.
"This is as fast as it goes,"
Dietrich warned as they powered through an intersection, jumping a red light and narrowly avoiding a collision with cross-traffic. He glanced at Drake.
"Ryan, what do you think the two of us can do against a full assault team?"
Picking up his sidearm, Drake pulled back the slide to check a round was chambered, then checked the suppressor was securely attached.
"Wherever we can."
Jessica had taken refuge in one of the back rooms that had once contained spare parts and work tools, clutching her automatic in a tight, clammy grip. Her breathing was coming in short, shallow gasps, her heartbeat thundering in her ears, blood rushing through her veins. Here, so close to death, her body was now painfully, urgently alive. Hearing footsteps outside, she raised the weapon and flicked the safety off, only for Frost to launch herself through the doorway, closely followed by a volley of gunfire that ricocheted off the walls behind.
"Hold your fire!"
she warned. Jessica lowered the weapon, glad beyond words to see her comrade. However, the other member of their team was nowhere to be seen.
"Where's Mitchell?"
Frost shook her head solemnly, her expression saying it all.
"Oh, Christ. Mourn her later," Frost commanded. "Right now, all that matters is getting out of here." "How? They've got the place surrounded."
There were no convenient emergency exits, windows, or fire escapes here. The garage was one sealed unit, with cinder block walls at the sides and rear. The main doors were the only way in or out.
"There's another way,"
Frost said, though she didn't look happy about it.
"Get down on the ground, open your mouth, and cover your ears." "What? Just do it!"
Frost snapped. Outside, a trio of assault operatives advanced down the short corridor, weapons up and ready, laser sights piercing the air that was now heavy with smoke.
"One tango down,"
the team leader spoke into his radio.
"Moving up."
"There's no way out. We've got them cornered."
They could hear noises coming from the last room on the left. Signaling by hand, the team moved up, one of them reaching into his webbing for another stun grenade. There was no talk now. They'd done this enough times to know how it would play out. Closing in, the team leader raised his hand and silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. The concussive rumble of the blast was so loud that Drake and Dietrich heard it from 2 blocks away. As Dietrich brought the car to a sudden stop, Drake leapt out to take in the scene up ahead. Car alarms, triggered by the blast, filled the night air with their shrill, electronic blare, and nearby pedestrians were shouting and glancing around in fright. But Drake knew what it meant. He saw the distant plume of smoke rising from the garage. The sight of it was like a hammer blow.
"Frost, come in,"
he said, speaking low and quiet into his comms unit. There was no response.
"Mitchell, do you copy?"
Static hissed in his ear. Drake swallowed hard, his heart pounding, the pain of his injuries forgotten now.
"Ryan, we can't stay here,"
Dietrich warned him, taking in the same grim sight.
"Jess, can you hear me?"
Drake closed his eyes, silently praying to anyone who might be inclined to listen.
"Please."
Again, the faint pop and hiss of an empty frequency was the only response.
"Ryan,
wait!"
Drake called out. He'd heard something on the comms net. Faint, distorted, almost swallowed up by hissing static, but real. Straining to listen, he repeated his hail.
"If anyone can hear me, acknowledge."
"Ryan, you copy?"
a female voice asked. Drake's heart leapt. The voice was too garbled to discern the identity, but at least one of the team was alive.
"I've got you. What's your situation?"
he asked, forcing calm into his voice. Beneath their feet, Jessica was hurrying along the edge of the underground metro line, struggling to keep pace with Frost in the near darkness.
"We're on the metro line beneath you," she explained,
her voice echoing in the tunnel.
"We had to blow our way through to escape."
A series of small but powerful shaped charges planted on the floor of the garage had been enough to blow through the concrete shell and collapse it into the tunnel below, allowing the two fugitives to clamber down. It had been an emergency escape route devised by Frost before the mission even began, a last-ditch option in the event they were cornered. Her ears were still ringing from the blast, her body bruised from the desperate leap down into the tunnel, her skin and clothes coated with a heavy layer of dust. But she was alive. For now, at least.
"Do not go back there,"
Frost added, pausing for a second to catch her breath.
"There's nothing you can do now."
Drake paused, perhaps catching her heavy tone.
"Sit rep."
Jessica heard her pained sigh.
"Mitchell didn't make it."
"I see." He said nothing more on the matter. That was a conversation for later.
"Where you now?" "The green line by the looks of it,"
Frost said.
"We're heading south. Meet us at Anacostia Station." "Say again." "Anacostia Station," she repeated.
"Negative.
Breaking up." "God damn it,"
she snarled in frustration.
"Fucking subway tunnels."
They would have to make their own way out and try to re-establish contact once they were free of interference. Turning away, Frost was about to resume her journey when Jessica suddenly gripped her arm.
"Wait,"
she whispered.
"Listen."
Frost held still, straining to listen. Slowly she turned to look back the way they'd come, though in the near darkness it was impossible to make out much. In the absence of visuals, her other senses had become heightened. There, the faint scuffle of a boot on the concrete floor of the tunnel, the clink of a weapon shifting position. Saying nothing, she gently tugged on Jessica's arm, pulling the woman down into a crouch beside her. No sooner had they done so than the twin flashes of muzzle flares lit up the tunnel about 50 yards back, red-hot projectiles zipping through the darkness. Their pursuers had caught up with them.
"Stay down,"
Frost hissed. Raising her weapon, Jessica took rough aim at the nearest flash and pulled the trigger, surprised by how hard the weapon kicked back against her wrist. The sharp crack of the gunshot echoed off the tunnel walls to pound her ears again. She smelled the sharp tang of burned cordite, the acrid smoke stinging her eyes, but she ignored it as she pulled the trigger again. Beside her, Frost had added her firepower to the desperate battle. Though better trained and certainly more accurate, she was just as impaired by the lack of visibility. That certainly didn't stop her trying, though. In a matter of seconds, she had burned through an entire clip, firing almost blind. Ejecting it, she slapped a fresh one into place with the speed and precision of the trained operative she was. Rising to her feet, she advanced towards their enemies.
"We can't win this,"
Jessica warned her, realizing this was more than simple covering fire. Frost wanted this fight. She wanted to vent her rage on the men who had killed Mitchell.
"Go! I'll cover you."
"Kira, listen to me," Jessica shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her close.
"If we don't make it out, Mitchell died for nothing. We have to go, now!"
That harsh recrimination seemed to cut through the fog of her anger. Reluctantly abandoning the fight, Frost turned and followed as Jessica retreated down the tunnel, the sound of their rapid breathing mingling with the rattle of gunfire and the occasional whine as bullets ricocheted off the walls. Up ahead, the tunnel began to brighten as they approached an underground station. The two women ran with everything they had, pushing their weary bodies to their limits. But their pursuers were both faster and better armed, and the increasing visibility made them easier targets, 3 factors which inevitably turned the tide against them. A dull, heavy thump accompanied by a startled cry of pain from behind told Jessica that her companion had taken a hit, and she spun around to see Frost fall.
"Kira!"
she called out, rushing to her aid. Frost was clutching her shoulder, groaning in pain as she tried to pick herself up. Skidding to a stop beside her, Jessica turned her weapon back down the tunnel, sighted a vague shape moving in the shadows, and fired off several rounds in his direction. She didn't know how many were left, but she didn't imagine it was much. Frost, too, had almost exhausted her ammunition.
"Get out of here,"
Frost said through gritted teeth.
"Go, goddammit!"
Jessica shook her head.
"I lost one friend today. I'm not losing another." "We're friends now, huh?"
Frost snorted with bleak humor, remembering the contentious start to their relationship. However, the delay had given their pursuers time to catch up, and a renewed burst of gunfire forced them to flatten themselves against the cold concrete of the tunnel floor. They were pinned down, unable to retreat, unable to hold their ground.
"We've got them!"
A voice called out.
"Move up!"
Jessica looked at the young woman beside her, injured and hurting, but defiant till the end. Was this where they would both die, she wondered? In a stinking subway tunnel? She jumped as a new burst of gunfire rang out, not in front of them, but from behind. Thinking their enemies must have cut them off, she tensed up, bracing herself for the inevitable torrent of pain as the bullets tore into them. But no such thing happened. Instead, she heard a muffled cry from further down the tunnel, accompanied by the heavy thud of a body hitting the ground. Twisting around, Jessica froze at the sight of a woman striding past her, an assault rifle up at her shoulder, her face lit by the flash of each gunshot. Spent shell casings, still red hot, pattered to the ground around them. Pausing only for a moment, she glanced down at the two fugitives.
"Get up now!"
Jessica knew that voice, even if the face had been hidden last time they'd met. It was the same woman who had rescued her back in the UK. How had she found them again? Just as these thoughts were flashing through her mind, Jessica felt a sudden gust of air coming from further down the tunnel. Immediately she recognized the phenomenon from her experience on the London Underground, and knew what it meant.
"Hurry!"
the woman commanded, snapping off more shots, keeping their enemies pinned down. Heaving Frost to her feet, Jessica turned and ran just as the tunnel behind them began to grow brighter, suddenly resolving into a pair of headlights, blindingly intense. A subway train, coming right at them. Their opponents saw it too, turning towards the light and noise, but too late. The sudden screech of brakes was accompanied by a pair of screams as they took the full force of the speeding train, killing them instantly.
"Fuck!"
Frost shouted, realizing they weren't going to make it.
"Against the wall! Now!"
Abandoning their retreat, all three women leapt over the tracks and flattened themselves against the sloping wall as a DC metro train rocketed past mere feet away, a blur of bright yellow and blue sparks from the conducting rail. Wind howled past them, mingling with the screeching brakes into a deafening cacophony. The subway train continued on for another 50 yards or so, before coming to a shuddering halt. For a couple of seconds, not one of them moved a muscle. They remained pressed against the tunnel wall, breathing hard, hardly believing they were still alive. It was their savior who first managed to rouse herself.
"Hurry! Let's go!"
Advancing past the stationary train and ignoring the warning shouts from the driver, the three women covered the remaining 100 yards or so to the big station up ahead. Abandoning the assault rifle, McKnight leapt up onto the platform and reached down to pull the others up. It was late at night by now, and there had been few people in the station to begin with. The crackle of gunfire from the tunnels had been enough to force the few remaining commuters to evacuate. Both Jessica and Frost were approaching the limits of their endurance as they sprinted across the main concourse, up the escalators, and through the ticket barriers.
"Help!"
Jessica called out to the security guard on duty, feigning panic.
"Someone's shooting down there!"
The man was already on his radio, calling it in. McKnight led them out through the main entrance and into the fresh night air beyond, rain still pattering down. Darting between traffic, she hurried across the busy main drag fronting the station and kept going, not stopping until both her companions were on the point of collapse.
In here,
she said, indicating a narrow side alley used for garbage collection. Taking a deep breath, she looked back out onto the street to confirm they hadn't been pursued.
We're clear for now, but...
She froze, eyeing the weapon now pointed at her.
Don't fucking move, McKnight,
Frost hissed. Injured and exhausted she might have been, but she was still perfectly capable of using a gun. And by the looks of things, she was eager to do so now.
Kira, what are you doing? Jessica demanded. She just saved our lives. This bitch is the reason Cole is dead, the young woman spat. She betrayed us, spied on us for Kane. None of this would be happening if not for her.
McKnight shook her head.
It's not what you think. Shut up.
Frost moved closer, pressing the gun into her chest.
You fucking people. You're all as bad as each other. You deserve this.
McKnight raised her chin, staring her down.
Then do it, she said quietly. If you think I deserve it, pull the trigger, Kira. I'm not afraid to die. Stop this, Jessica said, pushing herself between them, shaking with anger. Whatever she did before, she saved our lives today. Are you going to kill her for that?
Gritting her teeth, Frost looked for a second as if she was prepared to fire anyway. But then, letting out a breath, she stepped back, leaning against the wall for support. Her complexion was pale, her face tight with pain, her eyes heavy with grief.
You live with it, she said,
glaring at McKnight.
You live with what you did, and you leave. Because if I ever see you again, I will pull the trigger.
Swallowing, McKnight opened her mouth to reply, then thought better of it. Resigning herself to the inevitable, she turned and walked away, leaving them behind. Chapter 62.
SEAL teams are withdrawn to primary staging area, Kennedy reported, watching the real-time drone feed as the last Black Hawk chopper lifted off from the Abbottabad compound, taking with them a handful of prisoners for interrogation, a mountain of documents, cell phones, hard drives, and other intel that would keep the agency's analysts busy for months, as well as the body of one Osama bin Mohammed bin Awad bin Laden. Once his physical remains had been formally identified and DNA tested, confirming beyond all doubt that it was him, he would be handed over to the U.S. Navy for burial at sea. The compound itself and the low-value prisoners would be left for the Pakistanis to secure. Doubtless there would be fallout from the unsanctioned raid and the unspoken implication that they'd been sheltering him, but those were concerns for tomorrow. The president was preparing to make an official announcement, but already it had begun to leak out onto the internet. Crowds were forming outside the White House and other major buildings throughout the capital as the news spread, the entire country rousing itself in anticipation. "God damn,"
Kennedy said, shaking his head slowly.
"I can't believe it's over."
This was what it felt like not just to witness history, but to change it. The world would be a different place tomorrow, in part because of them.
"I know,"
Franklin said quietly. He'd expected to be in a jubilant mood right now, but he couldn't quite muster that emotion. Instead, he simply felt drained, the tension and drama of tonight taking its toll on him. So lost was he in these thoughts that he scarcely noticed his cell phone buzzing on the table in front of him. Blinking, Franklin returned to himself, picked up his phone, and took the call, expecting yet another White House official, Pentagon representative, member of the National Security Council, or any of the dozen other agencies that had been calling all evening.
"Franklin."
His weary expression quickly changed as the news came through.
"Excuse me? Can you say that again?"
Kennedy watched as the man paled visibly, his mouth opening in shock as he listened in disbelieving silence.
How did it happen?"
Kennedy sat in tense, anxious hush as he waited for the call to end. For a sickening moment he wondered if, somehow, they'd gotten it wrong, hit the wrong compound, killed the wrong man. Perhaps everything they'd worked towards was about to be snatched away. Ending the call, Franklin rose slowly from his chair, shaken to his core. Kennedy had never seen his boss like this before.
"What is it?"
he asked, dreading the answer. "What happened?" "It's Kane," Franklin replied, his voice leaden. "Director Kane's been assassinated." As the news of bin Laden's death finally broke, and crowds around Washington and elsewhere gathered in jubilant celebration, Drake and the others sat alone on a tree-covered hilltop in Rock Creek Park, several miles north of the city. 4 people from vastly different countries and backgrounds, once united behind a common purpose, now left exhausted and broken. After the tumultuous events of the night, everything they had discovered, overcome and lost, they simply had nothing left. "She knew she wasn't going to make it out," Frost said, her expression pensive as she stared out across the city, thinking about the friend they'd left behind. "She gave her life for us."
"She was a good woman,"
Dietrich agreed, for once abandoning his usual gruff, cold demeanor.
"She didn't deserve this."
"None of us did," Frost replied. Jessica, who had been sitting beside her brother, looked up at him. "Anya was the one who killed our mother." She saw the muscles in Drake's throat tighten. "Yes." All this time it had been so easy to blame Kane for everything. The corrupt, evil, ruthless man, the ultimate enemy to be defeated. Now she was beginning to realize the truth was far more complex than they ever could have imagined. He nodded, acknowledging the cold, unforgiving reality that now stared them in the face. Freya Shaw hadn't been the ruthlessly ambitious power broker they'd first assumed. But neither had she been the virtuous hero they'd come to believe in over the past couple of weeks, unfairly persecuted and betrayed by her contemporaries. The truth, as they were now realizing, had been more complicated and less clear-cut than that. Just as it always was. "Fucking lies," Frost said bitterly. "All of it. Lies and betrayals and bullshit. They're all as bad as each other. They all got what they fucking deserved. Kane, the Circle, Anya, even your mom." Drake felt his sister tense up, felt her start to move, but held her back with a sharp look, knowing Frost needed to get this out. "They spin their fucking webs and screw each other over, and where does it get them? What's the point?" She shook her head in exasperation. "People like us get caught in the crossfire. People like Mitchell, Cole, Keegan." Her voice wavered a little as she said each name. All of them had been good people who deserved to live. All of them were dead. "But it's over now," Jessica said. "Kane's dead. The Circle's gone. What's left?" Drake knew the answer to that just as well as his teammates. "Stark," he said, sighing as he closed his eyes, realizing how badly they'd all been played. Richard Stark, the master manipulator, the man who had successfully played and betrayed everyone who had ever crossed his path, slowly taking down his rivals and enemies until at last there was no one left to stand against him. No one except the 4 exhausted, desperate people sitting on that hilltop. "He'll rebuild the Circle," Drake went on, already picturing Stark's unfettered rise to power. "He knows how they operated, knows everyone's secrets. He's plugged into everything. He'll take over everything they once controlled, and he won't stop until every one of us is dead." Silence descended on the small group as each of them played out the same terrifying scenario. One man, assuming all the power and influence once wielded by the Circle, with no one left to check his authority or question his decisions. A man who would never give up until the last remnants of his former enemies, the final people who knew his dark secrets, were eliminated. Then we have to take him down, Jessica reasoned.
Yeah? With what? Frost asked. We staked everything on tonight, and we lost. What more is there?
For that, none of them had an answer.
All right, everyone, listen up, Franklin began, taking in the sea of faces watching him expectantly. Many of them still held looks of shock and dismay, others confusion, some even grief. All of them were waiting for him to speak. With the news of Kane's death now circulating the agency, Franklin had gathered the most senior divisional leaders and department heads into a secure conference room at Langley for an emergency briefing. Others who couldn't be here physically were listening in on a secure line.
As you all know by now, we recently received word that Director Kane, Marcus Kane, our colleague and our friend, was murdered earlier this evening in an incident in central D.C. We're still getting information, so right now it's impossible to say what exactly happened and who's responsible.
He saw a few people bow their heads. Whatever Franklin's private thoughts on the man, Kane had dedicated a lifetime of service to the agency. Many of the people in this room had worked with him for years, even decades.
I know many of you will be feeling grief and anger, and you'll want to mourn him in your own way, he carried on. Unfortunately, we'll have to hold our thoughts of Director Kane until we can get through the present situation.
There were a few nods from around the table.
In order to continue to function until the current crisis is resolved, we need a clear chain of command. So with that in mind, effective immediately, I'm assuming the role of acting director. All divisional leaders now report directly to me. We'll be liaising closely with the FBI and other intelligence agencies, so I need situation reports from each of you within the hour. If you have subordinates that aren't already here, bring them in, because we're sure to need them.
His eyes swept the room.
Questions?
There were none.
Good. Then let's get to work.
As the senior executives filed out, Franklin glanced up as a single man entered like a warship cleaving through stormy waters. He was dressed in full naval uniform.
Director Stark,
Franklin began, surprised by the arrival of the NSA director.
I wasn't told you were coming.
I know, Stark acknowledged. I was hoping to speak with you in private.
Kennedy, who had been acting as Franklin's de facto chief of staff since the news of Kane's death broke, glanced at his boss curiously. Franklin gave him a nod, knowing this was no idle request. Packing up his gear, he left the room, closing the door behind him.
With all due respect, sir, I hope you understand that my time is limited tonight, Franklin began.
The prospect of some inter-agency turf war was not something he was prepared to entertain.
I do, Stark agreed, pacing the room. So I'll get straight to the point. I know who killed Marcus Kane tonight.
Franklin stared at him. How would you know that, sir?
Marcus Kane was involved in a highly classified covert operation to infiltrate and destroy rogue elements within the U.S. intelligence community. Not just the CIA, but in the military, the NSA, even branches of the government.
What? Franklin gasped, thunderstruck.
The operation was so sensitive that only Director Kane, myself, and a few others were fully aware of its scope and intent. Even you weren't briefed on it, he added, looking up at Franklin regretfully. I'm sorry we kept you in the dark, son, but we had to take every possible precaution.
Franklin glanced away, his mind in turmoil. Was it true? Had Marcus Kane been pursuing something even bigger than the events of this evening?
And while the operation was successful, there were other factors at play.
What factors? The NSA director sighed, preparing to deliver bad news.
A former CIA operative named Ryan Drake, and another known by the codename Maris.
Franklin felt his blood run cold. Surely what he was suggesting couldn't be true.
Unbeknown to us, they were both part of this rogue cabal, and they had managed to make their way to Washington, D.C. tonight. They laid the ambush on Director Kane and...
He hesitated, taking a moment to compose himself. By the time our teams intervened, it was too late. He shook his head. "It was my fault, son," he said, filled with self-recrimination. "I should have seen this coming." Franklin rested his hands on the table, feeling like he needed the support. "I need you to be absolutely clear on this one, sir. You're saying Ryan Drake and Maris assassinated Marcus Kane?" Stark looked him in the eye, hard. "Yes." Damn, Franklin felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. Was it possible he'd been so utterly wrong about both Kane and Ryan? Was his former friend really part of some cabal operating within the agency? Had Anya somehow pulled him into it? "Needless to say, none of what I've told you can leave this room," Stark went on. "If the truth gets out, it'll destroy the U.S. intelligence community for decades. We have to find both suspects and bring them in at all costs." Franklin understood his meaning well enough. Dead or alive. "I have a lead, but I'm going to need your help." Stark was coming closer now, staring him down. "I'm sorry to dump all this on your lap, Dan, but you're the only man in this situation that I can trust. Can I count on your support?" Franklin's heart was pounding, his mind racing as he tried to sort it all out. He had felt no great love for Marcus Kane, but the man had nonetheless pulled off one of the biggest victories in the war on terror, and if he truly was involved in something far deeper and more sinister, then his death might just have been a terrible loss for all of them. And the revelation that Anya might have been behind it simply confirmed his worst fears about her. At the very least, the two of them needed to answer for their actions. "You can," he confirmed. "Whatever you need, it's yours." Chapter 63. Alex was waiting at the pre-arranged rendezvous point, the tiny fishing community of Rose Haven, on the shores of Chesapeake Bay. With nothing more to be done in D.C., he had packed up his gear and withdrawn here to wait for his contact. He stood, overlooking the town's marina, watching the yachts and fishing boats bobbing gently on the swell. Not far away, he heard the sound of raucous celebration in a tavern overlooking the wharf, accompanied by horn blasts from passing cars. Barely 30 minutes ago, the president had appeared live on TV to announce the death of Osama bin Laden. The world's most wanted terrorist was dead, and America was celebrating. But Alex didn't feel much like celebrating tonight. He looked up as a car pulled into the parking lot, and a lonely figure emerged. Alex could tell by the look on Anya's face just how badly things had played out tonight. "Did they make it out?" he asked, desperate to know if his warning had made it through. "Samantha just reported in. Frost and Drake escaped with her." Alex could feel a knot of fear in his stomach. "And Mitchell?" Anya shook her head solemnly. Letting out a breath, Alex turned away to hide his grief-stricken look. Olivia Mitchell had saved his life once, very nearly losing her own in the process. And now she was gone. Another casualty in this endless war. "What the hell happened tonight, Anya?" he managed to ask. "I don't know," she confessed. "How could I have been so wrong?" "About Kane?" "About everything. Kane, Freya, the Circle, even Stark. They used me and lied to me, and I've walked into it every time." The woman rested her hands on the metal railing at the edge of the marina, lowered her head, and gripped it tight. "All that time wasted. My own life was the biggest lie of all." Alex sighed. He had more bad news to deliver, but was reluctant to burden her with more concerns. Not now, when she had been through so much already. "You have something to tell me," Anya prompted him, as if she could read his thoughts. "Don't be afraid, Alex." "You sure you want to hear it?"
Holding it back won't change it. I would rather know.
He moved up beside her. They're pinning Kane's death on you. The agency, the FBI. They're coming after you with everything they have.
I expected as much, the woman said grimly. Stark knows I'm a threat. He will mobilize every available resource to find me.
That's not all, Alex went on. The Israelis have picked up on it too. They've tied it to Russo's murder, not to mention the Pakistanis and the Russians. Her list of enemies was growing by the day. Anya might well have carved a path of blood and death halfway across the world in her search for answers, but there were always repercussions. Anya flashed a thin, brittle smile.
It seems the whole world wants me dead.
There was a weary kind of resignation in her voice, as if she'd always known it would come to this, as if she'd accepted the price she would pay before her mission even began.
I could stall them, Alex offered weakly. Create false leads, direct them away, but
he couldn't bring himself to say it. They both knew Alex's efforts would only delay the inevitable. Even someone like Anya, who could appear and disappear like a ghost, couldn't hope to escape all the world's major intelligence agencies. Sooner or later, they would find her. She was looking out across the waters of the bay now, her hair lifted by the breeze as she took it all in, contemplating the tumultuous past that had brought her here, and the future that lay ahead. Considering her position, and coming to one unavoidable conclusion.
It's all right, Anya said gently. You've done enough. I can ask no more of you, Alex.
What are you saying?
You did everything I asked of you. There is nothing more to be done.
She turned to look at him.
I release you from our agreement.
But you need me, Alex argued, refusing to accept it. There's still... Anya held up a hand.
It's all right, Alex,
she said, her voice calm and understanding. She knew why he was protesting, why he was fighting against it. But she also knew it would do no good.
You have done your part. The rest is up to me now.
She was saying goodbye, he realized. She had come here to bid him farewell. She was set on her course now, and seeing the sad, resolute look on her face, Alex knew he'd never see Anya again. He glanced away, unable to meet her eye. It was then that he felt her hand laid on his.
You know, you are probably the closest thing to a friend I have left, Alex, she admitted. You are a good man. And for what it's worth, I'm glad to have known you.
Alex couldn't help himself. Though they had rarely shown much affection towards one another, he did so now. Reaching out, he pulled her close and hugged her. He couldn't begin to explain how deeply she had changed him, how grateful he was to her. But perhaps it didn't matter now. Perhaps she understood.
Live your life, she said, letting go of him. Live it well. Don't waste it like I did.
His throat was tight. His voice strained when he spoke.
Where will you go now?
Anya swallowed and looked out to sea again, her thoughts turned inward, her mind reflecting on a different time, a different life.
Home.
Part 5. Something to Die For. We are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven. That which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Alfred Tennyson. Chapter 64. Havana, Cuba, May 3, 2011. Situated on the northern coast of Cuba, the city of Havana was one of the most vibrantly unique settlements anywhere on Earth. Even half a century of communist rule, poverty, and economic strangulation had failed to dampen the character and culture of the place. And given that it was a non-extradition country barely 100 miles from the southern tip of Florida, with a diverse population and a heavy reliance on tourism, it had seemed like a good location for Drake and his team to rest and regroup while they planned their next move. Not that there were many options left. Kane and the Circle might be gone now, but a new and equally ruthless enemy had arisen to replace them. Richard Stark was moving swiftly to turn the full weight of the world's intelligence services against them, leaving them with few places to hide and even fewer ways of striking back. The man was untouchable, unreachable, unbeatable. As for Anya, she had vanished 2 days ago. Even now, Drake remained deeply conflicted about her. So much had changed in just one night. So many truths he clung to had been exposed as lies. He wondered if he would ever feel sure of anything again. These thoughts weighed heavily on Drake as he made his way back to the group's low-rent apartment in one of Havana's less affluent districts that night, making use of the network of small, narrow roads and side streets. Scooters and mopeds zipped past, trailing dirty grey exhaust smoke. Occasionally a car would rattle by, some ancient machine older than Drake, painstakingly repaired and maintained. Trade embargoes meant that few modern cars made it onto the market, forcing locals to resort to ever more creative ways of keeping old vehicles running. He couldn't say exactly when he realized he was being followed. Perhaps some intuition told him someone had been watching him a little longer than necessary. Perhaps he'd heard the sound of the same shoes on the cobbled streets too many times. But whatever it was, Drake's mind quickly switched gears, abandoning his gloomy introspection and flipping into survival mode. He gave little outward sign of this, walking with the same unhurried pace as before, but his eyes now darted back and forth, taking in every detail of his environment, looking for options and threats. The road split in three up ahead, with a big apartment block jutting out into the intersection like the prow of a ship. One branch of the road veered right, climbing steeply uphill, while the other two went left, sloping gently downward towards the city's harbor area. Drake took the right fork, ducking into a side alley the moment he was out of sight. Drawing his concealed Browning automatic, he waited, silent and unmoving, for his pursuer to come for him. Sure enough, a few seconds later, he heard shoes on the sidewalk coming up fast. Waiting until they were passing by the entrance to the alley, Drake leapt out, clamped a hand over his target's mouth, and pulled him into the waiting shadows.
"Wait!"
a panicked voice cried as Drake pressed the automatic into his neck.
"It's me, Ryan!"
Drake drew back a little, surprised by his unlikely pursuer.
"Alex?"
Yanking the man forward into the light, he stared at the young computer hacker recruited by Anya. Drake hadn't seen the man since their mission in Afghanistan, and in truth, had never expected to lay eyes on him again.
"This how you greet all your friends?"
Alex asked, recovering some of his composure.
"What the fuck are you doing here?"
Drake retorted.
"How did you find me?"
Alex shook his head.
"I didn't. I found Frost. She's not all that hard to track. I've been wandering all over the fucking city looking for you. It was sheer bloody luck I spotted you tonight."
"That's how you found us, not why," Drake reminded him. Straightening his already crumpled shirt, Alex glanced around at their less than auspicious surroundings. The smell of rotting garbage hung heavy in the air.
"I came to talk to you," he explained. "Is there somewhere else we can go?"
10 minutes later, the two men had found a table at an outdoor bar, one of many in old Havana, facing out onto a small courtyard ringed by palm trees. A weathered stone fountain stood in the center of the square, just about managing to put out a trickle of water. The place was busy, the air filled with the strains of live music, laughter, and excited chatter in half a dozen languages. But Drake's focus was less on the nightlife than on the young man seated opposite.
"We're here. Talk,"
Drake instructed him. Alex took a gulp of his tequila, marshalling his thoughts.
"After we left Afghanistan a few months ago, Anya reached out to me with a job offer, finding intel on people, hacking security systems, that sort of thing. The short version is that I was with her right up until a few days ago in Washington. She met up with me after what happened that night."
"Go on," Drake pressed. Alex looked up from his drink, his expression bereft.
"She did it to say goodbye, Ryan. She said there was nothing more I could do."
"Any idea where she went?"
"Yeah."
Alex took another drink.
"She said she was going home."
Drake's mind rushed back to a night several years earlier when Anya had finally opened up to him, sharing some of the details of her early life, one of which was that she'd grown up in the Baltic state of Lithuania.
"So why come to me with this?"
Alex swallowed, his voice grave.
"Because I think she's going there to die."
Drake wasn't a man who could be easily rattled, but the finality, the depth of feeling in Alex's voice, was enough to send a chill of foreboding through him.
"Anya's a survivor. She always has been," he countered. "She doesn't need my help or anyone else's. Maybe she never did."
Alex shook his head.
"You weren't there. You didn't see the look in her eyes. She looked beaten, like she'd given up."
Drake said nothing to that. Anya possessed a near indomitable spirit that had carried her through every challenge, hardship, and adversity life could throw at her, and until now, he had firmly believed she would never surrender, no matter how dire her circumstances. Until now.
"I want to help her, but I can't do this alone. I wouldn't know how to find her, and even if I did, I can't protect her from what's coming, but you can," Alex went on. "Look, I know you've had your differences. That's what you call it," Drake remarked scathingly. "She killed my mother, Alex. 3 of my teammates are dead. 3 people I'd have given my life for. That's more than just a fucking difference."
Suddenly, Alex slammed his fist down so hard on the table that it knocked over his glass, causing some of the nearby patrons to look their way in alarm, wondering if a fight was about to break out. Even Drake took notice.
"Take it easy, son," he warned.
"She never gave up on you,"
the young man said, forcing himself to calm.
"Even after everything that happened, she couldn't bring herself to let you go."
Leaning over the table, he looked at Drake imploringly.
"Please, Ryan. Don't let it end this way."
Drake leaned back in his chair, saying nothing. Chapter 65. Frankfurt, Germany. Anya was almost at the end of her long journey now. A journey that had taken her from Israel to Pakistan to America, and finally back to the land of her birth. The place where she would make her last stand. But there was one thing still to do. One last person she had to find. Not for revenge this time, not for information or assistance, but for something more personal. She found him on his customary route home, knowing that he often took a minor detour through Grunenberg Park to relax after a busy day, sometimes buying chocolate from one of the small cafes in the area. She could feel her heart beating faster as he approached at a leisurely pace. Anya kept to the shade of some trees and bushes that overhung the public footpath, blending into the natural cover as she'd been trained to do. He was just passing her when she at last found the courage to speak up.
"Yasin?"
she said softly, emerging from her hiding place. The young man froze, startled by the voice, even more startled by the owner. But he didn't turn around. Instead, she heard a faint exhalation, saw his shoulders drop a little, his head lower.
"You found me,"
he said. His voice was deeper now, she realized, a young man's voice, not the boy she'd once known.
Yes.
What do you want?
Anya swallowed, searching for the right words.
I hoped we could talk.
At last he turned to face her, taking in her appearance for the first time in nearly a year. Anya did the same, marveling at the change that had come over him in so short a time. When she'd first met him, Yasin had been a street thief, living homeless in the slums of Pakistan's largest city. Barely 12 years old, skinny, malnourished and unwashed, he'd broken into their makeshift base of operations and tried to steal valuable equipment, forcing Anya to subdue him. However, he'd eventually proven to be an invaluable ally, saving her life when the team's mission had gone horribly wrong. She'd taken him with her to Europe, where he had again demonstrated remarkable loyalty and resourcefulness. But hers was no life for a young boy, no matter how brave and cunning. After successfully rescuing Drake and his team, she had forced Yasin to surrender himself to the German authorities, knowing they would give him the care and protection she couldn't. That had been almost a year ago. Things had changed since then, she realized now. The skinny, underdeveloped frame had filled out. His once shaggy, unwashed hair was now neatly cut, his face assuming the more definite, masculine lines of maturity. She thought she even saw sparse hair along his jawline. The boy she'd known was becoming a man. And she had missed it all. She felt an odd sensation of loss at that. Fine, he conceded gruffly. Let's talk. A few minutes later, they were walking together through the pleasant parkland in uncomfortable silence, oblivious to the children playing and the families walking nearby. Anya could almost feel the resentment radiating from the youth at her side.
You look well,
she began awkwardly. When he didn't respond, she added,
Your new family, they take care of you?
What do you care? That hurt more than she'd expected.
I care, Yasin.
Is that why you left me? Just like everyone else? Yasin shot back, bristling with hostility. Threw me away when you had no more use for me? Turning to face him, Anya gripped him firmly by the shoulder and looked him in the eye. He was almost as tall as her now, and she knew he would soon surpass her.
You know why I left you.
There was a harder edge in her voice now. She had tried to be patient with him, but now she needed him to understand.
Where I was going, it was no place for you.
I would have come anyway, he countered stoutly, but this time she could hear the hurt in his voice, the pain of being abandoned. Anya sighed.
I know. And if you had, you would have gotten hurt or killed. I couldn't live with myself if that happened. And if not, eventually you would have ended up just like me.
She shook her head.
That is no life worth living. Believe me. You deserved better than that. You deserved a future. That is something I can't give you.
He seemed to catch the deeper meaning behind her words. Anya saw the anger start to give way to something else. Fear and dawning comprehension.
Why did you come here today? Why now? After all this time?
Anya glanced away, taking in their pleasant, peaceful surroundings, the people out walking without a care in the world. She had never known such a life. She never would.
Things haven't worked out as I hoped, she admitted. But I have to go away now, and I don't know if I can come back. But I wanted to see you first. To say goodbye. To say thank you.
She amended, turning to look at the young man again.
For helping me see what's really important.
She saw his throat tighten as her meaning sank in, saw him struggling with his emotions. It was a good few seconds before he trusted himself to speak.
My foster family, they are good people.
he managed to say. Fair. Trusting. They have been kind to me. That was enough for Anya. She pulled Yasin close and hugged him tight in a final embrace, squeezing her eyes shut to hide her tears. Chapter 66. CIA Headquarters, Langley. Resting his elbows on his desk, Dan Franklin lowered his head and rubbed his eyes, which were dry and red from fatigue. He hadn't gone home in the past 2 days, had barely slept, and had certainly had no time to devote his mind to anything except the work. The hunt for Kane's killers was still in full swing, now including not just the CIA and FBI, but foreign intelligence services as well. The Pakistanis, responding to the assassination of their own intelligence director just a few days prior, not to mention the unsanctioned raid on bin Laden's compound in their territory, were up in arms about it. The Israelis, too, were on the hunt for the killer of one of their high-ranking intelligence officers and were convinced that Anya was responsible. Even the Russians now saw it as an excuse to take revenge for the murder of Viktor Surovsky 3 years ago, and were already making noises about possible retaliation. Everyone was clamoring for answers, but Franklin had none to give them. Both Drake and Anya had, for now at least, disappeared, and the constant demands of the job were taking their toll on him. He looked up at the sound of knocking on his door. "Come," he called, rallying what patience and stamina he had left. When the door opened, however, it wasn't some divisional leader come to report in, or a government representative demanding something he couldn't give. "Dan, you got a minute?" Kennedy asked. "Can it wait?" "Not really." Sighing, Franklin gestured to the chair opposite. Closing the door behind him, Kennedy approached and sat down. And, typical of the straight-talking Shepherd operative, he wasted no time. "I don't like this." "What's to like?" Franklin countered. "Kane's dead. The intelligence world's losing its collective mind. And the people behind it have vanished into the wind." "That's just it," Kennedy went on. "Who's really responsible for this?" "I haven't slept in 30 hours, Chris. If you've got something to say, just say it." Kennedy leaned forward. "Look, I've been trying to pull security footage of Kane's murder. Churches are like every public building. They've got surveillance systems. But every camera was turned off, every database wiped." "So they covered their tracks," Franklin acknowledged. "Both of them are professional operatives. They know what they're doing. Which means we've got nothing except Stark's word that they're the real killers." He clenched his jaw, clearly not relishing what he was about to say. "It doesn't sit well with me. Kane dies with no evidence about what happened, and within the hour Stark's right here, pressed and dressed, telling us exactly how it went down. Like he was ready for it." "You're suggesting Richard Stark had Kane murdered and blamed it on the others?" Franklin asked him. "Why the hell would he do that? He doesn't stand to gain anything from the man's death." "I don't know. But I'm telling you there's something more going on here. Stark knows more than he's telling us," the man pressed. "And if they find Drake and take him down before he has a chance to tell his side, then we'll never know." Franklin looked at him. "What exactly do you want from me?" "If we get a lead, send my team after him. Give us a chance to bring him in alive instead of handing him over to Stark." "You mean go behind his back?" The Shepherd team leader shrugged. "Call it what you want, but I'd rather give the man a chance. He deserves that much at least." Havana, Cuba. "No fucking way," Frost said, shaking her head. "Forget it, I won't do it." Returning to the apartment with Alex Yates in tow, Drake had related everything the young man had told him about his final meeting, concluding by announcing his decision to travel to Lithuania and intercept Anya. "I can't make you do anything," Drake acknowledged. "I came to tell you what I'm going to do. Whether you come with me is up to you." "And if you do find her," Jessica asked, "what then? What is she to you now? A friend or an enemy?" "I wish I knew," Drake admitted.
I won't know for sure until I see her.
God damn it! Haven't you had enough? Both of you? She asked, looking accusingly at each man. Haven't we lost enough already? She needs our help, Alex stated.
Fuck off, Alex, Dietrich growled. We needed her help in D.C., and guess what? She wasn't there for us. Why should we be there for her now?
Anya warned you about the ambush at the garage, Alex said, then turned his attention to Jessica, who was standing by with her arms folded. She's also the one who sent Samantha to rescue you in the UK and get you out of that subway tunnel. Neither of you would be alive if it wasn't for— Spare me the Monday morning quarterback routine, Frost snapped. You're not one of us, Alex. You don't know jack shit about McKnight or what she did, and you sure as hell don't know what happened at that garage. Maybe if your little warning hadn't been a day late and $1 short, Mitchell would still be alive. That was enough for Alex. Hurling his chair aside, he leapt to his feet and would likely have swung for her if Drake hadn't intervened, forcibly holding him back.
Fucking say that again,
Alex shouted, his face coloring with rage as he tried to break free. Even Frost seemed taken aback by his outburst.
Say it! I dare you!
Mitchell had saved his life in Istanbul years earlier. He had, in fact, known her before any of the others had even met her. None of them had felt her death as keenly as he.
That's enough, both of you,
Drake commanded, jabbing a finger at Frost. Turning his attention to Alex, he leaned in close, his voice low and faintly threatening.
Take a breath and back off. We're not doing this here, yeah?
Exhaling, Alex reluctantly nodded and turned away to compose himself. Leaving the young man to cool off, Drake turned to face the others.
Whether we like it or not, Anya's the only ally we have left. We need her, he reminded them. I'm going. Alone if I have to. Like I said, I can't make anyone else do this.
When are you leaving?
Dietrich asked. As soon as I can get transport arranged. Drake sighed and looked at each of them in turn. Think it through, but don't take long. If Alex is right, we don't have much time.
Chapter 67. Lithuania. It had been 34 years since Anya had set foot in this place, fully 2/3 of her life. She couldn't rightly say why she had avoided it for so long. Certainly there had been plenty of opportunities to come back over the years, especially once the Cold War ended and the country regained its independence. And yet she had never once returned. Perhaps she hadn't wanted to be reminded of the life she'd left behind. A simple, innocent, contented life, full of promise and potential, and dreams of the future that might be. The kind that might someday have yielded a family, children, a home of her own. A life she was destined never to have. So much time had passed, so many tumultuous events had drastically reshaped her future, that this land and the carefree childhood tied to it had long since faded into a half-forgotten past that she thought of simply as before. Before the agonizing loss of her parents, before the KGB and the CIA and their endless struggle for supremacy, before the Circle and their webs of deceit, before Cain and his betrayals, before she started on her path to the person she was now. So deeply had Anya buried this place that she'd actually struggled to find her way here today, taking wrong turns down unfamiliar roads she'd once known intimately, walking in a daze through forested glades that stirred only the shadow of memories, the vague sense that they had once been familiar. But in the early hours of morning, with the sun just creeping over the horizon, she'd made it, finally arriving at the entrance to the winding, unpaved road, long since overgrown and unused. That was when she felt it, the rush of familiarity, the memories long forgotten, of a life once lived. She was lost in a haze of wistful emotion as she silently compared her present surroundings to the place she used to know. She remembered driving this way in her father's car. The bump and jolt as the suspension rattled over potholes, the faint smell of petrol and oil and old leather. To her right, the ground sloped gently downhill towards a lake a couple of 100 yards away. She could still see the rocky outcrop where she used to jump in as a child, emerging from the cold water laughing and gasping for breath. To her left was the high ground that dominated the area, the slopes heavily wooded, but the hilltop itself bereft of cover. That was where she'd sit on the grass, read books, and stare out across the wild, empty landscape, daydreaming of the far-off places and adventures that awaited her. The pine and spruce trees that grew there were bigger now, their soaring branches reaching high into the morning sky. Or maybe the rest of the landscape felt smaller somehow, closer together. Straight ahead, maybe 50 yards further on, stood the building that she'd once called home. There wasn't much left now. Decades of neglect had seen the roof sag noticeably, many of the tiles missing. The windows and doors were gone, looters having long since carried off anything of value. It was a shell now, slowly rotting and decaying away. But it had once been something very different, just like her. Anya turned off the remains of the road and into the long grass beyond, now surging with new spring growth. Discarding her heavy pack, she lowered herself to her knees, allowing the green stalks to sway gently around her in the breeze. There was something deeply calming in it, watching the wind shimmer and flow through the sea of grass. A moment of peace in a lifetime of war. Reaching out, she allowed her hands to brush the blades of grass, feeling the movement, the life within. It had rained during the night. The grass was still damp, leaving her fingertips coated with moisture. As she had done so many times before, Anya gently wiped her hands across her face, the cool water refreshing and reinvigorating her, clearing her thoughts and focusing her mind. Closing her eyes, she inhaled, tasting the scent of wildflowers coming into bloom, damp earth and moss and wet leaves. The living world around her, which had survived and thrived long before she had walked the earth, and would continue long after she'd ceased to be. It occurred to her then that the only times in her life when she'd felt truly comfortable had been in places like this, far away from cities and noise and people, places that reminded her of before. The sun was coming up now, peeking over the distant mountains off to the east, rising into a perfect blue sky. She could feel its warming rays on her face, driving off the early morning chill. The dawn of a new day. Perhaps her last. Anya smiled faintly as she opened her eyes, knowing she was ready for it. Perhaps it was fitting that it ended here, where it had begun so long ago. With that thought lingering in her mind, she reached for the cell phone in her pocket. Drake was preparing to leave the apartment in Havana on his way to meet with the man who could arrange transport for them when he felt his cell phone buzzing in his pocket. He frowned, instantly on guard. The only people in the world who knew this number were in the room with him. The others sensed it too, and waited expectantly as he took the call. "Yeah?" "Ryan," Anya said, her voice soft, quiet, tinged with sadness. Drake closed his eyes, doing his best to compose himself. He hadn't realized how much he'd missed the sound of her voice until this moment, hadn't allowed himself to admit it. But here she was, speaking with him now. Realizing the opportunity that had just presented itself, Drake looked over at Frost and snapped his fingers. Straight away she set to work, running a trace on the call.
keep her talking, she mouthed.
Turning away, Drake moved towards the balcony overlooking the Havana waterfront. Anya, where are you?
It doesn't matter now.
Yes, it does, Drake promised her. We can help you.
No, Ryan. No more.
There was an air of finality in her voice when she said this, a sad acceptance of something she'd always known.
I don't want you to come for me. That's not why I called.
Opening the door, Drake stepped out onto the balcony. So what do you want?
To say that I'm sorry for everything. I took something you can never get back, and I wish...
She sighed, searching for the right words.
I wish things had not been this way. I wish we had met in a different life.
Drake swallowed and nodded, feeling like a weight had lifted from him. The weight and guilt of remorse he'd carried since learning the truth of his own past.
I'm tired, Ryan,
Anya said, her voice betraying just how much of a toll this life had taken.
Tired of running, tired of fighting, tired of losing. I just want it to be over. And I think that soon it will be.
Taking his eyes off the moonlit bay stretching before him, Drake turned his gaze upward, taking in the great dark sweep of the night sky. Don't do it, he said suddenly, putting forth everything in a last-ditch plea. Whatever you're planning, whatever you've got in mind, don't do it, please.
Why not?
Because... Drake let out a breath, holding nothing back now. Because I don't want you to die. Not now. Not for this. Don't let it end this way. The woman was silent, and as the seconds stretched out, Drake began to wonder if his words had struck a chord. For a moment, he allowed himself to hope she would change her mind.
Do you remember what I told you once? She finally said. I would rather die for something than live for nothing. Some things are worth dying for.
Drake gripped the rusted balcony railing tight as the woman spoke. She wouldn't be swayed. Her mind was made up. Her fate decided.
I know what I have to do now. And I'm not afraid. Not anymore.
Anya.
Goodbye, Ryan. Live a good life.
As the line went dead, Drake released his white-knuckle grip on the railing and swept back into the apartment. Tell me you found her. Frost, glancing up from her laptop, nodded confirmation.
I've got her.
NSA Headquarters, Fort Meade, Maryland. Deep within the huge monolithic black building that was the NSA headquarters, Richard Stark stood with his arms folded, waiting expectantly while technicians worked to decrypt the phone call they'd intercepted. They were backed up by networks of supercomputers, running the most sophisticated code-breaking software humanity had ever produced. This one building contained more computing power than NASA, the FBI, and the CIA combined, and all of it was under his command. Well, he prompted, as the senior analyst scanned the results. We've got her, the young man confirmed. GPS tracking is locked in. The call originated in Lithuania. Stark smiled, amused that Anya should have succumbed to nostalgia. Son of a bitch, she's going home. Sir? Never mind, he amended. Get a full surveillance package on this, aerial and satellite. I want to see every move she makes. We're on it, sir. Turning away, Stark fished out his cell phone and put through a call to a man who, he knew, was eagerly waiting for news. Get your team ready, Jason. It's time. Havana, Cuba. Less than an hour after his call to Anya, Drake arrived at a small private airfield on the outskirts of the city, with Alex in tow. Little more than a single dusty runway and a cluster of support buildings overlooked by a decrepit air control tower, no commercial flights would go near it. It was perfect for the man he was here to meet.
"This had better be good, Drake,"
Cesar Rojas warned, descending from the Gulfstream 500 executive jet with the same cat-like grace as always.
"And by good, I mean well paid."
Cesar Rojas was a former CIA assassin who had retired years previously, using his lucrative earnings to invest in more questionable businesses. Anya had recruited him in Rio de Janeiro several months earlier. He had parted company with the team after events in Afghanistan, going his own way. But true to form, the man had landed on his feet, quickly establishing a new business for himself in Cuba. Well-groomed and impeccably dressed, he looked more like a movie star returning from vacation than an assassin-turned-drug smuggler. Drake, however, was less interested in the man's unsavory business ventures than in the private jet he used to conduct them.
$50,000, Drake said, deposited in your account once we land. Good enough?
The money left to him by his mother had proven very useful indeed. Much as he was loath to waste it lining the pockets of a man like Rojas, there was little choice if he hoped to get to Anya in time. He was under no illusions that their call would have gone unnoticed. Stark, with the unlimited resources now under his command, would certainly be gathering his forces to crush her. But in doing so, he might just leave himself vulnerable. Rojas grinned, always happy to relieve a man of cash.
Fair enough. Care to tell me what this is about? Anya's in trouble. Every intelligence agency on Earth wants her dead. We're going to stop them,
Drake stated simply.
I see,
the man said, raising an eyebrow.
How many men do you have?
Just us, Alex answered. Rojas threw back his head and laughed.
One hired gun and a computer nerd?
Geek, actually, the young man put in. Ignoring him, Rojas took a step closer and lowered his voice.
Look, Drake, I will be honest. I like you. In fact, I love to have a man like you working for me, he added. So let me give you some advice. Take your money. Go home. Sit this one out. No good will come of it.
I've got enough regrets to live with already. This won't be one of them, Drake said, staring the former assassin down. If I have to go alone, I will. He had already parted company with the others, recognizing he could ask no more of them. Jessica would stay with Frost until he was able to reunite with them. If not, he had left his sister enough money to make a fresh start under a new identity. It wasn't much, but it was the best he could give her now. Rojas was about to respond when his gaze suddenly flicked over Drake's shoulder. Catching his look, Drake spun around and watched as a car pulled up. One of the old, brightly painted but decrepit taxis that plied their trade here, usually ferrying tourists around the impoverished island. But it was no tourist who stepped out.
You didn't think we'd trust you assholes to handle this alone, did you?
Frost said, hoisting a rucksack over her shoulder and striding towards them. She glanced up at the jet parked nearby.
They better have snacks on this flight.
Dietrich was out next, regarding Drake with his typical brisk demeanor.
Before you ask, it wasn't my idea.
Drake couldn't help but smile, looking past his gruff companion to the final member of the group, his sister, Jessica. The woman who had been by his side since this whole thing began, following him from London to Washington, and now to their final destination.
You sure you want to do this?
He would do everything in his power to keep her safe, but he wanted her to be clear about what they were facing. Their small, lightly armed group was about to take on an enemy more dangerous and resourceful than any they'd encountered before. There was no guarantee that any of them would make it back. Jessica nodded, understanding the danger, even fearing it a little, but refusing to be cowed by it. She would never back down from danger again.
When this all started, I told you I was with you to the end, she said firmly. I meant it, Ryan. Let's find Anya and finish this.
Smiling despite the gravity of the situation, Drake turned to face the others. They were standing by, waiting for him to give the word. "You heard the lady? Get on board." CIA Headquarters, Langley.
"I don't care about resourcing issues, just have those choppers ready. I want them fully fueled and armed in time for the assault team's arrival," Franklin barked into his phone. "And we need drones flying continuous cover over the target area."
With the news coming through that Anya's location had been pinpointed from a cell phone intercept, Stark was already dispatching a full assault force to take her out. Franklin, meanwhile, had been tasked with ensuring the necessary logistics and military hardware were in place when they arrived.
"Sir, I have to warn you. Launching an unsanctioned operation in Lithuanian airspace is—"
"I know the risks, Kaminsky," he replied.
Lithuania, like the other Baltic states, was now a firm member of NATO, but that didn't mean the US had free rein to do whatever they wanted there.
"Just get it done."
Hanging up, he let out an exasperated breath and leaned back in his chair. He could practically feel Kennedy's eyes boring into him.
"God damn it, Chris," he said wearily. "Say what you've got to say."
"This is all wrong," Kennedy said, wasting no time. "Stark sends his own private assault team instead of agency personnel. No oversight, no questions. Why do you think that is?"
"Surprise me."
"They're going to kill her. They're not trying to take her down or capture her. They want her dead, just like they want Ryan dead."
"Ryan's not there," Franklin reminded him. "Anya is."
"You read the transcript. We both know he's going after her. He's walking into a trap."
"Ryan's made his choices.
No one forced him to do anything. This is bullshit and you know it,"
Kennedy snapped.
"What the hell do you expect me to do about it?"
Franklin shouted, days of pent-up frustration and anger suddenly exploding.
"Scrub the mission? Refuse orders? Arrest the director of the NSA?"
Kennedy sighed, forcing himself to calm down.
"Let me take my team in."
"Christ, listen to yourself. This isn't some schoolyard fight here. You get caught in the middle of this thing, you and your team could end up disappearing for good."
"We're willing to take that risk."
"That's an easy thing to say when you don't have to answer for it,"
Franklin reminded him pointedly.
"Look, I know you've got doubts about this thing, even if you won't admit it,"
Kennedy said, staring earnestly at the acting CIA director.
"But you can't sit on the fence any longer. If you don't trust Stark, if you think he's dirty, this could be our last chance to do something about it."
Sighing, Franklin rose slowly from his chair.
"Get out,"
he said quietly.
"Excuse me?"
"I said get out, Chris," Franklin said, giving him a hard, cold look. "You're relieved of duty. You and your team." Stunned, Kennedy stood up and backed away.
"Take a few days off. Get your head together,"
Franklin advised him as he headed for the door.
"Oh, and Chris?"
The Shepherd team leader stopped, glancing back over his shoulder.
"I hear Lithuania's nice this time of year."
He couldn't quite see the smile on the younger man's face, but he didn't need to. Kennedy left without saying another word. Chapter 68. Lithuania. It was done. After a day of hard physical toil, Anya was tired, hot, and thirsty. But at last she was ready to make her stand. She had done what she could. Now all that remained was to await the inevitable. She knew they would come after nightfall, allowing them to make best use of their superior technology, firepower, and the weight of their numbers. They would be well-trained, well-equipped, and confident of their success, as they had every right to be. She would use that against them. For now, though, she had a little time to rest and gather her strength. The sun was going down as Anya wearily ascended the slope overlooking her former home, the towering spruce trees casting long shadows across the ground. As a child, she bounded easily up this hill, leaping over fallen logs and stands of brush, as nimble as a wild deer. But today her steps were slower, heavier. She was tired in a way she'd rarely experienced in her lifetime, and still hurting from various injuries. She knew that when the time came, she'd rally her strength to do what was needed, just as she always had. But for now, she allowed herself to simply experience the weight of her exhaustion. Reaching the rounded hilltop at last, she lowered herself down onto the grass, grateful to take the weight off her feet. Breathing slower now, she looked out across the vista that stretched before her. The glistening lake waters, the heavy forests shrouded in shadow, the hills and valleys touched by the setting sun. And above it all, the deep azure sky, dappled with high trailing clouds, tinged red by the fading day. She was grateful beyond words to have seen it one last time. With her hands resting on the ground at her sides, Anya closed her eyes and breathed deep, feeling the breeze sighing across her skin, lifting her long blonde hair. To anyone watching, she would have appeared utterly at peace with the world. And for one short moment, she was.
"Who are you?"
Startled, Anya opened her eyes and looked up, confused and dismayed, to find a young girl watching her. She must have drifted into a daze, she realized, her usually sharp senses failing her. Anya looked the girl up and down, trying to discern her origin. She was 10, maybe 12 years old, tall and skinny, with blonde hair tied back in a simple braid. Her facial features, caught between curiosity and wariness, called up such a sense of deep-seated familiarity in Anya that she was certain the girl was native to the area, probably some local kid out playing, chancing upon Anya by accident.
"I used to live here," Anya explained. "This is my home." "Nobody lives here," the girl replied, confused. "It was long before you were born, child."
To her dismay, the girl dropped to the ground beside her, sitting cross-legged, and watching her with large, intelligent blue eyes.
"Why are you here now?" "I came to finish something."
Anya gestured off to the distance where, according to her memory, the nearest village lay several miles away.
"You live around here?"
The girl nodded.
"You should stay away from this place for the next few days," Anya advised. "Tell your friends to do the same." "Why?" "Bad people are coming. It will be dangerous here."
The girl thought about that for a moment.
"Then you should leave too."
Anya shook her head sadly.
"I can't. They are coming for me." "Are you a bad person too?"
she asked with the open, frank curiosity that only children possess. Anya's first instinct was to deny it, to give the girl a simple, comforting lie that would allay her fears and reassure her that everything in her world was as it should be. Instead, she found herself dwelling on the question, unable to find the answer but unwilling to lie. Perhaps now, at the end, she could finally be honest with herself.
"I have done bad things," she admitted. "Things I wish I could change now. But I never really stopped to question what I was doing, or the people I served. Instead, I did what I was told, became what they needed me to be. And what did it get me?"
She looked down the slope towards the abandoned home, standing alone and forlorn.
"An empty house?"
Anya shook her head, pushing that thought away as she gazed at the sunset. She imagined for a fleeting moment that she held the entirety of her life in the palm of her hand. All her words and deeds, her plans and intentions, her thoughts and emotions. Everything she was, everything she had been, and everything she might become.
"I did what I had to do to survive, for better or worse," she finally said, facing up to the truth in the only way she knew how. "It's not for me to decide the value of my life, or how long it should last."
She blinked, feeling a tear trickling down her cheek, the sun on her skin, the wind in her hair. Her entire lifetime balanced perfectly in a single moment.
"But with the time I was given, the life I was given,
I did my best. Anya felt lighter somehow when she finished speaking. She had acknowledged the truth about herself at last, made peace with who she really was, and let go of who she might have been. She had cast aside her fears and worries and regrets. "It's getting late, child," she said, wiping her eye. "You should go home now, before your family worries about you." There was no answer. Frowning, Anya turned around, only to find that the girl was gone. No tracks. No sign that she had ever been there. Anya let out a breath, allowing the moment to pass as the sun dipped below the horizon and the last light of the day faded. Chapter 69. The mood aboard the Gulfstream jet was fraught and tense as the minutes ticked down. They had crossed into Lithuanian airspace about 20 minutes ago, after a high-speed run across the North Atlantic that had taxed the private jet's service range to the limit. Drake didn't care how many aviation laws they broke to get here. All that mattered was reaching Anya before Stark and his men arrived. Through a combination of computer hacking and logical elimination, Frost and Alex had discovered a black flight that had departed U.S. airspace following a similar course. The two aircraft had been locked in a desperate race all the way. Based on Drake's educated guesswork, they would be heading for Šiauliai Air Base in the northern part of the country. It was the only NATO facility in Lithuania that could accommodate U.S. transport planes, and it was barely a dozen miles from Anya's location, an ideal staging point from which to launch their attack. Anya would have to know that too. He was counting on it. He looked up from the maps and satellite images littering the table as his sister approached, bearing a steaming cup of coffee. "Thanks," he said, taking it. "Don't thank me yet," she warned. "The galley's not up to much." Drake smiled faintly as he took a sip. "How are you feeling?" "Well, let's see." She thought on it for a few seconds. "Sick to my stomach, scared, angry, and impatient, I suppose. I can face what's coming. It's the waiting that's hardest." "I know. It's always that way." "Even for you?" "Especially for me." He leaned forward, regarding his sister honestly. "Every mission, every time we go into the firing line, it's always the same." His sister looked around, taking in the others. They were tired, depleted, nerves frayed, but they were willing to follow him one last time. "Be honest with me, Ryan," she said. "Will this work? Do we have a chance?" So much of Drake's plan depended on assumption and intuition, but he could be wrong, he acknowledged. He could be leading them all to their deaths. But if he was right, then perhaps, just perhaps, they could still win this. "No matter how bad it got, no matter what we were up against, we never gave up. We made it this far together," he reminded her. "That has to count for something." Jessica nodded, understanding his meaning. It was enough for her. Further aft, Alex was working on his laptop, using the Lithuanian air traffic control network to monitor their rival flight, when Frost approached and sat down opposite. "Got a minute?" she said when he didn't acknowledge her. Alex didn't look up. "If you're here to give me shit, Frost, I'm not in the mood." Considering they might all be dead this time tomorrow, reigniting petty grudges and arguments seemed irrelevant now. "Relax, I'm not here to fight. I came to apologize." Raising an eyebrow, Alex glanced up at her. "For being a dick back in Havana. I know you did your best to warn us. If you hadn't, Jessica and I might be dead." Alex sighed, finally laying aside his computer. "Mitchell was my friend," he said quietly. "She saved my life. I wish I could have done the same." "You try it, Alex. That's all anyone can ask." She was about to leave, but thought better of it. "I didn't mean it, you know.
Mean what? That you're not one of us. Truth is, you've helped us more times than I can count. You might not be like us, but that doesn't mean you're not one of us. He half expected her to follow it up with some petty insult or sly dig at him, but surprisingly, she remained silent. She'd meant what she said. Moved by her heartfelt apology, Alex sat forward and held out a hand to her. Doesn't mean we're going on vacation together now, the young woman said, flashing a playful grin as she gripped it. You're still an asshole. Alex smiled in return. Likewise. Up front, Rojas emerged from the cockpit bearing news.
Almost there. 10 minutes.
Frost cocked an eyebrow. Time for the main event. Touching down at Istra Aerodrome, a small regional airport in the northern part of the country, the Gulfstream taxied to a stop in a vacant hangar and shut down its engines. The aircraft would be refueled and, with luck, ready to evacuate the team once their task was complete.
We'll stay as long as we can,
Rojas advised as Drake descended the steps. The others were checking gear and weapons nearby.
Don't be late.
Drake took his meaning. If the shit hit the fan, Rojas would pull out.
Not coming with us?
He asked flippantly.
We could use a man like you.
Rojas had utilized his skills as a former assassin several times during their last mission. This time, however, he flashed a smile.
I'm a businessman, not a hero. I'll leave that stuff to you.
Fair enough. He was about to turn away when Rojas spoke up.
Listen, Drake. If you see her again, tell her...
He trailed off, his usual cocky demeanor fading.
Tell her she still owes me a bottle of tequila.
Beneath the humor and the bravado, Drake could see his true sentiments.
Just hold on to that plane for us.
Leaving him, Drake strode over to join his companions. The small, disparate group of people who had survived everything they'd been through were waiting for him, hushed and expectant.
You don't need me to tell you what we're up against, he began. We're in for the fight of our lives. Everything we've done, everything we've faced together, it all comes down to tonight. No more running. No second chances. This is where it ends. This is where we make our stand.
As he spoke, his teammates looked at each other, taking their measure, thinking about everything they'd been through together, knowing they had each other's backs all the way to the end.
Each of you knows what you have to do. I can't say how this is going to play out, but I do know this. It's been an honor to know each and every one of you. No matter what happens, I'll always be grateful for what you did tonight. Thank you. Good luck.
As the group gathered up their gear, Jessica approached him, well aware this might be the last time they spoke. She knew it, and accepted it.
Ryan,
She swallowed, regaining her faltering composure.
I know what has to happen now. I know I can't be there with you, but I want you to know how proud I am of you. You're my brother, and I love you.
Reaching out, Drake pulled her close and hugged his sister, perhaps for the last time.
Thanks, he whispered, for all of it.
Letting go, he took a deep breath, rallying himself for what lay ahead.
Let's finish this.
Chapter 70. The hulking C-17 Globemaster transport plane touched down at Shaoli Air Base, its massive airframe dwarfing the small collection of fighter and utility aircraft stationed there. The base itself was a modest facility in something of a rural backwater, consisting of a single runway, scattering of large hangars, and hardened shelters dating back to the days of the Cold War, and a couple of support and administrative buildings. Nothing like the sprawling town-sized bases the U.S. military maintained across the world. Today, however, it had become a hive of activity,
with a pair of Black Hawk transport choppers standing by on the main aircraft ramp. Not far away lurked the massive, brooding shape of an Mi-24 ground attack gunship. The administrative block had been requisitioned by the assault force and hastily converted into a command and control center. It was from here that the attack would be coordinated. Striding out of the rear cargo ramp of the Globemaster, with the rest of his team in tow, Jason Hawkins made straight for the parked choppers, already armed and geared up. His back was ramrod straight, his face set with dark, focused determination. He had barely spoken a word on the flight over, and even his own men were afraid of him.
"Where are we on aerial recon?" he demanded.
"We've got a Predator over the target area now,"
Sanchez, his new second-in-command, reported.
"GPS tracking is locked in."
"And she's still there?"
"Hasn't budged, sir. She's just sitting there."
Hawkins nodded.
"She's baiting us. Let's see what she has to offer."
Raising his hand, he spun it in a rotating motion.
"Saddle up, gentlemen. This is it."
In the operations room, Richard Stark stood surveying the bank of monitors in front of him, each displaying footage from the team's helmet cameras. He watched as they piled into the transport chopper's weapons and gear, being secured as the chopper's engines spun up to full power.
"Bravo 1 and 2 taking off now, sir," the technician manning the terminal reported. "Alpha 1 is flying top cover."
Brave 1 and 2 were the Black Hawks, while the Mi-24 attack chopper had been designated Alpha, a Russian-built machine that had once rained death on the battlefields of Afghanistan. It had been requisitioned from the Lithuanians to act as heavy fire support. It was well equipped for such a role, bristling with rocket pods and heavy machine guns, and so heavily armored that it had earned the nickname Flying Tank.
"Time to target?"
Stark asked, his tone brisk and efficient.
5 minutes, sir."
His gaze switched to the monitor showing real-time footage from the Predator drone. Anya was seated on a small hilltop near a dilapidated house, barely moving. He wondered then if she would even put up a fight. The land was quiet, in a way that only the deep hours of the morning can be, the air cool and still. Overhead, the stars were clearly visible between thin ribbons of trailing cloud, the view unspoiled by light pollution. Nearby, an owl called out, the haunting cry echoing through the slumbering forest. The waters of the lake lapped gently at the shore, while further out, a fish splashed at the surface before disappearing silently back into the depths. And in the midst of this nocturnal stillness, the woman sat with her back against a tree, waiting and watching, barely moving a muscle. She knew what was coming. She knew her chances, and she wasn't afraid. It started with a low, distant thumping sound coming from the southwest, so faint that it might have passed unnoticed. But after hours of patient waiting, her senses were keenly adapted to her environment. She heard the distinctive sound of the approaching choppers and knew her time had come. Leaping to her feet, she took off down the slope, heading for the ruined house.
"Tango's on the move,"
the technician called out. Stark watched through the drone's night vision camera as the blurry green shape sprinted down the forested slope, leaping nimbly over obstacles in her path, following a straight and certain course.
"She's heading for the house,"
Stark realized, amused and perplexed by her decision to hole up there.
"You can run, Anya, but you can't hide."
Leaning forward, he spoke into the comms link connecting him with Hawkins.
"Alpha 1, are you seeing this?" "Copy that," Hawkins replied. "She's going for the house."
"Are you in position?"
30 seconds.
Stark turned his attention back to the drone feed. Sure enough, Anya disappeared through the building's main entrance, thinking she had avoided detection.
"Alpha 1 is in position," Hawkins reported. "Weapons hot."
Stark smiled faintly.
"Light it up."
With the two Black Hawks hanging back, the Mi-24 attack chopper swept down out of the night sky like some dark beast born from ancient nightmares, rotors thundering, engines screaming. The wing-mounted pods opened up, unleashing a barrage of unguided rockets that streaked through the darkness before detonating with multiple concussive blasts. The roof, weakened by decades of neglect, was shattered by the impact, collapsing in on the floors below. The front wall absorbed the bulk of the explosive onslaught, blasted inward in a deadly hail of debris before crumbling apart, taking much of the remaining structure with it. In a matter of seconds, the house and everything within it had been reduced to a heap of smoking rubble. Hawkins, watching the destruction unfold with immense satisfaction, smiled as he pressed his transmitter.
Good hit. Repeat, Alpha 1 has good hit on the target.
Copy that, Stark replied.
Move in. Make sure she's dead. Bravo 1, prepare to deploy. We'll cover you.
Roger that, Alpha. Bravo 1 is going in.
As the Mi-24 circled protectively, the first Black Hawk tilted its nose downward and came in across the lake, heading for the flat, open ground between the house and the shoreline. There was no movement below. Thermal imaging units swept the surrounding woodland and high points, on the lookout for possible sniper or RPG ambushes. Yet no targets presented themselves. The Black Hawk continued on its course, flying straight and steady, coming in over the lake before flaring its nose upward to slow its momentum. What neither the pilots nor any of the troops on board could possibly see were the 4 green plastic devices hidden in the long grass. Slightly curved in shape and painted olive drab for camouflage, each plastic casing was stamped with a simple warning: front towards enemy. Normally, Claymore anti-personnel mines were fixed horizontally, designed to kill or injure enemy infantry who happened to pass by. But in this case, all 4 had been turned upwards, their explosive detonators daisy-chained together into a single, electronic trigger called a clacker. A clacker that was now in the hands of the woman they'd come here to kill. The woman who had crawled out of the house through a hole broken in the rear wall, making her way unseen along a shallow trench dug into the soft earth, covered over with camouflage sheeting. The woman who was now watching the approaching troop carrier from a covered foxhole at the edge of the trees, crouched low and silent, her face and body covered with camouflage paint. Waiting until the chopper was directly over the landing area, the woman braced herself and triggered the clacker. It took only a millisecond for the surge of electricity to make its way along the detonator wires and into the explosive devices. All 4 of them detonated simultaneously, ejecting their load of heavy steel ball bearings skyward like giant, overpowered shotguns, straight into the underside of the Black Hawk. The effect was devastating. In a fraction of a second, the deadly projectiles tore through the chopper's outer skin and through the lower deck, severing hydraulic lines and electrical systems and perforating the rotor blades above. But it was the effect on the human bodies inside that was worst of all. 4 men were killed instantly, their bodies torn apart by shrapnel, including the pilot, who slumped forward against the control column. The co-pilot, badly injured himself, fought in vain to regain control, even as one of the compromised rotor blades sheared off, becoming a deadly missile itself, scything through nearby trees before shattering into pieces. The woman watched, eyes gleaming in the darkness, as the Black Hawk yawed violently to starboard before pitching right over and slamming into the ground by the edge of the lake. In the operations room, Stark watched in disbelief as the stricken chopper went down, the broken rotor blades churning the lake water around it, steam and smoke rising from ruined engine components.
What the hell is happening down there? He demanded. Talk to me.
I don't know, sir, the confused technician replied. Alpha 1, status report.
Bravo is down. Repeat, Bravo 1 is down.
Tell me something I don't know, Stark snapped.
She did this. Find her.
No sooner had the ruined chopper come to rest than a second firestorm erupted, this one less explosive and more incendiary in nature. Stacks of wood gathered from the nearby forest, placed at intervals around the area and liberally doused with gasoline, suddenly burst into life as if by magic. The abrupt flare of thermal and visible radiation was like a nuclear bomb going off on the infrared cameras. Within moments, the remaining choppers and the Predator drone overhead had been blinded by the plume of heat and light. Ignoring this, the woman crouched in her foxhole-shifted position, moving behind the bolt-action sniper rifle resting on the edge of the hull. As the first man, injured and panicked, clambered out of the ruined chopper, she carefully took aim and put a high-velocity armor-piercing round through his chest. He was quickly followed by two more, emerging almost at the same moment. She dropped the first with a single shot to the head, though the second managed to tumble over the side of the overturned fuselage and into the water below. Hefting the rifle up from its bipod, she stood up and advanced, pausing only to fire a third shot that knocked him flat. Her right hand came up and worked the bolt action, drawing a fresh round into the breech. The spent casing fell, sizzling into the grass by her feet.
"Please!"
she heard him cry out.
"No more!"
Her next shot was enough to put him down for good. Casting aside the heavy and cumbersome weapon, she waded out into the shallow water, grabbed the dead man, and yanked his comms unit off his head. In the gunship overhead, Hawkins heard a new voice on the radio.
"Are you listening?"
He felt his pulse quicken at the sound of the female voice. It was her.
"Nice move with the claymores,"
he replied, managing to hold his anger in check.
"Gonna have to pay you back for that."
Her response was simple.
"Then come and get me."
Tossing aside the dead man's radio, she reached into his webbing, withdrew a pair of fragmentation grenades, yanked the pins free, and tossed both devices in the chopper's open side hatch. The resulting explosion ignited the fuel tanks, closely followed by the remaining munitions on board, adding to the near-total thermal whiteout on their scopes. Gritting his teeth, Hawkins switched frequencies to speak with the pilot.
"Take us in. Your weapon's free."
"Sir, we've got no visuals," the pilot warned. "We can't see anything down there."
"Light the whole goddamn area, then!" he shouted. "Fire!"
The gunship streaked in once more, rockets and machine guns flaring as it opened fire indiscriminately, strafing back and forth across the area around the ruined house. The woman they were aiming for had already retreated, however, taking refuge amongst the dense tree cover. As the Mi-24's gunners continued their work, Hawkins radioed the second Black Hawk.
"Bravo 2. Move in now."
"Negative, sir. Area is too hot for landing," the pilot protested.
"Deploy further out and come in on foot,"
he snarled. Already he was starting to see the weakness of her strategy.
"She can't move beyond the fires or we'll see her. Form a perimeter and run that bitch down."
Finding a suitable clearing about a quarter of a mile away, the second Black Hawk sat down, disgorging a dozen operatives in full battle dress, protected by Kevlar and armed with assault rifles, light machine guns, and grenade launchers. Enough firepower to take on an entire platoon of regular infantry. As the chopper quickly lifted off, the pilot eager to avoid the same fate as his comrades, the operatives spread out into a skirmish line and advanced, moving swiftly and stealthily through the darkened forest, heading towards the distant fires that still raged all around the ruined building, closing in on their target. Chapter 71. CIA Headquarters, Langley. Dan Franklin was in his office, anxiously awaiting news from Lithuania. Never in his life had he found himself so torn and conflicted, both professionally and emotionally. After everything that had happened, he simply didn't know what to believe any longer. Had Drake really turned traitor? Had Kane truly been the corrupt and ruthless renegade he'd come to believe? Was Anya deserving of the death that was coming for her? 1,000 questions tumbled through his mind, questions for which he had no answers. All he knew was that he was playing a dangerous game with the highest stakes imaginable. He practically snatched up his cell phone as soon as it rang. "Franklin?" But instead of the call he was expecting from Kennedy, a different voice spoke to him now. "Don't talk, just listen. If you're the man I believe you to be, you will want to hear this." The assault force had formed a skirmish line about 5 meters apart, moving quickly but methodically through the dense undergrowth, weapons tracking back and forth in search of targets. Their eyes had, by now, adjusted to the low ambient visibility, and they advanced, using hand gestures to communicate. Backing up against a tree about 50 yards ahead of them, the woman gripped the M14 rifle tight, checking the receiver to make sure the first round was chambered. Though long since replaced by more advanced infantry weapons, the M14 was a powerful and accurate semi-automatic rifle, battle-tested by decades of use, and still favored by some Special Forces groups. Its 7.62mm rounds also stood a better chance against body armor than the lighter shells fired by more contemporary weapons. They were getting close now. She could hear the faint rustle as they moved through the undergrowth. The moment she started firing, they'd have her position zeroed in, unless she took their sight away. Slowing her breathing, she reached for the remote switch in her pocket, disengaged the safety on her rifle, and waited. The lead operatives had closed to within 20 yards, when suddenly light blazed into life in front of them, blinding and intense. Instantly their night vision vanished, their view of anything beyond the floodlights non-existent. "Cover! Cover!" one of them yelled, dropping to the ground. His comrade was a fraction slower to react, a mistake that would prove fatal. Rounding the tree, she raised the M14 and put a trio of rounds into his center mass, dropping him. As the others returned fire, trying to take out the lights, she took aim at her second target as he darted forward and put down several more rounds. At least one found its mark, blasting through his thigh, and she saw him fall with an agonized cry. A sudden crack, and a shower of sparks nearby plunged the area into darkness once more. They'd taken out the light. Realizing her position was untenable, she turned and retreated, ejecting the half-empty magazine and inserting a fresh one as automatic fire rocketed past her, tearing into vegetation and ricocheting off rocks and tree trunks. Her heart was beating wildly in her chest, adrenaline surging through her veins as she pounded onward, a fleeting shadow, barely visible as she flitted through the trees. She would fall back to her next defensive position, ready to launch another attack as they closed. The impact of the bullets striking her was like a giant stone fist slamming into her back, the impact sending her tumbling to the ground. She tried to absorb the fall, rolling through muddy soil and bushes, but she felt as if some great weight were pressing down on her lungs, refusing to let her draw breath. "Target down!" she heard a voice call out, accompanied by rapid movement, coming straight for her. Rolling over, she drew her automatic and opened fire just as a figure emerged from the darkness. The weapon thudded back against her wrist again and again until her target collapsed beside her. He was down, but more would be coming. She had to fall back, draw them in, keep them occupied. "Get up!" she commanded herself. "You have to get up now!" Every second she held out was another tiny victory. That was how she saw it now. It was no longer a case of surviving, but of clawing for each second. Groaning in pain, she grabbed for her fallen rifle and heaved herself upright. Her lungs burned with breath that increasingly wouldn't come, but she forced herself to move, to push forward, to fight through it. Pain was nothing now. She could take it. Gritting her teeth, she broke into a limping run as more operatives closed in, drawn to the sounds of the firefight like sharks to blood. It was only a matter of time now. A matter of seconds. In the operations room, Stark stood in tense silence, listening to the reports coming in. With thermal imaging nullified by the combination of fire, smoke, and heavy tree cover, he was reduced to monitoring radio chatter, to discern the progress of the battle.
"Target's in the woods, heading west towards the hilltop," one of them reported. "Team 2, move left and flank."
"Copy that. Team 2 is an Oscar, Mike."
"Get some flares up, I can't see shit here." "There, I see her. Heading for that gully on the right."
"Got her. Move in now, cut her off."
Stark folded his arms, his jaw clenched as he pictured Anya's desperate final moments playing out. She had put up quite a fight, better than even he had expected. But it was over now. She was surrounded, outnumbered, and outgunned. All that was left was to fight and die. The forest blazed crimson as a parachute flare shot skyward, illuminating everything for 100 yards, including the fugitive, as she made her desperate retreat uphill towards the summit.
"Target sighted!"
a voice yelled out from behind.
"Contact!"
More gunfire erupted from both behind and off to her left somewhere. They must have sent a fire team around to outflank her. Slowed by her injury, she couldn't hope to outrun them now. The densely growing trees provided some cover, and many rounds struck them glancing blows that ricocheted off into the woods beyond. But inevitably, some made it through. Shots thudded into the ground around her, kicking up clumps of wet earth, and she felt a fresh stab of pain bite into her leg when one grazed her thigh. She stumbled, fell forward, but regained her feet and kept moving. Reaching up, she keyed her comms unit.
"Anya,"
Samantha McKnight rasped as she clawed her way up the slope.
"I can't hold out much longer. You have to do it now."
She had fought for every second, drawing their enemies in and keeping them occupied, buying time for Anya to do what she must. She could only hope it was enough. 10 miles away at Shuli Air Base, Anya crouched in the shadows behind a refueling Bowser. With her black combat fatigues and her face and neck smeared with camouflage paint, she was little more than a vague, indistinguishable shape lurking in the darkness. A shape that had approached the perimeter unseen, cutting a hole in the fence and slithering beneath. As McKnight's desperate transmission came through, punctuated by the sounds of gunfire, she felt a stab of guilt and grief. The woman had volunteered to act as a decoy, knowing it would likely cost her life. All of it to buy Anya precious time, a moment of vulnerability that she could exploit.
"Copy that,"
she whispered. All she could offer was a short but heartfelt final message.
"Good luck, Samantha. And thank you." "Make it count,"
McKnight entreated, signing off. Forcing her mind back to matters at hand, Anya leaned out far enough to survey the scene beyond. Ahead lay the administration building that was now being used as the assault force's base of operations. That was where she would find him. That was where she would end this. A pair of sentries in full combat gear were on station outside, both armed with H&K G36 assault rifles, powerful and accurate weapons that could easily cut her down. Fortunately, Anya had anticipated this. Reaching behind her, she gently slid her main weapon off her shoulder. Rather than a rifle or submachine gun, she had put her faith in something far more primitive, but perhaps more effective. Anya had had a great deal of time to become acquainted with hunting bows in her lifetime. She had practiced and trained and perfected her shooting technique until it had become second nature to her. Never had she used it against human targets, however. Notching the first arrow, she tensed her arm, closed her eyes, and took a breath. When it happened, it would have to be fast. A single mistake and it was over. Samantha's sacrifice would be for nothing. For the first time in a long time, she thought of the mantra that had been drilled into her years earlier, the words that had sustained her through the darkest moments of her life, that had given her courage and resolve when everything else had deserted her.
"I will endure when all others fail."
Moving out from behind cover, she drew back her arm, took aim, and let fly. The silent, deadly missile leapt through the air, impacting in the center of her target's chest armor. The layers of Kevlar and ceramic plate had been designed to stop anything up to high-velocity assault rifle rounds, but a lethally sharp, steel-tipped hunting arrow was something its designers had never anticipated. The missile impacted with an audible thump, carving straight through his chest plate and the ribcage behind it, severing arteries and causing catastrophic internal damage. The man let out a startled grunt of pain and confusion as his legs started to buckle, but Anya wasn't interested in him now.
"I will stand when all others retreat."
Reaching for the quiver slung over her shoulder, she drew a second arrow and notched it before the man had even fallen. Alerted by the sound of his comrade in distress, the second sentry turned his weapon towards her just as she let fly. This time she aimed higher, the arrow passing through his throat, severing his spinal column in an instant. He dropped like a stone, the weapon falling from his grasp.
"Weakness will not be in my heart."
Anya was running even as he fell, slinging the bow over her shoulder and drawing her silenced M1911 automatic as she sprinted towards the building. 2 shots were enough to destroy the lock, allowing her to kick the door open and move inside. The central corridor was bare concrete, painted a sickly lime green color, many of the ceiling panels missing, exposing the pipework and electrical cabling above. She moved fast, weapons sweeping left and right, covering every corner and alcove as she advanced to the central stairwell.
"Fear will not be in my creed."
She went for it, taking the steps 2 at a time, rounding the landing to ascend the next flight, only to run straight into another target coming down the other way. She saw the fleeting look of alarm on his face, saw him reach for his sidearm as she raised the M1911 and put 2 rounds through his head, painting the lime green walls with his blood.
"I will show no mercy."
She leapt past his lifeless body as it tumbled down the stairs. Pushing herself onward, breathing hard, she shoved her way through the door at the top of the stairwell and closed in on her target. So close now. She wouldn't be denied this. She wouldn't be stopped.
"I will never hesitate."
As she advanced along the corridor, she heard more voices, hushed and urgent.
"Charlie 3, we have possible hostiles inside the perimeter."
"Copy that. We're checking it out. Stay sharp."
Backing up against the wall, she drew a knife from the sheath at her waist and waited until she saw her first target appear around the corner, a suppressed P-90 submachine gun up at his shoulder. A second man, similarly armed, was right behind him.
"I will never surrender."
The moment his eyes flicked towards her, she went for it, leaping out and slashing at his exposed arm. The blade bit in deep, severing tendons and muscles, and the gun fell from nerveless fingers. The second man twisted around to open fire, trying to get an angle past his injured comrade. Anya, however, had the drop on him, bringing the M1911 to bear. The venerable old weapon thudded as it spat out 2 rounds, both of which hit dead in the center of his forehead, killing him instantly. His finger tightened on the trigger, spraying a random burst into the walls and ceiling that narrowly missed her. The first man, injured and bleeding, tried to lash out with his good arm, but Anya ducked to avoid it, jammed the muzzle of her weapon beneath his jaw and fired upward. She could feel his warm blood coating the side of her face as she rushed past. The operations room was straight ahead. This was it. This was what she'd come for. Clambering over a fallen log and collapsing on the other side, Samantha McKnight backed up against the solid cover, her breath coming in desperate, painful gasps. Adrenaline and sheer determination had carried her this far, but she could go no further. She flinched as another burst traced its way along the tree trunk, blasting away chunks of rotting wood. They knew her position, and they were keeping her pinned down to prevent further retreats. Staying down, she pressed a hand against the gunshot wound to her thigh, gritting her teeth against the pain. A flesh wound, but a serious one all the same. It was the chest wound that was making it harder and harder to draw breath. She could hear shouts all around as her enemies closed the net, coming at her from every direction. No way to hold them off. No way to delay it any longer. She felt a fleeting sense of disappointment that she hadn't made it to the summit of the hill. She might have held out a little longer on the high ground. This would have to do. She looked down at the rifle in her hands, smeared with mud and the blood of its owner. One clip left. Forcing herself upright, she rested the rifle on the edge of the log, sighted another target fleeting through the shadows and opened fire, the powerful gun kicking back against her shoulder again and again. But her shots failed to find their target. Her enemies were using the abundant cover to their advantage, keeping her occupied while they moved around to outflank her. Sure enough, she heard movement in the undergrowth behind. This was it. They were coming to finish her. Breathing hard, she rolled over, swinging the rifle around to face her new threat, only to let out a gasp of disbelief. The figure which emerged from the darkness was a young woman, short and slender, with an unruly mane of dark hair. Of all the people Samantha McKnight had imagined might kill her, she had never foreseen this.
"Covering fire!"
Kira Frost shouted, spraying a long burst of gunfire into the woods beyond, the flash of the gunshots illuminating her hard, resolute face. Moments later, a second man appeared by her side, similarly armed. As he dropped to one knee and put down more fire, temporarily holding their enemies at bay, Frost rushed forward and skidded to a stop beside McKnight.
"You're hit,"
she said, quickly assessing her condition.
"Kira,"
McKnight replied, her voice a painful rasp.
"what are you doing here?"
"Hurry it up!"
Dietrich snapped, ducking down as incoming fire zipped past him.
"We're the fucking cavalry, Sam,"
Frost explained, looking her over.
"Let's get you the fuck out of here."
Chapter 72. Kicking the door open, Anya swept into the operations room. A dark angel, her face marked with war paint and blood, her weapons sweeping between the frightened technicians who had spun to face her.
"Nobody move!"
she shouted, looking from one startled face to another, but failing to find the one she wanted.
"Where is he? Where's Stark?"
None of them said a word. The seconds stretched out as Anya tried to decide what to do next, where to look, who to interrogate first. But before she could make a move, the wall-mounted TV that had been displaying live feeds from the Predator drone suddenly changed, showing something very different. Stark, seated at the end of a plush conference table, the kind to be found in headquarters buildings like Langley. "Looking for me, Anya?"
"Son of a bitch!"
Hawkins roared in fury the moment the transmission came through. They had been played. Anya wasn't here. She was at the airfield. Not only that, but his ground force had just come under attack by unknown enemy combatants, forcing them to pull back and regroup. It was a trap, he realized now, a distraction to keep them occupied, and he had fallen for it.
"Alpha 1, disengage and get us back to the airfield immediately,"
he snarled into his headset.
"Ground teams, move in and kill anyone who's still alive down there."
As the heavy attack chopper swung away from the battle still raging below, rotor blades thumping the night air, Hawkins slammed his fist against the bulkhead beside him. Anya might have played them, but the game wasn't over yet. Glancing around, Anya spied a small storage room nearby. No windows, no way in or out except the door.
"Everyone inside, now!"
she ordered.
"Move!"
As soon as the prisoners were inside, she slammed the door shut and heaved her weight against the filing cabinet beside it. Moments later, it toppled and crashed to the floor, barring the doorway and sealing them inside. This done, she turned her attention back to the television. She approached slowly, chest rising and falling, weapon gripped tight in her hands.
"You were never here."
"Of course not,"
Did you really think I would come all the way to your pissant little country just to watch you die? Stark taunted her.
I had hoped you would.
I'm sure you did. He leaned forward at the table. Not very grateful of you, I must say. After all, you wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for me.
2 years earlier. I'll position snipers in elevated positions around the meeting point, Freya explained, outlining her strategy for what she hoped would be her final encounter with Anya. Once I've made contact, and I have a confirmed sighting, they'll take her down.
And then? Stark asked.
Her death is something the Circle has wanted for some time now. It might just be enough to restore their faith in me. After that, we move ahead with our existing plan to access the inner circle and take them out.
Stark was silent for a time, staring into the flames flickering in the fireplace beside him. She had travelled all the way to his own private residence to present her proposal, arriving late at night, so that her presence was unlikely to be noticed. "Are you sure this is what you want?" he finally asked.
I am.
He nodded silently to himself, a new course of action already decided upon. Freya had become a liability that now threatened to escalate into disaster. Eliminating her was the most prudent option, and if he could use Anya to do it, then all the better. Anya's attention could then be directed back towards Cain, and, with luck, she would eventually kill him as well.
Why?
Anya asked, knowing this was her last chance to answer the question that had haunted her for the past 2 years.
Why did she want me dead?
You still don't see it, do you? Freya knew that sooner or later you'd figure out who betrayed you to the Russians. Her. Killing you first and using it to gain access to the inner circle was a solution to both problems. She was planning to use you in death, just as she used you in life. You were just a pawn in her game, Anya. That's all you ever were.
She trusted you, Anya spat. She believed in you.
So did you. So did her son, Stark remarked in amusement. A weakness you share, I think. Predictability. That's why you're here tonight, and I'm not. He chuckled and shook his head. I never did understand what Marcus and the Circle saw in you.
Something they never saw in you, Stark, she retorted. You're a small, jealous, petty man. You're pathetic.
She saw a momentary flare of anger in his eyes, an old resentment exposed, but it was quickly masked. And yet here I am. Marcus, Freya, the Circle, all of them underestimated me. All of them paid for it with their lives. Even you, Anya. He leaned forward, staring intently into the camera. Haven't you felt it? Haven't you felt your time running out? You're a relic, a quaint little curiosity from a different world. And this is where your story ends. The woman felt herself bristling at his scathing words, sensing the truth in them. You know, I don't often let these things get personal. Killing Cain and Freya, those were necessary acts. But I have to admit, knowing you're dead, Anya, wow, that will give me a certain satisfaction. Raising her gun, Anya took aim at his face and pulled the trigger. With a flash and shower of sparks, Richard Stark's image vanished from the screen. Seconds later, alarms started to blare throughout the building. With his chilling final words delivered, Stark had likely triggered the alarm remotely. Either way, there was no choice but to evacuate. Retreating into the corridor, she heard the crash of a door being thrown open, the shouts of operatives closing in on her. She had neither the time nor the firepower to take them on. Without breaking stride, she sprinted in the opposite direction, looking frantically for another exit, just as another cry echoed from behind. "Contact!" Barely had she rounded the corner before a short burst of gunfire drilled into the wall, punching straight through the thin plasterboard. But in her headlong rush to escape, she didn't notice the figure in the corridor up ahead
until she was in full view. Skidding to a halt, she raised the automatic at the same moment as her opponent. But then they froze, locking eyes, weapons pointed at each other. Anya let out a strangled, disbelieving gasp. "Ryan?" Somehow, despite everything, Drake had tracked her here, anticipated her plan tonight, and now he stood barely 20 feet away. For a second or two, everything else melted away as she stared at the man she'd left behind, the man she'd taken so much away from. He'd come all this way, risked everything to find her again. A sudden movement in the corridor behind broke the spell in an instant. Anya spun around to face the armed operative that had caught up with her, knowing, even as she did so, that she wouldn't make it. But just as he raised his gun, his head was jerked violently backwards as a round slammed into it. Anya glanced back at Drake, smoke trailing from his weapon. She gave him a look of heartfelt gratitude, then turned and fled, crashing through the nearest door and into the office space beyond as more shooting erupted. She needed a distraction if either of them were to get out of here alive. Fortunately, she had one ready and waiting. Reaching into her webbing, she yanked out a radio detonator and flicked the arming switch. Then, taking cover, she triggered it. Outside, the shaped charge that she'd planted beneath the fuel bowser detonated, rupturing the tank and vaporizing its contents, magnifying the explosive force many times over. The concussive blast wave shattered every window in the admin building, knocking the occupants off their feet and showering them with broken glass.
"Holy shit!"
the pilot of the Mi-24 gunship gasped, staring out through his canopy at the sudden eruption of orange fire.
"The airfield's under attack!"
Unlatching his harness, Hawkins strode forward, leaning into the cockpit to take a look. His face, lit by the glow of the distant flames, slowly twisted in anger.
"Looks like they've been hit by an airstrike."
"It's not an airstrike,"
Hawkins snarled.
"It's her."
Chapter 73.
"Covering fire!"
Dietrich shouted, taking another rearguard position as the small group fell back. Sighting another target darting between tree trunks, he opened fire, spraying a long burst in his direction. Frost, meanwhile, was half carrying, half dragging an injured McKnight beside her. Her face was resolute, jaw clenched, but her breathing was growing shallow and labored.
"Come on, goddammit!"
Frost snarled, pulling her onward.
"Don't make me go through all this shit just to die here."
They were almost at the summit, the trees thinning out around them.
"I thought you said you'd kill me,"
McKnight gasped. The young woman glanced at her, seeing how much she'd been willing to sacrifice.
"I was wrong."
McKnight said nothing to that.
"Changing mags!"
Dietrich called out. His shout was immediately followed by a dull, heavy thump. He went down, clutching his shoulder and growling in pain.
"Jonas!"
Frost said, leaving McKnight briefly to sprint over to him. He was bleeding profusely from a gunshot wound to the upper right side of his chest. One look at the injury was enough to tell her it was serious. He knew it too.
"Well, fuck,"
he said, grimacing. Frost shook her head.
"Don't be a pussy. Get up and move."
Helping him to his feet, she hurried over to McKnight. Together, the three of them staggered the short distance to the summit, surmounted by a tangle of weathered boulders and long grass. McKnight collapsed against one of the rocks, her strength finally spent.
"They're moving to outflank us,"
Dietrich warned, struggling to aim his weapon with one good arm.
"They'll cut us off if we don't move."
"Sam, we can't stay here," Frost implored her. "We have to go."
McKnight shook her head. The look in her eyes said it all.
"Give me my rifle," she instructed. "I'll hold them off as long as I can. You two fall back and—" "No!" Frost retorted. "I already left one friend behind. I'm not doing it again."
Rather than argue, McKnight looked her in the eye and nodded gently.
It's okay, Kira, she whispered. I knew what I signed up for. Let me do this. Please.
Glancing away for a moment, Frost blinked back tears.
We stay together,
she said at last, then reached up and touched her radio headset.
Alex, it's time. Wait a minute,
the young man's crackling voice replied.
We don't have a minute.
Sir, we have them on thermal imaging, one of the technicians reported. Stark looked up, his attention drawn to the feeds from the Predator's infrared cameras. The small group of fugitives had taken refuge on the high ground, overlooking the destroyed homestead, intending to make their last stand there. But in doing so, they had made themselves visible. He could see the images of his own strike team moving through the woods, closing the net around them. They would, of course, overwhelm the three defenders. But it would take time. Time he didn't have.
You got a target lock?
Yes, sir. Hellfires are armed and ready.
The decision made itself.
Roll in the drone strike,
he said, preoccupied by the more pressing situation at the airfield.
Wipe them out.
Viper 1, roll in strike package. You are weapons free. Ground teams, danger close. Repeat, danger close.
On the other side of the world, the unmanned Predator drone banked left, lining up for a ground strike. Its thermal cameras quickly reacquired the three targets, passing the information to the 4 Hellfire air-to-ground missiles attached to the wing pylons.
Viper 1 is hot. Target acquired. Fox 2.
The technicians in the ops room waited for the missile to streak in, obliterating everything on that hilltop. However, no such thing happened.
Viper 1, confirm launch. Negative. Viper 1 will not launch. Say again?
Stark glanced over at the screen again with growing concern. The Predator's targeting system suddenly shifted from the 3 figures crouched together on the hilltop to the fire teams in the tree line around them.
Viper 1, be advised, you are targeting friendlies, the comms specialist warned. Repeat, you are targeting friendly forces. Viper 1 does not have control. Repeat, Viper 1 is non-responsive.
What the hell is going on?
Stark demanded.
Someone talk to me.
A second later, all 4 Hellfire missiles departed their weapons racks, streaking down through the dark sky towards their targets. Stark and the others could do nothing but watch as 4 simultaneous points of light exploded on the screen, temporarily blinding the infrared cameras and obliterating the operatives caught within the blast radius.
Fuck yes!
Alex cried out, punching the air in triumph as the drone feed on his laptop screen displayed the devastating aftermath of his work.
Take that, you pricks!
He and Jessica had remained behind at the airport, using the air traffic control system there to pinpoint the Predator drones circling the battle zone. Once he had the aircraft locked in, it had simply been a case of breaking the encryption code governing its control system, and then wresting command from its operators. It had been a close-run thing, however. His hands were still shaking.
Well done, Alex,
Jessica said, squeezing his shoulder before hitting her radio transmitter.
Kira, Jonas, do you copy? Are you okay?
We hear you,
Dietrich replied, coughing as smoke from the missile detonations rolled past them. His ears were still ringing.
We're okay, but maybe you could aim a little further out next time.
I'd rather there wasn't a next time, Jessica replied. Dietrich flashed a sardonic smile.
That makes 2 of us.
Nearby, Frost pushed her hair back from her face and looked up at McKnight, who was lying on her back against one of the boulders. Seeing the young woman close by, she turned her head slowly to look at her.
You planned this?
Frost nodded.
Had no idea if it would work. Guess I really do owe Alex a beer.
Seeing the blood smeared on the rock behind her, she moved forward.
We need to get you patched up.
McKnight waved her away weakly. It was a wasted effort, she knew. She was lung-shot, her body giving up on her at last.
Do me a favor. If you see Ryan again, tell him...
She coughed, leaving a smear of blood on the ground.
Tell him... I'm sorry. Okay?
Reaching out, Frost clasped her hand tight.
I will.
Content at last, McKnight turned her head away from the young woman and looked up at the sky. It was starting to grow brighter in the east, the stars fading as the new day dawned. A day she wouldn't live to see. She had fought for every second, and she had won. And that was enough for her. She smiled contentedly as her grip slackened, and her hand fell away. Chapter 74. Coughing, Drake advanced through the smoke-filled rooms, his weapon up and ready. His ears were ringing, eyes stinging, skin cut by flying glass. But he was alive, and he could move. He had to find Anya and get out of here. Flames were licking up the side of the building. Burning fuel from the ruptured Bowser was consuming the admin block. If Anya had escaped this way, there was no way he could follow. He had to find another way out. As he retreated back down the corridor, a figure suddenly leapt out at him from around the corner, tackling him into the wall opposite. One of the operatives who had been closing in on them, similarly disoriented by the blast. With a surge of rage and fury, Drake drove his knee into the man's chest, hurled him backward against the opposite wall, and turned his weapon on him, unleashing a devastating burst into his torso. Even as the man slid down the wall, Drake hurried past, only to stop in his tracks, hearing frantic screaming and hammering coming from a room up ahead, mingled with plaintive cries for help. People trapped inside. They were burned to death if he didn't help them. Doing so would use up precious time. But could he really walk away and let innocent people die? "Fuck!" he hissed, hurrying into the badly damaged operations room. The place was a mess, the power cut, smoke billowing from the overhead vents as the building was consumed. The cries were coming from a door on the other side of the room, blocked by a heavy metal cabinet that had fallen across it. Rushing over, he laid down his weapon, grasped the cabinet, and heaved. It moved an inch or so. Redoubling his efforts, Drake braced himself against the wall and pushed, every muscle in his body straining and trembling. And finally, with a grating rasp, the cabinet shifted. The door flew open, the occupants forcing their way through the narrow gap. They were unarmed and panicked.
"Get out of here!"
Drake commanded, turning away and charging down the stairwell to the lower floor. A wall of flames raged at the far end of the corridor, where the exit had been, blocking his path.
"Anya!"
he called out, throwing a hand up against the searing heat. There was no response. He couldn't stay here any longer. Kicking open the nearest door, he sprinted across the devastated briefing room beyond and leapt through the shattered window into the open air beyond. He landed hard before scrambling to his feet and looking around, his weapon up at his shoulder again. The airfield was in chaos, alarms blaring and personnel rushing back and forth, some trying to tackle the blazing building with hastily deployed fire hoses. A Humvee had pulled up nearby, the occupants leaping out to aid the firefighting efforts. But as Drake scanned the area, he spotted a figure stealthily leap up into the Humvee's cab. Seconds later, the engine leapt into life, and the Humvee took off across the open airfield, heading straight for the perimeter fence. It was Anya, making her escape in a stolen vehicle. Without even slowing, the Humvee smashed straight through the chain-link fence, bumping and rolling across the rough ground beyond. But Drake wasn't the only one who had seen it. Several 100 feet overhead, Hawkins watched the retreating vehicle through the Mi-24's night vision cameras. He smiled as it broke through the perimeter fence, heading for the dense woodland beyond.
That's her, he said. Bring us in tight.
Standing in the midst of the ruined airfield, Drake could only watch in silent horror as the massive gunship swept down, descending on the retreating vehicle.
"No," he whispered.
"Target locked," the gunner called out. Hawkins smiled triumphantly.
Light her up.
Disgorging its remaining ordnance, the gunship unleashed a flurry of unguided rockets that streaked down and impacted across the Humvee's path. The effect on the lightly armored vehicle was devastating. One rocket shredding the rear portion of the vehicle, while another near miss flipped it over. The shattered remains cartwheeled over before coming to a rest at the edge of the woods, burning and smoking.
Good hit, Alpha,
Hawkins said, nodding in satisfaction.
Bring us in. This isn't over until I see her fucking body.
As the gunship settled into a hover, descent ropes were tossed over the side, allowing Hawkins and a 4-man fire team to slide down. Unclipping himself from the harness, Hawkins raised his weapon and nodded to the men beside him.
"Alpha is Splash 1 on ordnance," the pilot advised over the radio. "We have to RTB for resupply. Good luck."
Hawkins ignored this as the chopper peeled away, focusing on the ruined Humvee. It had overturned, flames licking out of the ruined engine bay, but the main body of the vehicle was still recognizable.
Cover me,
he instructed, gripping the driver's door and forcing it open with brute strength, eager to see Anya's dead body with his own eyes, the weapon up at his shoulder, his finger on the trigger, ready to finish her if by some miracle she'd survived. She wasn't there. The Humvee was empty. A trickle of icy fear ran down his neck when he saw the metal entrenching tool lying on the floor of the cab, wedged against the accelerator. Anya wasn't on board. It was a trap.
Cover!
He called out, whirling around and dropping to one knee. Something whizzed through the air, striking the man beside him. He stumbled back, an arrow protruding from the torn, bloody remains of his throat.
"Contact!"
Hawkins shouted, firing blindly into the woods. Backing up against the solid cover of a tree trunk, Anya notched another arrow and drew the string back, waiting for her chance. Stray rounds zipped past her and thudded into the trunk she was hiding behind, but still she didn't move. Drake, sprinting towards the crash site, pounding through the grass and leaping over the crushed remains of the perimeter fence, heard the distinctive crackle of automatic gunfire. It could only mean one thing. Anya was still alive. Redoubling his efforts, he forced himself on, exerting every ounce of energy that remained to him in this final, desperate race against time. This was his last chance to reach her. They were wasting ammunition, Hawkins realized. That was exactly what she wanted. He held up a hand to stop the firing. As silence descended around them, he slowly moved behind the ruined Humvee, his eyes scanning the darkened woodland. Far from being terrified, he smiled at the situation in which he now found himself. Anya was toying with them, picking them off one at a time, evening the odds. But he was the one she really wanted. That was how he beat her.
Come out, wherever you are,
he said mockingly, edging closer to one of his fellow operatives.
I know you want to.
Anya held her position, breathing hard, forcing herself not to lose control, waiting for the perfect moment, just like a hunter should.
So, this is how it ends,
Hawkins went on.
The great Maris, the best operative the agency ever had. How does it feel to have nothing left? To lose everything you ever cared about?
Anya could feel her heartbeat quickening, her muscles trembling, desperate to act. With a great effort of will, she held on, waiting. Nearby, Hawkins readied himself.
Kane gave his life to save yours. I have to admit, I'm going to enjoy sending you to him.
Now. Rounding the tree, Anya's keen eyes scanned her targets, found the one she sought, and swung the bow into position, already taking tension on the string. A single second was all it took to line up her shot. Then she let fly. At the same moment, Hawkins grabbed the operative beside him and pulled him backward, right into the arrow's path. As the missile impacted and he let out a cry of agony, Hawkins's assault rifle spat out a short, vicious burst. Anya felt the fist-like impact, the familiar burst of cold numbness as the round struck her. The bow flew from her grasp, and she went down, bleeding from a gunshot wound to the abdomen. Releasing his grip on the dying man, Hawkins strode towards his injured prey as she tried feebly to crawl away, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. The other two operatives converged on him, their weapons up, fingers on triggers.
"Nobody kills her but me,"
Hawkins warned them. She could no longer use the hunting bow. Rolling over, Anya reached down and drew her M1911 automatic. Hawkins was ready for her. Taking careful aim, he snapped off a shot that tore into her upper arm, jerking it backward. Anya groaned as a new wave of pain assaulted her, stubbornly refusing to cry out. Taking no chances, Hawkins clamped his boot down on her arm, pinning it to the ground and preventing her reaching for the gun. Teeth bared, Anya glared up at her enemy.
"You were quite something in your time. But your time's over,"
Hawkins said, shaking his head as he surveyed his beaten enemy.
"And you know something? I was always better."
Relishing the moment, he raised his other foot and pressed it against her injured abdomen. There was no holding back the pain this time. Anya screamed in agony as Hawkins twisted his boot and blood flowed freely from the wound. By the time he withdrew it, she was close to passing out, her vision blurring, her world one of tortured anguish assailing her on all sides. Bending down, Hawkins plucked the automatic from the ground and looked at the venerable old weapon.
"I wonder how many lives this old piece of iron's taken,"
he mused, turning it over in his hand. He smiled and tossed his assault rifle aside.
"Seems only right that it takes one more."
He raised Anya's gun, taking aim at its owner. Injured and bleeding, Anya could do nothing but stare back at him, a huge, powerful figure, silhouetted against the fires behind him, his eyes gleaming with absolute hatred and malice. This was how it was going to end. This was how she would die.
"This is all you ever were, Anya,"
he said as his finger tightened on the trigger.
"Expendable."
Suddenly, a sudden burst of automatic gunfire exploded from off to his right, the two operatives behind him crumpling to the ground. Startled, Hawkins whirled to face this new threat, bringing the weapon with him. The silenced automatic thudded as Drake leapt in, one wild shot biting into his shoulder as he swept his empty assault rifle around like a club, catching the handgun just as Hawkins was squeezing the trigger. The impact smacked the weapon out of his hands, a second round barely missing Drake as it fell. Vaguely he was aware of the sharp, stinging pain of torn flesh, but pushed it aside, focusing everything on his enemy. Bringing the butt of the rifle back around, Drake swung for his opponent's head. But Hawkins had recovered from the shock of his sudden appearance and caught the gun just as it was coming at him, wrestling it aside. For a second or two, the two men were eye to eye, glaring at each other with unrestrained hatred and vengeance. Gritting his teeth, Drake drove a knee into his adversary's side that elicited a grunt of pain, then leaned back and butted Hawkins full in the face. The impact was like driving his head into a wall, but he heard the faint crunch of cartilage breaking and felt warm blood spray his face. Hawkins gave vent to an animalistic growl as blood gushed from his broken nose, but along with the sudden flare of anguish came a surge of pure rage. Exerting every ounce of his considerable strength, Hawkins heaved the weapon up, pulling Drake with it, then shifted all of his momentum forward, slamming the smaller man into the ground. Drake's breath exploded in a violent gasp as the air was forced from his lungs and pain blazed across his back as he impacted the rocky ground. But there was no time to think about pain or injuries now. Yanking the weapon from his grasp, Hawkins hurled the assault rifle aside and came to him as Drake scrambled aside, narrowly avoiding a kick that would have dropped him like a stone. Hawkins was like a man possessed, raining blows on him, forcing him to cover up and block. Drake, already tired and hurting, couldn't hope to weather this attack. A stinging punch to the ribs nearly doubled him over, putting him off balance, setting him up for the boot that swept around and hit him like a freight train. He buckled and went down, falling to his hands and knees.
"You really thought you could stop this?"
Hawkins snarled as he closed in, blood dripping from his mouth and nose.
"You just gave me the best gift of all, Ryan. 2 for the price of 1.
Hawkins's face was twisted with fury and vengeance as he moved in to deliver a knee to the face. But his momentary delay had given Drake a precious few seconds to recover. As he came in, Drake suddenly rose up and twisted aside, using his opponent's momentum against him. With a furious, enraged cry, Drake drove a fist into Hawkins's back that sent shockwaves down the man's spine. A kick to the back of the leg buckled his knee, allowing Drake to clamp an arm around his neck. Muscles and tendons strained as Drake tightened his grip, crushing and twisting, gritting his teeth as he put everything he had into it. He heard the man snorting and gasping, blood bubbling from his broken nose as he gasped for air that wouldn't come.
"I've got you now, you bastard,"
Drake thought in that moment of wild, frenzied anger. He knew then that he'd crush the very life out of Hawkins, break his neck, collapse his windpipe. He didn't notice Hawkins reach for something at his waist. Didn't have time to react as steel rasped and something glinted menacingly in the firelight. In a heartbeat, something leapt out, striking him in the side. And just like that, the world seemed to slow down. He looked down in confusion, watching as Hawkins pulled a bloodied blade from his flank, and felt a strange coldness wash over him. "No!" Anya cried out in horror as Drake's grip slackened and he staggered back, blood flowing from the knife wound at his side. Hawkins rose up in front of him, a terrifying figure in the glow of the flames. The knife clutched in his hand dripped with Drake's blood.
"Don't think about the pain,"
Drake told himself as Hawkins readied himself.
"Pain is nothing."
Smiling a bloody grimace, Hawkins came at him again, swiping with the knife. Drake dodged and tried to catch his knife arm, but his enemy abruptly changed direction, and the blade sailed past his grasp. A renewed flash of pain tore into his side as the knife slashed at his flank again, cutting through skin and muscle. As Drake turned to face him, bent over slightly to protect his injured side, Hawkins circled his prey at a thoughtful, almost leisurely pace, fingers flexing and tensing on the knife hilt. He was in control now, able to pick and choose when he struck, able to make it last. Drake stared back at his enemy, weakened by injury, but defiant to the end. His hands were still raised, his fists clenched, his battered body readying itself one last time. Hawkins's face darkened once more, and he leapt in, coming in low this time, the knife slashing into Drake's thigh as he rushed past. There was no way he could have stopped it. As Drake sank to his knees, Hawkins turned to face him again, his expression triumphant. He had won, and he knew it. Nearby, Anya watched Drake's final moments through blurred vision, pain radiating through to the very core of her being. She had been hurt before, had taken every kind of punishment life could throw at her, but even she had limits of endurance, and she was past them now. She had done everything she could, had fought to the last, tested her strength to its end. It hadn't been enough to carry her through this last battle. She could feel the darkness closing around her, slow and insidious and inviting. a deep and endless dark without pain or fear. She felt herself sinking into it, felt her eyes start to close. Then, unbidden, a voice leapt into her head, a voice that seemed to be all around her, driving back the darkness, forcing clarity in her thoughts, a voice that spoke to her, commanding her, as it had so many times before. "Remember what you told him. You would rather die for something than live for nothing. This is the last fight of your life." Her dimming eyes snapped open, clear and focused once again. "Get up!" Bloodied hands clawing at the ground, she managed through some supreme effort to pull herself upright, watching as Hawkins circled around behind Drake, the knife dripping with his blood. She had no weapons left, none except for the arrows for her bow. Reaching behind, she yanked one free, and, gritting her teeth, muscles trembling, pushing aside the pain and the exhaustion, Anya fought her way up from the ground, inch by inch, heartbeat by heartbeat. "Get up!"
Oh, Ryan, I imagined killing you so many times. I actually thought it would be a disappointment when it finally came," Hawkins said, wiping the blood from his face as he looked down on his vanquished enemy. "But I was wrong, man. This is better than I ever could have imagined." Poised to strike once again, Hawkins hesitated. He heard the movement coming at him from his right, and spun just as Anya leapt at him, thrusting the arrow into his stomach. She was close, but Hawkins's reaction saved him. He turned aside just as the arrow came at him, tearing a gash through the fabric of his Kevlar vest and exposing the armor plating beneath. Realizing she'd missed, Anya slashed desperately at his throat with the improvised weapon, but this time he caught her arm, twisting it backward with his vastly superior strength. The arrow fell from her grasp as Hawkins, eyes blazing with anger, drove a fist into her injured stomach. Anya fell, crumpling to the ground, her vision swimming. Out of the fight for good. "God damn you, you just don't quit!"
Hawkins snarled, surprised and infuriated by her last desperate effort.
"You stubborn bitch!"
Grabbing Drake's hair, he yanked the man's head back, exposing his throat. The bloodied knife gleamed in the darkness as he raised it up.
"I want you to remember this moment,"
the man said, glaring at her.
"Remember the look in his eyes when I kill him."
But Anya's last effort hadn't been in vain. While Hawkins's attention was focused on the woman who had so vexed him, Drake felt on the ground, closed his fingers around the arrow she'd dropped, and snatched it up. And as Hawkins leaned in to slash his windpipe, Drake reversed his grip on the weapon and plunged it deep into his thigh. The man threw back his head and let out a howl of agony as Drake twisted it viciously, the sharpened steel point slicing and tearing his flesh. Hawkins sank down, and as he fell, Drake leapt on top of him with a burst of desperate, frantic strength, grabbing for his knife hand and turning the weapon against him. The two men, both injured and bleeding, were locked in a final deadly struggle, their eyes fixed on one another, their breathing coming in heaving gasps as they strove for survival. Drake was on top, forcing the blade down with every ounce of strength he could muster. Hawkins likewise strained to turn the knife away as the tip crept closer to his neck, his powerful arms clenched in one last Herculean effort. And for a few seconds, the two men were perfectly balanced, the knife trembling motionless between them. Images of everyone this man had killed flashed before Drake's eyes as he forced the knife fractionally closer. Everything Hawkins had taken from him, everything he'd destroyed. Every ounce of hatred and vengeance rose up within him as an unstoppable tide.
"I told you, Jason,"
Drake whispered, the veins in his arms standing out hard against the skin as he strained with all his might.
"I told you. I'll be the last
last thing you ever saw.
Finally, as the desperate struggle reached an unbearable peak, he saw what he'd been waiting for in his enemy's eyes. He saw fear. With a primal, enraged cry, he forced the knife through skin and windpipe, arteries and tendons. Hawkins's eyes grew huge as agony flared through them. His mouth gaped open to scream, instead emitting only a choking, gurgling surge of blood. Then, at last, his struggles ceased, and he lay still. Rolling off him, Drake collapsed onto his back on the cool earth, completely and utterly drained, his breath coming in ragged, agonized gasps. It was over. He could almost feel his body quietly surrendering to it at last.
Ryan.
The weak, plaintive sound roused him from his growing exhaustion. Anya. Rolling over, he managed to crawl over to her. She was slumped against a tree trunk, a bloodied hand pressed against the wound at her stomach. She looked up at Drake as he neared.
You came back for me,
she whispered. He nodded, wincing in pain.
Why?
Why had he come back? Why had he risked everything for the woman who had taken so much from him? Why had he fought with every ounce of his strength to protect the person who killed his own mother?
Because some things are worth dying for.
The distant wail of approaching fire trucks warned Drake that they weren't safe.
We have to get out of here.
Anya shook her head weakly.
I can't, Ryan.
The sad acceptance in her voice hurt almost as much as the injuries he'd taken. She knew what it would mean if he left her behind. She'd always known what tonight would cost her.
Bullshit, you can't. I won't give up on you now,
he said firmly, hooking an arm beneath her.
Get up! Come on!
With some great exertion of will and whatever strength remained to him, he pulled the injured woman to her feet, ignoring the pain that flared through him, ignoring her groan of agony. Anya, realizing he wouldn't leave her behind no matter what she said or did, reluctantly complied. And together, bleeding and clinging to each other, they limped slowly away into the forest. Chapter 75. NSA Headquarters, Maryland. Richard Stark strode out of the ops room and headed towards his personal office. He would have to make a lot of phone calls and draw upon many favors in the next hour if he expected to come out of this intact. Somehow it had all fallen apart. His plan had collapsed into chaos and disaster. But it wasn't over. He still commanded enormous power and resources. Even if he'd failed today, he knew there would be other opportunities. There would be a good deal of explaining to do, of course, and more than a few people who would need to be silenced. But he could manage this crisis, just as he had managed so many before.
Dan,
he said, taken back to find the acting CIA director waiting for him in his office.
what brings you here?
You, actually, Franklin said, taking a step towards him. His look of naked hostility was enough to give Stark pause.
Excuse me?
Reaching for his cell phone, Franklin selected an audio file and hit play.
You know, I don't often let these things get personal,
he heard his own recorded voice say.
Killing Kane and Freya, those were necessary acts. But I have to admit, knowing you're dead, Anya, well, that will give me a certain satisfaction.
Hitting the pause button, Franklin lowered the phone.
We've got the whole thing, Richard. Your whole confession. It's over.
Stark closed his eyes, a thin, bitter smile forming as he realized the full magnitude of his folly. Anya had known all along that he wouldn't be at that airfield in Lithuania. She hadn't gone there to kill him. She had gone to do something far more permanent. destroy him. And in his arrogance, he'd walked right into it.
And what do you think you've really got there, Dan? He asked. You think any jury in the country will convict me? Son, we own them.
There is no we anymore, Franklin reminded him. Your little cabal is dust. Nobody's going to help you now. Stark raised his chin defiantly, though he couldn't keep the quaver out of his voice when he spoke again.
You're about to make the biggest mistake of your life.
We'll see about that. Come! At his summons, a pair of FBI agents waiting outside strode into the room.
Director Stark, you're under arrest for treason, conspiracy to commit murder, and planning acts of terrorism,
Franklin stated as his hands were wrestled behind his back and cuffed.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Give it a few years, Stark said, glaring at the younger man.
You have the right to a lawyer. If you can't afford one, one will be provided for you.
Give it a few years,
he repeated, and you'll be just like me. I'm nothing like you. Holding his gaze for a second or two, Franklin nodded to the two agents. Get this piece of shit out of my sight. Stumbling and limping through the slowly brightening forest as the night waned and the new day approached, Drake forced himself through the pain, forced himself to keep moving. If they could get clear of the airfield, they might reunite with his team and find a way to escape. Deep down, he knew it was futile, that neither of them would make it far now. But he wouldn't allow himself to accept it.
Just keep going,
he told himself.
Keep going, and you'll get out of this.
Emerging from the woodland, they passed through a small, wild meadow. The scent of damp grass and wildflowers stirred as they trudged slowly onward, making for the far side, where a small stand of trees grew.
Ryan, I can't. Keep going.
Anya gasped, her steps growing slower, her breathing labored.
It's gonna be okay,
he replied, one hand pressed against the wound at his side, his shirt damp with blood.
Everything's gonna be okay now.
Only when they passed beneath the trees and saw what lay beyond did Drake finally stop, letting out an exhausted, defeated sigh. The river flowing lazily past was at least 30 feet wide. No way across. No way out.
Oh, no.
Beside him, Anya sank to the ground, slumping against a fallen tree trunk. With no way forward, Drake collapsed beside her, the last of his strength deserting him.
No more,
she gasped, shaking her head.
No more, Ryan. Please.
They had gone as far as they could, fought to the very last. But this was it. This was the end of the path they'd started on all those years ago. They had done all they could. There was no need to fight it anymore. Her breathing slowing, Anya looked around, taking in the peaceful river flowing by, the wildflowers and trees around them. Overhead, the infinite blue sky was growing brighter, the sun rising above the horizon to the east. The dawn of another day. The end of the old world, and the beginning of a new future. It was a good place to die. Another life, Drake whispered, echoing her earlier words to him. Anya looked at him then.
I wish we could have met in another life. Maybe things could have been different.
There was so much in her life she wished she could have changed. So many choices and mistakes she wished she could have undone. But out of all of it, meeting Ryan Drake was one thing Anya would never regret.
Maybe we will,
she acknowledged. But
I'm glad I could be with you. At the end.
Reaching out, Drake found her hand and closed his bloodied fingers around it. After everything they'd been through, everything they'd endured together, perhaps it was fitting that it should end here like this. Just the two of them. Nothing left to fight for. Nothing left to fear. He was disturbed by a noise carried to him on the breeze. Shouts coming from the woodland behind. The sound of people moving, calling to each other, drawing closer. It wouldn't have been difficult to track them, following the trail of blood and broken undergrowth they'd left in their wake.
They've found us,
Anya said. Reaching into her tunic, she pulled out her old M1911 handgun, ejected the magazine, and checked the rounds left in the clip.
How many?
Drake asked as the shouts grew closer. Her eyes met his.
2.
He didn't need her to say it. He knew what she was thinking. She wouldn't be captured, wouldn't spend the rest of her life in prison, or endure some show trial and summary execution. She had come too far, been through too much for that. And so had he.
We both knew it would come to this, Ryan,
she said quietly.
This is where we were always meant to be. This is how it was meant to end.
He looked down at the weapon, marked and scratched by long use, stained with blood. His or hers, he could no longer tell. Without saying a word, he reached out and took it from her.
It's all right,
she promised him, gently encouraging.
I'm ready.
She nodded to herself, taking in the river, the wildflowers around them, the sun rising into a perfect sky. And high above, she caught a glimpse of something moving slowly in the vast sea of blue, starkly white, straight as an arrow. The contrail of some high-flying aircraft. The sunlight glinted off its hull, bright as a shooting star. She thought of the days she'd spent lying in the long grass as a child, staring up at aircraft like this, and marveling at what far-off destinations they might be heading to, dreaming of what might be out there, picturing the adventures that lay ahead. She smiled softly as Drake raised the gun.
I'm ready.
He closed his eyes as he pulled the trigger.
Ryan!
A voice called out.
Ryan Drake!
With a gasp, Drake took pressure off the trigger and turned back towards the meadow, where a trio of armed operatives were moving towards him through the long grass. 2 men and a woman. They were armed, but their weapons were lowered, their expressions filled with concern, rather than anger.
Anybody got eyes on?
The leader asked.
Talk to me.
The woman suddenly caught sight of Drake and pointed.
There! I see him!
With that, the leader broke into a run, sprinting forward. Skidding to a stop beside him, the man laid aside his weapon and looked at the 2 injured fugitives, quickly assessing their condition.
Shit,
he said under his breath.
I need a medic here.
On it!
The woman called out.
Kennedy?
Drake said, incredulous at the sight of a fellow Shepherd operative.
What are you doing here?
Kennedy grinned at him, though his smile was tinged with concern.
Franklin sent us for a bit of unofficial R&R. Looks like you made a good call.
The female Shepherd operative was already tending to Anya.
I need you to keep pressure on that wound,
she instructed, speaking with the cool, calm efficiency of a medical professional.
We're going to get you out of here.
The second man was speaking on his radio.
Zulu 1, we've found them. Repeat, we've found them. But they're injured and in a serious condition. We need immediate evac.
They're looking for us,
Drake mumbled, his vision starting to blur. It was such an effort to focus on the man in front of him, but even now, he was aware of the agencies still hunting for them both.
They'll find us.
Don't worry about that, buddy. We've got it covered. Reaching out blindly, Drake touched Anya's hand again and felt her clasp it tight. The last thing he saw before darkness closed around him was her, staring up at the dawn sky, finally at peace. Part 6. Something to live for. We know what we are, but not what we may be. William Shakespeare. Chapter 76. Arlington National Cemetery, 1 month later. With the trees and bushes in full summer bloom, and the sun shining down from a cloudless sky, it was a pleasant evening to be outdoors, breathing fresh air and feeling the warm breeze on one's skin. Even more so for Ryan Drake, who had been largely confined to a hospital as he slowly recovered from his injuries. Emergency surgery at a hastily set-up operating theatre in Lithuania had saved him from fatal internal bleeding, though it had been a close-run thing, as Kennedy had made a point of reminding him while he lay convalescing at a safe house in Vilnius. Still, he was well on the way to recovery now. He wouldn't be back in the field for a while, and was tired by the time he'd ascended the gentle grassy hill at the center of the cemetery. But, as with most things, it was simply a matter of time. Anyway, he would not be discouraged from his visit here today. Some things were more important. Tracing his way along the rows of neatly arrayed tombstones, he found the section he was looking for, and stopped to take in the 4 pristine white headstones laid out before him, each with the name of one of his fallen comrades carved in them. John Keegan, 1956 to 2008. Cole Mason, 1970 to 2010. Olivia Mitchell, 1972 to 2011. Samantha McKnight, 1976 to 2011. 4 friends who had each given their lives in the line of duty. His family, who he had trusted and cared for as if they were his own blood. His gaze lingered the longest of all on Samantha McKnight's grave. Whatever her conflicted history, whatever decisions she'd been forced to make, she had redeemed herself and more, sacrificing her life for theirs. Nobody could ask more of her, and Drake himself would never forget what she'd done. He only wished he could have been there for her, at the end.
Good to see you up and around,
Franklin said, moving up to stand by his friend's side.
I'll be honest, I wasn't sure you'd pull through.
What do they say about bad pennies? Drake replied. Franklin smiled faintly at the joke.
Do you have any idea the shitstorm that enveloped this place while you were relaxing in a hospital bed? I think I might have traded place with you.
Drake was well aware of the turmoil that had erupted in the wake of the deadly confrontation in Lithuania. Everyone was up in arms, wanting to lay the blame somewhere else. Everyone was out for blood. But somehow, through some great feat of diplomacy, deception, and selective deployment of the truth, Franklin had managed to navigate these perilous political waters and wrestle a decent outcome from it. The recording of Richard Stark's damning confession had gone a long way towards shifting the blame away from Drake and the others, convincing most people that they were simply victims caught up in the machinations of far more powerful men. In the end, they'd found their scapegoat. As for the man himself, Stark had been awaiting trial on multiple charges of treason and conspiracy, with a life sentence looking the most optimistic possibility. But it wasn't to be. His guards had found him lying dead in his prison cell 2 weeks earlier, having ingested a lethal dose of cyanide. To this day, no one knew how the poison had found its way to him, or who had supplied it. And they never would. Marcus Kane, meanwhile, had been laid to rest in a simple, formal ceremony that Drake had been more than happy to avoid. Though he had never been officially sworn in as CIA director, his death and the events leading up to it had still attracted a great deal of interest and controversy from the news media, especially online conspiracy theorists who were working doggedly to uncover his secrets. The CIA, acting in its own best interests and eager to avoid a scandal that would rock them to their core, were likewise doing their best to thwart these efforts. Marcus Kane's complex life would remain, for most people at least, an enigma.
"I'll stick with my end of the deal," Drake conceded. "Anyway, isn't that what this place is all about? One big shitstorm after another?"
"I think I've earned a break, don't you?"
"You might want to get used to it," Drake suggested, hinting at the man's ongoing and so far successful tenure as acting director.
Director Dan Franklin. It's got a decent ring to it.
Franklin thought about that for a moment, imagining the possibilities that lay ahead, then let it go. Those were concerns for another day.
"What about you? You thought about what you'll do next?"
"Yes, he's going to live a very quiet, boring and sensible life," Jessica said, moving forward to speak with the two men. "Preferably somewhere I can keep an eye on him." Drake smiled at that. He was still adjusting to the reality that he was no longer a wanted man, being able to move around again without the constant fear of surveillance and attack. Part of him wondered if he'd ever really get used to it. Some habits were too hard to break.
"I second that,"
Frost called out, standing alongside the others a short distance away.
"And by the way, you still owe me a shit ton of hazard pay, Ryan."
"Keep dreaming,"
Drake shot back.
"Well, if you ever find yourself looking for work,
"Give me a call," Franklin advised him.
we can work something out."
He knew Drake well enough to know that quiet and sensible were two words that didn't belong in his vocabulary. Sooner or later he would find himself back in this world of theirs. It was part of him now. Maybe the best part.
"Thanks, but I've got something else in mind,"
he remarked cryptically.
"Something a little more independent."
Franklin raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further on the matter, guessing Drake wasn't ready to give him more just yet. That, too, was a conversation for another day.
"Well, I guess I better get back. Never know when the next shitstorm will erupt,"
Franklin said, looking out across the city before giving his friend a nod.
"I'll see you around, Ryan."
He was just turning to leave when Drake called him back. "Dan?"
"Yeah."
Stepping forward, Drake clasped his hand and shook it. "Thank you. For everything." Nodding acknowledgement, Franklin let go and walked away down the hill, leaving Drake with his small group of friends. They smiled with relief, with elation, with longing as he approached. This was the first time they'd been reunited since parting ways at that airfield in Lithuania, and now, with their fallen comrades by their side, they were all together at last. Drake almost felt like he could sense them, watching over the friends who yet had their lives to live. Grateful for the time they'd had together, and knowing that one day they would see each other again. And that was a comforting thought.
"You think now we can rest a while?" Jonas Dietrich asked sardonically. "I'm getting too old to run around with you fools."
Drake smiled at his gruff, abrasive comrade. Their friendship might not have begun under ideal circumstances, but somehow Dietrich had always come through in the end.
"Don't want you getting complacent, Jonas,"
he returned with a grin, before turning his attention to the younger man by his side. Alex Yates, the computer hacker recently recruited into their team, a young man plucked from obscurity, thrust into a world he couldn't possibly have prepared himself for. But rather than shrinking from it, he had grown, becoming a stronger and braver man than he ever could have imagined.
"What about you, Alex? Will you go back home to the UK?"
Alex thought on that briefly, remembering the life he'd left behind, then shook his head.
"It's not my home anymore," he decided. There's nothing for me there to go back to. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's something better out there. Shit, don't tell me you're getting a taste for this stuff, Frost snorted. Alex grinned, shrugging. We'll see. Last of all, Drake's attention came to rest on Kira Frost, the fiery, temperamental, impetuous, abrasive, and irritating young technical expert he'd been forced to work with for years now. A comrade who had risked everything for him, a friend that he loved with all his heart. There's something I want you to know, Kira, he said, his voice soft and quiet. Something I never told you. Frost waited, hushed, expectant. Drake leaned closer, his face brightening in a grin. You're not entitled to hazard pay. Sorry. You asshole! She cried, punching him in the arm. Take it easy, he protested in mock pain. I'm still an invalid. You will be if you pull that shit again. But her playful banter faded, a little, as she looked at him, allowing the memories of everything they'd been through together to rise to the surface at last. There was no stopping it. Throwing her arms around him, she pulled him as tight as he held her face buried in his neck, tears streaking his skin. They didn't say anything. They didn't have to. When at last he let her go, he paused to take in the small gathering. His friends. His family. The people who had followed him to the end and stayed together. Perhaps they still would work together, he reflected. There was much still to be said and decided once they were finished here. Experiences to recount, memories to share, thanks to give. And perhaps plans for the future to be made. He certainly had some ideas on that front. But as he glanced up the hill towards the tomb of the unknown soldier and saw a lone figure standing at the entrance to the amphitheater, Drake knew those things could wait. There was one last person to meet with today. Taking leave of his friends, he ascended the last stretch of the hill, passing the Marine honor guard standing watch over the tomb, and entering the towering white archway to the empty amphitheater beyond. She was waiting for him there, standing alone as she so often had been. Anya, the woman who had changed his life forever. She, too, had largely recovered from her injuries over the past month, her body well acquainted with pain and hardship. Physically, she was recuperating well and looked to be healthy and rested. As for what lay behind that strikingly beautiful visage, Drake had yet to find out. This was the first time they'd spoken since that morning in Lithuania. How's it feel to be dead? According to the agency's official report, Anya had been killed during the operation in Lithuania, her body vaporized during the airstrike on her former home. Though it had taken some careful maneuvering and outright deception on Franklin's part, most of the agencies hunting her had been persuaded that she was finally dead, abandoning their manhunts to focus on more pressing concerns. Surprisingly liberating, Anya acknowledged with a wry smile. I should have tried it a long time ago, I think. Her demeanor, however, turned more serious when she spoke again. It doesn't feel real, after all this time, knowing it is finally over. Drake knew exactly what she meant, because he had wrestled with the same doubt. It's hard to imagine a life without it, right? The running, the fighting, the fear. After a while, it becomes a part of you. Now it's gone, you feel like you've lost something. She nodded, surprised by his insight. They were quiet for a time, each knowing they had things to say, but neither quite sure how to bring it up. In the end, it was Anya who made the first move. I was ready to die there, Ryan. I had made peace with it. He knew that well enough. Death had held no fear for her.
Did you want it? She thought about that, considering the question carefully.
I had always known that was how it would end. So that was how I lived, for the mission, the fight, the moment. Never in the future. Because if there was no future, there was nothing to lose, and nothing to fear. Now, I feel lost.
Maybe that's not such a bad thing, Drake coaxed. Not everything ends the way we think it should. It certainly hadn't for him. Drake, too, had listened to the recording Anya had made, had listened to Stark's confession about his mother. She had tried to have Anya killed, leaving the woman with no choice but to do what she had. Once more, his understanding of Freya Shaw had been changed, along with his perception of the woman who killed her. Neither one had been perfect. Neither had been without blame. But he accepted this truth, without condoning or condemning either of them. Anya nodded thoughtfully, sensing his double meaning. Do you remember what you told me once? Drake asked. That you would rather die for something than live for nothing. Anya swallowed. That had been her mantra for most of her life. To have her death mean something. To end her life on her own terms, with purpose and resolve.
I do.
Taking a step forward, Drake reached out and touched her hand, taking it in his. Maybe it's time you found something to live for. Anya smiled faintly, turning her head away. He couldn't say for certain, but he thought he saw her eyes glistening. Perhaps she might at last start to lay aside the armor that had protected her throughout her troubled life, armor that had now become a burden, weighing her down, holding her back. So, what will you do now? He asked. She glanced at him curiously.
Do?
Well, you're officially dead, he reminded her. You've got a fresh start. You can go wherever you want, do whatever you want, be whoever you want. He paused, leaning in closer. The only question is, who do you want to be, Anya? The woman glanced downhill, taking in the rows of headstones, the warriors of past generations that had fought and died and been laid to rest here. The place where some of her own comrades were buried, the place she had always imagined ending up.
All my life I have been a soldier, she said, her expression pensive. Living in this world, but never part of it. Seeing it from the outside.
She sighed and raised her face towards the sky, summoning up everything she'd been, every decision she'd been forced to make, every aspect of the identity she'd created for herself, bringing it all to mind. And, at last, laying it aside. Frankfurt, Germany. Yasim was passing through the school gates with the small knot of kids who had gradually become his friends over the past 6 months, all chattering and laughing together as they made plans for the summer ahead. He was tired after a long day of studying, having thrown himself into schoolwork with even greater determination recently, doing his best to keep his mind occupied, doing his best to forget the woman who had come to visit him a month ago.
"What about you, Yasin?" one of his friends asked. "What will you do?"
But Yasim wasn't hearing him. He had seen something on the open playing fields that backed onto the school. Something that stopped him in his tracks.
I want to live a real life, she whispered. No more missions, no more agency, no more hiding in the shadows. I want to be better than that.
Drake nodded, sensing that perhaps a little piece of the armor had been discarded, another little burden cast aside. Perhaps she might finally see beyond the darkness and struggle of the past to make a better future for herself. Not by fighting and killing, not by hiding herself away from the world, but by doing something good with the time she had left.
I might suggest a vacation first, he added with a grin. I'd say you've earned it.
That's when it happened. For the first time in a long time, Anya laughed. A true, honest, uninhibited laugh of joy, of relief, of life. Just the sound of it was enough to make his heart swell. "And you?" she asked as her laughter faded. "What will you do with your life?" Drake shrugged playfully, then glanced back down the slope at the small gathering of people. His friends, his family, the new path they might chart together.
You know me. I always find a way to cause trouble.
Stepping closer, Anya reached out tentatively, placed her hands on his shoulders, and just looked at him for a long moment, taking in everything he was. Then, unable to hold back any longer, she pulled him close, holding him tight, as if she would never let go. Drake, too, felt the gravity of this moment, the significance of this embrace. They had been many things to each other: comrades, allies, enemies, lovers. But perhaps here at the end, they were none of those things. Perhaps they, too, had earned a clean slate.
"Go on without me," Yasin replied absently. "I'll catch up."
Leaving his friends behind, he changed direction, heading across the open expanse of grass, ignoring the other kids who were running and laughing and playing around him. His eyes were fixed on the woman ahead of him. A woman he'd said goodbye to.
"I thought you weren't coming back,"
he whispered, standing face to face with her. Anya nodded.
"So did I. You said yours was no life for someone like me."
And then, for almost the first time he could remember, Anya smiled.
"Then perhaps it's time I made a better life."
It was more than he could take. Dropping his school bag, Yasin rushed forward and threw his arms around her.
"You know your problem, Ryan Drake,"
Anya whispered as she stepped back.
"You're a good man."
With a final, wistful smile, Anya turned and walked away. Drake stood there, watching her leave, thinking about everything that had changed because of her, everything he'd done, everything he'd lost and gained, everything he'd become, because of her. He heard footsteps beside him, felt his sister draw near.
"Do you think we'll ever see her again?"
Jessica asked gently, watching Anya depart. For so long, the two of them had been like magnets, pulling inexorably together. No matter how much time and distance opened up between them, somehow they always found their way back to each other. And maybe they still would. Perhaps one day their paths would cross again, or perhaps this was to be their last encounter. Only time would tell.
I don't know,
Drake confessed.
But she's free now, just like us. And that's good enough.
Whether he saw her again or not, Drake knew one thing as he watched her departing, her back straight and her head held high. Anya had found something to live for. And so had he. You've been listening to Something to Die For by Will Jordan, narrated by Sam Devereaux, published by Quest, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2020 Will Jordan. This recording is copyrighted 2021 W.F. Howes Limited.